What's happening? Benton here. Y'all ready to roll out? Get this truck aired up and get on the road. Well, I just never know what I'm going to wake up to these days. I woke up to, of course, I went to the Paul Unslaved. I went straight to there. I'm not going to these other channels. I think that says something about the quality of the broadcast. I wake up and I'm like, I wonder if Paul's still alive. And I see something about a after show, which I take to mean that his main broadcast had ended. And look, there's EBT and Drew on there talking with Paul Unslaved. My head just about exploded. We'll give some folks a chance to get in here before we get too into something. But I got a lot to say on this, all this so-called sovcit stuff, which I understand that's not really what it is, but I think that's a convenient way to refer to it. Oh, and well, I can't say that yet. Apparently, YouTube prefers no profanity in the first 60 seconds of the video, is what I'm understanding. I don't know if that applies to live streams or not. Who knows? Not real sure. Get the old navigation set up here. 458 miles to go today. I'd like to be able to show that on the screen. Maybe eventually. What's up? Shout out to the chat. I see some folks rolling in. I'd like to eventually be able to have the GPS on the screen while I'm driving. That'd be pretty cool. All right, my channel. And I'm live. The turtle is live. Pretty cool. What's up, El Perro? What's happening, Mr. Miyagi? If anybody wants to come actually talk about some shit and have a chance to speak on some things, this is the time. Whoever, we're going to let Drew, if he wants to be the one to come up, I'm going to give him a few minutes. If he chooses not to, then I'd like to get into a one-on-one, because all this, I'm just asking questions and talking over the answers and EBT spurging out. It just makes for a bad broadcast. And in fact, until Drew came in there and sort of restored some sanity, I mean, it really was truly a cacophony of intransigence. And then the most hilarious part is these constant calls for Benton to join the panel, and then but nobody wants to hear what I have to say. I guess they don't like the manner in which I choose to express myself sometimes. These freedom lovers, these so-called freedom lovers, want to dictate the way in which I speak. Well, I've got a channel, so, and there's at least a few folks that will join me over here, and I do appreciate that. So, you know, I'll take my ball and go home, partner. I ain't got no problem with it. Because the answers to what EBT was asking about, you know, what do I do? You move somewhere where the locals don't think that somebody should be able to take advantage of your property in that way. Because in Arkansas, that shit ain't happening. Well, Arkansas is a piece of shit, garbage, podunk state. We know that. But if you want to buy you a piece of property out in the county somewhere, you can pretty much, within, you know, some limits, you can more or less do whatever in the fuck you want. But, oh, here's the problem. You're in Arkansas. And these people can talk about till they're blue in the face, wanting to go be responsible for themselves and do things for themselves. But then, like Drew pointed out, well, there's a flat screen and a Ring doorbell. And this guy, what was that guy's name? Timmy, he's talking about building houses out in the woods. And I stand by. He cannot do a day's work. You can look at him and tell that. Tinfoil can call me out on my physicality all he wants. I have a low body weight. I guarantee you, I take my shirt off and I have a superior muscle tone to both Tinfoil and Timmy. I promise you that. And I have no problem doing a day's work. That's easy. But then again, we've reached an era where these younger fellas really, most of them never got to that point of just a man being able to go do a day's work. But that's not my business. I'm not their daddy. Shout out to Paul Unslaved. I'm not their daddy. That's not my duty to go out there and teach them how to be men. Somebody did them a great disservice. Is what happened. But and I don't really know Timmy. I've heard his name here and there, but if anybody hollers at Drew, just tell him if he wants to, he can come over here, because I know he had some things he wanted to get into, but people can't necessarily be quiet and let him talk, which I find interesting for whatever reason. Yep, keep on trucking, Mr. Miyagi. Keep on trucking. And I do want to say, for the people that are around here frequently, one thing around here is we don't seek a consent. I don't, rather. I'm not speaking for anybody but me. I'm not interested in any kind of consensus. I will frequently disagree with ideas. What I don't do is bring people on here and disagree with the person. I think that's bad for the audience. I think most of the audience wants to hear intellectual ideas discussed in a long format. I don't think they want to hear me stop the person every 3 words and start to pick apart what they're asserting. We had Razvan on yesterday. I think he just rambled and talked about Andrew Tate for like 45 minutes, but people still tuned in and listened to it, right? Now, I personally don't give a flying fuck about Andrew Tate or any of that nonsense, but I think there's something to the longer form. Now, would people have stuck around if I had interrupted Razvan every 3 words and jumped all down his throat in the context of debunking Andrew Tate? Clearly Razvan had formed some kind of parasocial bond with Andrew Tate, if that's even a real thing, by the way. I mean, who could say at this point? So every once in a while, I'll just throw in if it's real kind of thing, just to let the audience know, yeah, I'm listening to this, and this might actually be a bunch of made up nonsense, but we're going to speak on it as if it actually exists, right? The official fiction, as it were. But then why do so many people have so much trouble with very basic concepts is what I'm confused by. So what I would find basic about what EBT is talking about as far as being a landlord and renting property. So let's assume I own no property, which I don't in real life, and then I'm thinking, okay, a good way to accrue wealth over time would be for me to save up some fiat, or let's even better. Let's say I inherit some property in the state of Illinois. And now I think, I'm not going to live there. Maybe I could have some passive stream of income by renting this property. Now, what many people would probably do is just do the basic amount of research and thinking in order to actually get this house rented and get some people in there. And they may go to the internet and say, how should I vet these people? Oh, well, check their credit, but these very basic things, right? Do they even consider what are my rights as a landlord under the local laws? See, that's where I would start is, okay, I'm going to go with human nature. At some point, somebody's going to move in here and they're not going to pay me when they're supposed to pay me. That's going to happen eventually, unless I'm just very fortunate, right? Now, I also want to talk about what happens is it creates a market because the landlord needs to have somebody in there halfway decent with the ability to pay who's not going to destroy the property. But then I would say he needs protections, whoever the landlord is. But then also the renter, and this is the point Drew's making, he's more or less saying, are you telling me the landlord can just come in here and throw me and my family out and now my family's living in the gutter? That's a valid point, because as a man, we can see that Drew, he's putting his family first, which I would say, isn't that what a man does? And we get into a lot of these discussions about masculinity and manhood and all of this. See, I never made no kids, right? That's my personal choice. Maybe I surveyed the landscape and said, well, for me as an individual, this is not, weighing all the pros and cons, this is not the way to go for me. So if I'm from Arkansas, I look at what happens if these bozos move in here and they don't pay me on the first? Oh, looky here. In the state of Arkansas, if these bozos don't pay me on the first, I can literally have them physically removed by the 10th. The sheriffs will show up and remove them. I've seen it happen. It's well known. But I'm from Arkansas. It is the grapes of wrath. It's literal grapes of wrath dust bowl on some level. Like they talk about the Okies going out to California. Well, some of them were the Arkies also. But there's a reason why the population is low in Arkansas. Back to the Ring doorbell and the flat screen. People want to live somewhere that's kind of fucking awesome, where there's kind of a lot of cool shit happening, right? Where their neighbors maybe have some sort of specific image. Maybe they don't want to move in to a piece of property out in the county and their neighbors are very near what the Beverly Hillbillies were before they struck oil. See, it's all a balance. It's all a, it's impossible to separate the good from the bad. So we don't get to have, hey, my neighbor is some kind of investment banker and drives a cool car and, has a certain image, and I can walk around the front of my house and go through his back gate and we can fucking drink beers and barbecue all weekend. Because I have lived in a neighborhood like that before. But again, in Arkansas, if I didn't pay my rent by the 1st, the landlord could have me removed by the 10th. Now we get down to the market, meaning if I'm a good renter and I've shown value as a renter to the landlord, and for an actual legitimate reason, something's happened in my life, I'm otherwise responsible, whatever. Now, I would say if I'm otherwise responsible, I've probably got enough money saved that I can pay the rent. So let's say something's happened over the long term, I can't pay the rent now. Well, what I would want to know as a landlord is, realistically speaking, I'll be the tenant, is Benton actually going to be able to pay me at some point in the future? Because I can eat 1 month, right? Benton not paying the rent for 1 month is not going to make or break me. What is going to make or break me potentially is I own property in EBT owns property in California, and these motherfuckers, you can't hardly get them out for 18 months. Now it's 18 months of basically stealing from EBT. So you have the one extreme being, hey, you didn't pay your rent on the 1st. We're going to have the sheriffs kick you the fuck out of here on the 10th. Grapes of wrath. Nobody really gives a fuck. How can you live in a house you're not paying for? Versus California, Oregon, Washington, maybe up to 18 months to get these people out. Maybe. Could be longer. Who knows? If there's some kind of event such as what happened in the last several years, you may not even be able to get them out in 18 months, right? They've got some kind of disability. They're fucking mentally handicapped or whatever. See, in Arkansas, nobody gives a flying fuck about that. What people care about in Arkansas is, did you pay the rent or not? And I personally know someone up in the Ozarks his family owned some property. These bozos didn't want to move out, didn't want to pay the rent, didn't want to move out. And physically strong men went and moved them physically out of the house without violence. Because are you really going to have a fucking knockdown, drag out fist fight in a house somebody else owns, and there's some big, tough, crazy looking Arkansas motherfuckers standing in your living room looking at you, saying, hey man, we don't have no beef with you, just get the fuck out, respectfully? Why wouldn't it work that way? Because a lot of y'all live in states that is pussified and sissified. Now, I'm not saying Arkansas is the way to go. I'm saying what we've seen over the events of the last several years is some of these states that are considered ignorant and backwards, such as my home state of Arkansas, where a lot of the people talk like I talk. There's actually some advantages to those kind of places. If you want to go live in a shack on your own property out in the county and have fucking just scrap materials in your front yard and pull the wheels off your old non-running vehicles and just have it sitting on your property, nobody really gives a fuck. That's your land. You do with it as you see fit, within some boundaries. Now, if you're in the city, that's a totally different thing, obviously. Now, who's calling in? Is this Drew? Hey, it's Mr. Miyagi. All right. What's happening, buddy?
Hey, not much. What's going on, man?
Oh, just doing my normal thing here. Thanks for joining me, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, so like that.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I don't know if EBT was playing dumb. but basically, any place, you just go down and you pay $50 and serve an eviction notice. And if they ain't out in 30 days, then that date becomes a court date. And then after that, about a week later, the sheriff will literally go out and you have to move everything in their house right out beside the road. And they got 24 hours to come pick it up.
Yes. In some states. I don't think it works that way in Illinois, though.
Oh, yeah. Of course, these Democratic states, it's probably a lot different. But here in Tennessee and Kentucky, like in Kentucky, I got these renters right now. But see, I don't. I manage some properties for a couple of friends that have a lot of money that just don't get the time. And so they're from California. They're all three like on a disability check, right? Because they really ain't right in the head. But, they think they're in California.
Yes.
And really, that property's in Kentucky. And man, in Kentucky, you get an eviction notice, man, you could have them out in 10 days.
Absolutely.
Now, of course, Benton, on the other hand, I want to tell you this. Fuck, man, I've got one guy been living now there for 5 months, ain't paid a damn thing.
Wow. How does that work?
And everything. I don't have the heart to put good, people on the streets in certain conditions.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
And eventually that's going to come up here in another month, every month it comes around. Eventually I'm going to have to, there's only so much you can do,
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, I love people, but sometimes you ain't doing them a favor either,
It's prolonging the inevitable as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Now, it sucks, but here's my thing is, if I don't, and this is just speaking for myself, if I don't want to be in the position of kicking people out onto the street, I'm probably not ever going to be a manager of a property, and I'm probably not going to own property that I allow other people to rent from me.
And now we're on the same page there, man, because I've had many opportunities to buy like a trailer and have the renter be paying the note on the trailer, and I'd own it after 4 or 5 years. But I don't want to do that. I don't know why. It just don't drive me.
Exactly. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
I'd like to get the land thing too. And I acquired some property up in Kentucky last year, but I don't quite own it. But I've got full rights to it,
Yeah. Gotcha.
And I could build on it anything. But the thing is it's like them guys that get on with them legal ideas, right? I come from a place where I see both sides of that, Benton.
I do as well, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Drew or EBT was quite fully understand that what them guys were doing that's the remedy for all the, see, if Drew got screwed over by his landlord, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The remedy in real life, private or public, you'd have a more secured recourse, I should say.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm just,
what I'm understanding, you're just taking the dice.
Well, that and just from Drew's angle, I think what he's talking about is, Drew, I can't speak for him. So if I was in Drew's position, I would say, well, I'm responsible to my family. If we end up out on the streets, that's nobody's fault but mine. Therefore, I need to make sure that whatever I choose, however I choose to situate my family, I got to make sure that they can't just make me homeless. And I do think that's a valid
Yeah.
way to view it.
Well, see, in no doubt from like, there's no doubt at this point, Drew's a pretty good man. He'd probably do something, you know what I'm saying? But see, what Drew don't think of is, see, in my eyes, Benton, if you had a family, a house full of kids, you sure as hell wouldn't be renting. Okay, for one, it's extra to rent. Okay, you could be paying a house note and escrow, still be cheaper than a freaking rental, and you're renting to own something. And then when you own something, you have the security of no one able to kick your family out on the road. Because if you choose to rent, you could get that 1 in a million asshole landlord. Or say you own a house, you're renting a house, and the owner of that house sold it to another owner, and he bought it as an asset, something that's making him money. Then he could up the rent, do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I understand what the point I'm making is that it's up to each individual to be able to strategically assess and weigh all those factors against one another to make the best decision for them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I see, Ben, is a lot of, of course, we've experienced this. A lot of rural America is head to these cities where things are convenient, and you ain't got to drive very far, and all these things.
Yeah.
Well, that's a privilege in a sense. But see, people live outside their means. That's why they get in debt.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's all kinds of crazy things.
That's the American way. That's the American way, literally.
Yeah. So, like, and how this is another thing I wanted to say about them guys over there. So, we're probably jumping around here a bit.
Go ahead.
They all seem to be good Christians, and everybody's different. You know what I mean? And I ain't the judge, and I'm sure God's pleased with all of them. Drew to the other guys, and see, Drew's way of being a righteous man is to feeding these kids and giving them a wholesome living. And these other guys, they don't have kids, and so that their only way to be righteous, like Paul and them, is basically convey righteous ideas.
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And because the world we live in, a man ain't got too many chances to prove himself anymore.
Well, that's true.
I mean, when I grew up, man, we'd fist fight sometimes just to see if we could take it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Ours, where I was from, it was more through sports, but there was definitely some fist fighting.
Yeah. Well, I put myself through things, when I was 18, the first time I was in an airplane, I jumped out of it. And so,
crazy.
Yeah, so like I forced myself into these situations, living on the edge, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I've hitchhiked, rad, and I've lived an exciting life. I've done a lot of things in a short period of time where other people sat at home.
Well, and if I could jump in real quick, I think what we're talking about, well, since we're just back to the masculinity and the manhood, which is fine, every subsequent generation, these young males are producing less and less male hormone, and that's just a fact.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So
from the environment. Yeah.
It doesn't make them lesser than, but it absolutely changes their brains and their behavior versus what would these people be if they had gotten a full dose of testosterone? Because a lot of them just never got the full shot. They just did not get it.
Yeah, but I mean, really, who knows throughout time who did or who didn't?
I just mean generationally, like,
they
talk about science has measured this, and they talk about that testosterone is declining, but it's really not, because the guys who are like old are still making what they should, but then my dad's probably got more testosterone than a lot of these 20-year-olds, literally. So something's wrong.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
I'm not making a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I absolutely know what you mean. I mean, really. I agree with full-heartedly, scientifically, yes.
Yeah. So
yes.
that does play a part in all of this.
Yeah, and it's lead to, but I seen a thing on that the other day. So due to our food and stuff like that, it's changing the shape of our body and our mouth and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy because of the food.
Yeah, well, and I take selfies of myself for the live stream sometimes, and I noticed like the last few days, my face is starting to get a little bit round. So that's my key to be like, okay, what do I need to change? Like something's gone wrong in my daily habits, because that's associated with too much estrogen. So now I'm like, what's my body doing that my face is starting to look round? And I'll address it and get back to the way I need to be to handle my bullshit. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't think these young guys have any concept of that stuff. Like, there's absolutely things they can do to increase their body's natural testosterone production.
Yeah, I only know of one way. What, do you know more than one?
Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, dude. I intentionally max my shit out. For years, man. For years. Yeah, it's well, some of it's how you choose to live, of course.
Yeah.
And then
plus, I don't drink either. I think with that.
What?
Maybe.
Alcohol?
Yeah, I think it fucks a little bit.
Alcohol is the number one thing that lowers it, actually.
Really? Yeah. But
yeah, alcohol and lack of sleep are the two main things that will limit that.
Wow. Yeah, see, like, it's odd for me. See, this is like last weekend and this weekend. I'm up in the middle of the night. I have no idea why either, because I've been feeling great. But basically, usually I sleep good. I've always slept good my whole life, and I think it's attributed to a good memory. It's helped my memory.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've generally slept well as well.
Yeah, I thought, so,
and we kind of got off track there, which is okay, by the way. Go ahead.
I liked Sly, what she had to say this morning to Drew and stuff about Paul. I mean, literally, man, that's really absolutely the way I looked at these things on these internets.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we wouldn't feel the need to walk up to a retard and say, hey, man, you're a retard. You know what I mean? So why would we want to feel the need to go up and change someone else's paradigm with a few words?
Well, you'll have to remind me, because it was a 12-hour live stream, so I don't remember the context. What was the context for that?
Well, basically, she was saying, well, people just have a problem with what Paul's doing.
Yeah.
And Paul's just being Paul, you know what I mean?
Well, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And the way I see it is, the stronger the personality is, the more people respond to it, and the more strongly they respond to it. That's what I think. Yeah.
I also think there's a little covetousness and shit going on, or wannabes, or, everybody wants that. They want the numbers, like as if numbers mean something to life.
Well, and for me, the key to that was to get a whole bunch of attention on the internet early on, and then now I don't really care.
Yeah.
Because I did. I blew up on the Joe Rogan message board years ago. I just blew the fuck. It's in a very small corner of the internet, right? Yeah, but I blew the fuck up. I had a top 10 all-time thread on his message board. It's like 7-something million views.
Yeah, well, yeah, so I've seen a few Joe Rogans and shit too, but I've never once left a message.
Well,
Yeah.
this was an actual message board. It no longer exists, like a old style internet forum. This was a long time ago.
Oh
This was
yeah.
like way over 10 years ago. Yeah, this is before you could go on YouTube, and YouTube didn't exist in its present form back then. See, this
Yeah.
stuff
What's
has
that?
changed. Well, real quick, stuff has changed and evolved so rapidly. I don't think people really understand how we got to here from where we used to be on the internet.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we're finding out, Benton, that after time, that the internet is like a double-edged sword too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so and so like even these panel things, there's got to be something behind them. Literally, whether it's people wanting to get out to, you know, really tell you the truth, it's odd. I don't see the chat when I'm talking to you, right?
Yes,
And so it's not even in my mind that people are watching this. So I
exactly.
can
Yeah,
talk a little
exactly.
bit freely. But like other people, they're probably very conscious of that. Now I figure, if I had any haters, shit, man, who don't? So what the fuck can I do? You know, and on the internet, on the religious stuff, Benton, right? I don't like getting into that a lot because unless I'm answering someone's question, you see, and I can bring it all back into God's plan, but really, it's a long thing, and it's hard for someone to see. I didn't come across it overnight. You know, I could, like the whole two Jesuses thing. You know what I mean? That just flew over a lot of people's heads. You know
Well,
what I mean?
it didn't fly over my head.
Yeah. And so I mean, they don't realize the great controversy is, God created Satan to protect his mercy. That was Jesus.
Well, we
And
can't. Hey, real quick, we can't
yeah,
get too. We just can't. We can go into these. We just can't
yeah,
stay there. We
yeah,
just can't
okay.
stay
And
on those topics. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, then it just
but
turns into a
yeah, I wouldn't want
theological
to go
Bible.
on anyway.
Well, what
Like
I'm
I
saying is,
say,
you just got to make the point, and then we got to move on. But please go ahead.
yeah, my point is this, I'd be the last one to try to, make someone see. I'm not no one's huckleberry. I
Absolutely.
could
Yeah.
probably, if they were paying attention and really wanted to learn, I could help them understand a few things or show them how to fish. You know what I mean? But my
Well, yeah.
theology is best to teach a man how to fish and let him fish on his own. You know, I think the creator's real and is working with all of us. And I think the evidence of the Holy Spirit is people like minds in different places. People that grew up in totally opposite scenarios and yet come across the same information and form the same opinion.
Well, and see, this is where I feel like I need to correct people. What anybody think, and this is the last thing I want to say, and we do have to move on. It just becomes a Bible channel at a certain point. But what any man thinks about my salvation means nothing.
Oh, absolutely. Same here, too. I mean, really.
But, and I don't mean, well, wait a minute. I don't mean you. I observe a lot of people who they interact based on some idea that they get to put their 2 cents in. It's like, no, you don't. You can say what these people can say whatever they want. When we get to the end, they're not fin to be there. It's me and my maker under the rules of their game. I'm not even saying I believe in that, although I do. But if someone chooses to believe that based on the rules of the game, what these other people believe or don't believe means absolutely nothing with respect to my salvation.
Yeah, that's exactly where I stand.
So why don't they understand that? That's my
And
confusion.
and
Why
I
don't
feel
they
that
know
on
that?
the other side too, that I mean absolutely nothing to their salvation.
Yes.
Unless they want me to, personally ask
Well,
me
yeah,
to. And I don't
of
know how you
course.
could personally do that on YouTube necessarily, but you know what I'm saying? Now, people will do that with Paul. And so I have no trouble with Paul. Really, I have no trouble with that channel. You know, and I leave a comment on there time or two. I kind of like EBT and Drew because, see, I've never felt comfortable trolling or leaving a shitty comment on someone's shit. You know, because who am I to shit on someone's parade? But, you know, around Drew and EBT, they do it to everybody. You know
Oh
what I
yeah,
mean?
100%. Yeah.
And it's like, so I, you know, they brought me out of my shell there because I love giving EBT a hard time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then I think this gets back to what, and I don't know if El Pero's still around. I don't know if we held his interest. Wizard. Wizard doesn't seem to understand that there's an environment of hazing going on, and that hazing does serve a function, in my view. And
Yeah, well, I mean,
you will be hazed at some point.
yeah,
It's going to
yeah,
happen. And he did not seem to respond very well to the hazing. So, like me, when I first showed up on the Chalk Body Outline Discord, I probably had a bad reaction. And look, I still got triggered over time by hazing. But my thing is, I recognize, oh, they're hazing me. Like this is what they do over here. And then I also recognize from my own, you know, anthropological, sociological type of observations and studies, oh, this is actually probably a good thing in the long run that they haze everybody that shows up. Like it's not a bad thing necessarily. Like I don't think it's
yeah,
good to just, hey man, it's peace and love, and we just accept it. We just accept everybody. It's a good way to kind of get to know what somebody's made out of, like pretty quickly.
yeah. And I'm not welcoming hazing, right? But basically, you know, I've been on a job site for 36 years, you know, 40 for well,
Well,
quite
but
a
real
long
quick,
time. You know what I mean?
sorry to interrupt, but real quick, but once I
Yeah.
detected the hazing, I'm free to fuck off and go somewhere else. Like I chose to stay there and be hazed. Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm driving at. And then,
Yeah.
in a sense, then you're trying to fit in. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
100%. But in a way that's consistent with me as a person and with my personality.
Yeah.
Not by being a fake person, although of course I am at times. I mean, of course I am. But in the long run, I want to be able to be authentic.
Yeah, well, you know, you come off. See, I don't want to say that because I don't want to start you.
Well, but see,
yeah.
you can say whatever you want, but the thing is, I understand that it's easy to see that I'll say one thing in one situation and another thing in another situation. Like, of course, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I think I know what. So it's context and all humans, you could pick apart anybody's shit.
Yeah.
And really, the more words that someone says, the worse they're burying themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because you can use anybody's words against them.
Well, I got to jump in here. There's basically anything can be debunked for the most part. The fact that somebody says, "Oh, that's been debunked," that doesn't necessarily mean anything to me because I'm like, well, yeah, it's pretty easy to debunk a whole bunch of shit. So what?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by debunk something like something.
So whenever they were having their discussion earlier, somebody referenced a specific idea that was then attributed to a specific YouTube creator, and EBT's like, "Oh, that's all been debunked," meaning that's null and void.
Yeah,
I don't personally subscribe to that viewpoint, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, me neither, man. There's quite a few people that I've seen on YouTube, gemstones, you know, a lot of places like that they know the coherent timeline from from 1666 of the Siskiyou Trust Act. You know what I mean? That's why we're all corporations. That's the whole point of the all capital letters. That's non de Garris. You know what I mean?
But real quick, you know, even EBT can be triggered by certain ways people choose to speak around legal matters, but the fact is that shit is real. Like the whole corporate, you know, what Paul refers to as corporate slavery, that actually exists. That's not a fantasy.
Yeah, but you're only slave to a corporation if you work for that corporation.
Well, right? But see, here's the problem is I haven't studied it enough to speak on it. Like I'm literally, at some point, I'm just putting it off. I'm going to study all this shit and I'm going to know it. Because shout out to Wizard. I don't always, I'm not a big fan of him at the way he interacts sometimes, but I can tell he knows his shit. Like I can tell, right? But the way he conveys the ideas sometimes is not in a way that I think people can really understand what he's saying. I think he's too deep into it sometimes.
Yeah, well, so say like that. Say how, you know how Ben, how people say, well, they commit to it. I didn't commit it from a religious point of view or this and that. Well, with the whole law thing, I did come in from the religious standpoint. Okay? And I didn't fully understand it. Right? But when I found out what the Social Security was and all that stuff, Benton, I was so helped that I just literally cut it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I still ain't got it in my pocket. You know?
Yeah.
But the thing that was 15 years ago. And so I didn't know the legal standpoint. I just knew that it rang true to me.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
And so I took a stance. One time, dude, I went to a court, and I didn't even know how I did this. I just was being played. But one time I said, sign right here. And I said, no, I can't sign. And they said, why? And I said, and I didn't think of this ever before. I said, well, that'd be bringing life to a dead line, and only God can make live.
Wow, yeah.
It just pissed them off. But it was so much of me in my, like, I just know. I don't know what's wrong, but something's fucking wrong.
Well, what you're describing is righteousness. That's what that is.
That's what I mean. And look, all I could do, Benton, I couldn't prove to you. Look, no one give a damn what I was doing. I had friends, and some of them, a lot of them laughed, and a lot of them stood behind me in court. You know what I mean? Yeah. Only 2 of them stood behind me, but they went to court, you know, and because I had luck, you know, like the first 4 or 5 drive without a license, I won.
Yeah.
And so, but the only thing is they kept pulling me over.
Of course.
And they kept stepping their game up, and so I had to step my game up.
Of course.
And so therefore, you know, I figured the highest of the rungs. So you know how they say that parse syntax grammar of the David Wayne Miller?
I don't know anything. No, I don't know anything about that. Nothing.
Well, basically, it's fiction. You walk into the court and you say, I'm here for the perjury of this fictitious courtroom. You know, for one, a courtroom is a level playing field, and there's boxes and planes, right? And I'll tell you a story about the boxes, right? So according to grammar, anything in a box is not to be considered, right?
Well, but wait a minute. What happens is people like EBT hear what you're talking about. Yeah. And it just sounds like it sounds like a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, can I finish the story? So look.
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
Look, I sometimes think it sounds like a bunch of nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And I'll question myself. And I talk this stuff to my family, and I got a sister that works for the government, you know what I'm saying? They know me. And so basically but it rings true to them too. But anyway, I had this friend, right? And she wasn't really, she's just a country girl, right? And she got jury duty. And she goes, "Oh, all right, smart ass. How am I going to get out of this?" And I said, "You just tell the judge that you thought that anything in a box was not to be considered." And she was, because the jury's in a box.
Gotcha.
And look, Benton, I swear to God, she went there. And she said they're all standing in line. And everybody had an excuse. She said a lot of people wanted to get out of it, but he wasn't letting them out of it, right? And she get up there, and she really don't even come off as a high IQ person, but he goes, "Well, young lady, what's your excuse?" And she just smartly said, "Well, I thought anything in a box was not to be considered in a court." And the judge goes, "Young lady, you're free to go."
There you go.
No bullshit. And look, dude, and she come back and told me, and he goes, "I'll tell you this." And so, look, man, I had no idea. I was just giving her a smart ass remark, you know. But she actually tried it.
Yes, sir.
And she knows nothing about the law or nothing. So anyway, I upped my thing with the. I had to up my game, and so I didn't even try because I tried the jurisdiction thing, and they would just keep charging me in a civil jurisdiction for driving without a license.
But you see, and Mitchell's here, and I want to hear from Mitchell. But you see how we're just kind of meandering through a bunch of details that people are not able to follow in a coherently in a conversation.
But because Benton, them details matter.
Well, wait a minute, but hang on. You're talking to an autistic person who has the ability to learn and track every single motherfucking detail.
Well, look, if I ask, I'll tell you this one, Benton. You can tell something about someone. If I asked you one question, how would you respond? What is your name?
Well, I would just give you my name, which is my full name. That's what I would do.
There's only two responses to that. One is that a question?
Yeah.
Or two, no, what's not my name? That's a nothing or nobody, and that is not my name.
Well, yeah, to take it extremely literally, right? Exactly.
Well, to take it literally, that's what he literally fucking did.
Of course, yeah.
So you've got to be as literally as you can be.
I understand what you're saying.
All right,
so that's the whole thing. The only way it's fiction.
Well, but fiction. The point I'm making is that you can understand that the ideas are not being conveyed to the audience in a way they can understand. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, because they want a fish sandwich, Benton. They don't want to learn how to go fishing.
Well, but wait, real
quick.
Hey, we got to let Mitchell get in here.
Okay,
hang on.
Sir. Go ahead, sir.
Most of these people are not going to crack all the books and learn all this stuff. It's just never going to happen. They're not going to do it.
Well, you don't have to.
I disagree. I can't follow all this mumbo jumbo unless I study it for myself. And up until I study it all for myself, it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Period.
I think the reason why it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo is because there are a certain type of people who have interest in protecting this fraud that exists. So
absolutely,
the hardest part is not learning how to seek remedy. The hardest part is unlearning what you thought you knew. And that's where, someone like me, but more particularly Paul, really challenges people's belief systems. And so that's why I agree with you. I think that it's a failure to communicate on our part, to connect with the people that would make a better choice that just don't have the right details. And so that is our responsibility. And I do feel like I'm failing on that end. So, you know, that's why I try to work on my words and continue to try and sharpen my tongue so that way I can communicate this more effectively. But
yeah, go ahead.
one last point is the situation with EBT, they didn't want to know. They wanted to defend their belief system.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, real quick. Well, yeah, go ahead.
No,
No,
you
you
Benton,
go.
please.
Well, what I'm
All right.
saying here is that there's a radio show called Rule of Law Radio, and they talk about legal matters, but they're more in alignment with what you talk about, Mitchell. How come I can absolutely follow what they talk about, but then when a lot of people talk about this on the internet, I can't follow what the fuck they're talking about? Like, why is that?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with them, but I would say,
Well,
like, I would say that there's not much of an attempt to have dialogue. There's
Yeah.
more of an attempt to, you know, one side or the other to control a narrative, and
Absolutely, yeah.
instead of just objectively analyzing the facts, you know.
But
Yeah,
I'm more talking
it's
about the ability of the person to convey their ideas in a way that I can understand as a person who's demonstrated an ability to understand complex issues.
I got an answer for that, Benton. So look,
All right.
so basically, these guys on these channels, they're like you. You've said things over and over again, and you progress on your speech. And so they'll give concepts and say things that if they were to go back, everything, usually a lot with these things, they all have a foundation. That's the whole point of all of this. But you've got to be able to take that all the way back to the foundation.
But see, on
And
what you
so-
just said, what you just said, they would never say on that radio show because it's you. I can't follow what you're saying.
Well, basically, what I'm saying is it can't all be said in one word.
Exactly.
And it starts out from, you know, if you're going to start the timeline, you start from the beginning. Well, if I gave you a timeline from 1606 to right now, Benton, it would probably take you an hour and a half.
Sure, of course.
And not only that, you know, if I didn't have notes written down or something, you know, I'd forget things and I'd jump back and, you know, key important things.
Absolutely.
A lot of things takes place in our country, like I was saying, like the words in Black's Law and stuff matters. People say they don't, but they do. And so peoples, the word people is plural for men and women, sons and daughters. Residents, citizens, and persons are not people. And so legally, those are all different terms.
So what I'm saying is that you're making a point, but you started out making a very different point. That's the point I'm making. That's what I'm saying. What you just started talking about and what you ended on are not in the same thing at all.
Where did I start?
Honestly, don't even remember because I had to tune out because once we get into
what I was getting at is the meaning of words. The meaning of words mean something. Okay? And if people are ignorant because they've ignored the meaning of words. Okay? When you say smart, what comes to your mind?
The first thing would be intelligent.
No, it's to hurt or cause injury.
Yeah, because it has multiple.
1832 dictionary.
What has multiple?
Words change over time, but they don't change in law.
Exactly.
They may change it, you know, that might be rad today and badass tomorrow.
But again, this has nothing to do with the fact that I've listened to that radio show for literally hundreds of hours and I've absolutely learned information from there. and my knowledge and understanding has increased by some
What
measurable. Hang on,
information
you're not
have
letting
you
me
learned?
finish.
What's
You're not letting me
what
finish.
would be the greatest thing you could learn from all the legal talk on YouTube?
I don't learn anything from the legal talk on YouTube.
Well,
can we
I
try
think
and
the
change
greatest
that for
thing
a
to
minute,
learn
man?
is that there's a big distinguishment between public and private. If you could just start there, the rest will fill in.
Well, you talked about jumping out of a plane, right? You were in the military?
No. I did it privately, man. My
Oh,
dad was
okay.
a professional skydiver.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, but like what I'm driving at is, what was I driving at? I don't know. You just threw it off course there.
I didn't throw it off
Well,
course. You're not making any points.
Yeah, exactly. So can you stop talking for a minute, man? No
Sure.
disrespect.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Go for
Yeah,
it.
I want to try and take this conversation somewhere instead of looping. Benton, could you express to me some things that you're confused about or would like to seek clarity on?
I don't think I'm confused. I think that I'm able to learn whatever I need to learn, but when it's not conveyed in the proper fashion, nobody learns anything. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you wanting to learn?
Oh, no, I'm going to study the whole thing. Like, that's what I'm going to do because I'm a maniac that way. I'm going to learn all
I'm
of
going
it.
to tell you right now that it doesn't work that way. It's a lifestyle, right? It's not something you can study and learn and then you get it all figured out. I understand you think that way because that's the way your mind works and that's how you're able to apply that to many other aspects of your life. But this isn't something, it's a lifestyle. It's not a destination. You know, it's not like you're gonna get there and have it all figured out. It's something that you have to implement in your life, and it'll continue to challenge your thought process. So you're gonna have to continue to learn as you go because everybody's situation is different, and there are also many variables with the people that you're dealing with. So you know, there's no like perfect answer to all of this, and
Well, there is for me. There absolutely is for me. Of course there is.
okay, well, give me your idea of getting it all. Like all of what? What are you wanting to research?
Here's what I do. When I become interested in a topic, I literally read everything that can be accessed on the topic. Literally.
Everything that can be accessed or everything that you have access to?
I read all of the written material available to me on that subject. And I mean all of it.
Okay, I'm not discrediting that. I'm saying what I'm trying to help you realize is you can read all of the material and let's presume that you're able to comprehend it.
Oh, of course I am. Yes.
Well, is there anything that's out of your comprehension?
Of course, many things are out of my comprehension.
Okay, well, that might apply here too, and so it's going to take you.
It's going to take a long time and a lot of work. A long time and a lot of work.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to help you realize is it's not something you're going to figure out in 6 months. That'll give you a good foundation to move forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, I fully agree. We're in agreement on that.
Okay, that's cool. And so let me try and teach you something about your name. You said your name is the full name. Can I try and help you learn something about that? Is that your given name, and this is probably memorialized on your birth certificate, but your given name is your first and middle name.
Yes.
So that's technically your name because that was given to you.
Yeah,
Now,
I get it.
If you say my name is the full name, J.A. Benton, then you have then identified as the trust, which gives them jurisdiction.
What is the trust?
The trust is have you heard of the Sesta KV trust?
I want to know what is air quotes the trust.
The trust is what gives the government its reason for existing. They're there. You have trusted them because you have delegated your responsibilities to them.
Yeah,
So
can I add that a little
well,
bit
wait
to
a
that?
minute.
The trust people from 41 to 75 who are born in America are bonded for $1 million, insured for $1 million.
Well,
And from
yeah, but now you're
75
getting at,
on, they're bonded for
we're
$1
trying to
million
help
and
him
insured for
understand
$2
the
million.
concepts first. We don't need to go
Okay.
over those
sorry,
details. No,
sorry.
it's cool. It's cool. But this is his problem: is he
Okay.
can't learn
He
from the
jumped
people
ahead.
on
He jumped
YouTube
ahead. Exactly. Gotcha.
because we're right. So we can go over all the details later. It's the concept that his question was, what is the trust? Well, the trust is your social security account. Okay, that's essentially what it is. So
Well, that's part of it, right?
yeah, it's part of it for sure. But
So
that's
but real quick, what I want to say is, are we talking about some sort of spiritual type of mechanism that the government is, almost like through sorcery, is using
yes.
this concept to
The spiritual
cause
mechanism
me
is
to consent to things I don't know I'm consenting to?
yes. The
Yes, one
spiritual
could say that,
mechanism
but
is
yes, spot on.
the
One
So
spiritual
could say.
probably
mechanism
I
is
have a little bit of understanding here, but go ahead.
the spiritual mechanism is realizing the fact that the natural order of things is creator created man, man created government, government created citizens.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. Yeah,
And
I
so
agree with you on all that.
he who creates control. So if you identify as the citizen, then you have given the government control over you. Now, if you
In
identified
some
as the
very,
living spirit who God created, or the creator or source or whatever you want to call it created,
yeah, but
if you
only in very specific ways have I done this.
what do you
I would not agree that exists across the board for me as a human in my life.
what you don't what doesn't what
What you just said, that I've ceded control. What I'm saying is I have.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about somebody. I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm talking about the concept.
I still don't think it's across the board where the person is completely enslaved and controlled.
They are. If they don't know who they are, they absolutely are. And it's memorialized in that Cesta KV trust. That's where everyone is deemed, basically incompetent, lost at sea, because they don't know who they are, right? And that's why when you get pulled over by the cop, they ask you your name and date of birth, all right? And that right there establishes your incompetence, because if you give them what everyone thinks is their name and date of birth, like I would say my first and last name and the date that my born date as my birth date. Well, those are two separate things.
Mitchell,
and so
I
the day you were
have to
born and
jump
the day
in.
you're registered. Sure.
Mitchell, I've literally already heard all of this.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you haven't. I'm bringing it all together. Okay,
I just want you to know. I am familiar with this, just so you know. But go ahead.
Okay, so you're familiar with this. So what's your question on it?
I don't know that I had a question. I thought we were just talking about it.
Well, yeah. Okay, so why I was talking about it is to help you realize that you are not what you just said you were. You are not that full name, right? But that's what you're identifying as. So I was breaking all of that down for you, and obviously you've heard this, but you don't understand it or you don't realize it. And so that's why because you're not able to assert this and apply it in your life when you were asked the question, then you wouldn't have identified as that trust account. That I hate to use this word straw man, whatever, but that's what it is, right? You haven't identified as yourself, right? You identified as what they're identifying you as. And if you accept that, then that means you don't know who you are. And then you're bound to their rules and regulations, because obviously you need a daddy, i.e. government.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Hey, Mitchell, have you ever heard of this one? Because this is really where I'm going the next time. No, I don't plan to go to court. But if I have to, the next time, I want to try to get them to admit, am I a man?
No, I don't go to court. There's no reason to go to court. Like Why do you
Well,
go
if
to
you're
court?
summoned, you're gonna have a warrant, and
They
so
can't summon you. They can't summon you. That's magic. That's you're
yeah, I
talking
know.
about magic.
And only the dead appear. I know. You make a special appearance. I understand that. I've
Right.
done it,
So
man.
everything
Literally, like,
can no, you don't make a special appearance, right? No, that's again, everything can be done through paperwork. It's all two-dimensional, right?
yeah,
The
but
moment
from the Christian standpoint, dude, I leave the spelling to the witches. I don't take place. Like, if I'm gonna go with this shit, I'm going all in, buddy.
good for
And I
you.
just
Yeah,
think,
stand at the mountaintop and scream it loud. I get it. But at the
yeah,
same time, you don't challenge them. You protect yourself. You separate yourself. You don't challenge them, right? You don't go into their court and challenge them, right?
no, I
That's
defend
playing
myself.
their game. And if you do that, you're playing their game and you're gonna lose, one way or another. Even if you get a dismissal or whatever, you know, you're not gonna win that in that arena because
Oh, absolutely, I know.
yeah,
That's why I think the last time
they're
that,
gonna get you on trickery. They're gonna get you
yeah,
with
that's why I think the last judge, that's why he kept me 16 days till the court date, because he thought that he called me an escape risk. But I just lived by another philosophy my whole life. Anytime I've ever had a warrant or anything, I just go down and say, hey, man, what the hell's going on? You know,
See,
I
I
don't run
wouldn't do
from
that. I would put them on notice. You know, warrant is nothing more than a banking instrument, right? So it's just a banking action.
Yeah, I'm learning that.
It's against your trust. There's no warrant for you, and if you look at the details of that warrant, it'll be memorialized in that. But if you identify as that trust, then there's a warrant now for you. You understand
Yeah,
that?
well, yeah, but I found this where Benton's talking about why people can't figure why they're having not good remedy in court, and it's because you've got to go all in. You know, see, there are what's called
Yes,
American
that's what I'm
nationals.
telling you. You can't go into court and be wishy-washy on this. If you're going to go into court, like somebody like Paul could go into court and articulate himself enough. But if somebody like you or I or Benton went into court, they're going to get us on some sort of trickery.
Yes,
Right?
because we are not properly prepared. Did you know there's like 30,000 American nationals living in America?
Yeah, but the
They don't
resolution to
even go
that
to
is
court.
the resolution to that is not going into court. You notice
They don't
them with
even go to court
paperwork.
because they don't get summons
You
to court.
notice
Period.
them. You notice them who you are, and then that way, what that does is that removes their plausible deniability, their qualified immunity, whatever you want to call it, and that eliminates their ability to lean on assumptions and presumptions and tacit agreement. So if you're going to rebut their presumptions, then they then become liable for any, you know, anything that they do in dishonor of the corrected record. You know, they have no excuse to continue with their presumptions, and that's how they get people. You know, if you look at the canon 3228, it's a canon law 3228, and it's the 12 presumptions of law. So if you're not able to actively rebut those presumptions, then they're going to assume it to be true. And that's how.
Yeah.
And so you have to really know who you are, but there's no reason to ever go into their court. It's all
Now, how would you take care of that if you had a summons? Would you just write them a letter and say, "Hey, man"?
You would put them on notice, and if they trespass upon you, then you would have a claim against them for wrongdoing.
Yeah, how would you put them on notice? Send them a letter and do the old 90-day thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
there are many ways to do it. You know, you can create a public record. You can go down to the fire department or the library or whatever.
My thing there, that's why I try to just, I think as responsible people, we don't tend to be in court much. Now you got these power tripping cops that'll pull you over for anything.
Well, but I want to jump in real quick. See, I think what Mitchell's talking about comes down to what is the ability of the individual to focus and concentrate. and I have a very great ability to focus and concentrate. So I have a pretty good chance of achieving whatever my goals are. If somebody's unable to focus and concentrate on ideas and details, they probably have a very limited chance to achieve their goal.
Yeah, and not everybody has that ability.
Well, wait a minute. I developed it. I developed the ability to do it.
Yeah.
Benton, I think you'll totally be able to grasp these concepts with your learning. I don't want to call it a disability because really it's a.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to brag. If y'all ever everybody took the ASVAB. Do y'all know what that is?
Yeah, it's the military.
I'm a 99. I'm a 99 ASVAB guy. 99.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I can absolutely track all of these details. No problem.
I agree.
I think I got like a 13, 60 or something like that on that.
It's not that I'm smart. I'm smart in that way.
But
I'm smart in a very specific way. What?
You have the heart to continuously combat the evil forces that are going to come against you for standing for what's right. That's where it's going to. Are you going to have the ability to assert this in your life? You know.
Well, that's the point I'm making, and this is what I think is interesting. Is I'm doing what I need to do strategically in my own life. So when people are talking about removing their license plates and driving with no license, I went to the. Wait a minute. I went to the exact other end of the spectrum. I only drive for commerce. I don't ever drive and not be engaged in commerce.
Yeah.
All
of my driving is commerce.
When you're in a public capacity.
All of driving is commerce. But if you wanted to travel freely, like say, if you wanted to buy a car or whatever, trade a car, trade for a car, and you wanted to, go on vacation or travel the world or whatever, go visit friends and family, that because you don't do that.
I do that.
Okay. Well,
yeah, but I kind of, where I'm from, right? See, we got Amish people around here. They travel all the time. And they got tractors, and the Mennonites have cars, but
yeah, farm equipment. That's how Paul does it. He registers, puts it on record, not registers, but and maybe it is technically called registering, but he puts it on record with them, that his property is farm equipment, because it puts him in a certain jurisdiction where he is able to get protection from the rest of the jurisdictions.
Have you guys seen the gas prices? I've lost all interest in owning a vehicle or purchasing expensive gasoline. I have no interest at all. None.
Yeah, it's been like that for a long time, but
no, it hasn't. That's not true.
Yeah, it has.
No,
it hasn't. In my vehicle, I've been traveling the country for 10 years.
That's what I think. That's why I think that they love this YouTube and like to derail the truth movement, to get the people's mind off creating effective change. I think that, like Flat Earther, Mandela, QFC.
But wait a minute, you're derailing the conversation again.
Right.
I agree.
You're not even making a point. I don't know what you're talking about. So, do you know when the all-time high for gas prices was in this country? I bet you don't have any idea.
Yeah, I grew up in a gas station. The solution is the gas, and people put up with it, dude. They have no idea what them people make off a barrel of oil. They have no idea. They know about the law, but they don't know about production of gas. So that's the whole thing. That's something where people can have an effective change towards.
Mitchell, what year was the all-time high for gasoline in the U.S. adjusted for inflation?
I don't know.
1980. 1980.
Okay, so you just proved my point. This has been going on for a long time, and you said, no, it's not. You just proved my point. At least 1980, right?
Yeah, but
It's
let
a-
me
Going
get,
up
let
and
me
down. It's
let
been
me
going
give
up
you
and
guys
down
a
for a
little.
long
cycle.
time, man.
Let me give
It's
you
a
guys a little
cycle.
mind truck equation.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
cycle
so
for
in
sure, and we don't
1960.
really know what's going on. You know,
So, but look at gas prices. So if you take the gas prices at say 1960, it was $1 a gallon, and a dollar was 4 silver quarters, and you look at it, and that's like $5. So really, gas was more expensive technically per barrel in the 60s than it is now. You see, people don't know how to wrap
that's a good point.
economics in their mind.
That's a really good point, actually.
And so it's the same way at the minimum wage. So really, so people don't, it's all a mind fuck to people. You look into the beef products, and from what I surmise, there's more and more middlemen, people making money and not actually doing any sweat. And that's the thing that's why society won't change, is because people are focused on the wrong things.
Yes, I agree.
So what I'm saying about the gas prices is, if it's $5 a gallon and it goes down to $2.50, it's going back to $5. So I think Mitchell's right. I did disagree with him when I should not have. So I do apologize for that, Mitchell. But
No worries, man.
no,
Thanks for.
you were right. I kind of got lost in my own sauce there. But like, as far as I'm
I got
concerned,
your
it's
point,
too
though. It was. Sorry, I interrupted
for
again.
time. I don't want to buy it. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, for sure. It's a corrupted industry. It's all fucked up anyways. So
Well, that's where in my life, that's where the slavery comes in. I don't feel I'm a slave to the government. I'm a slave to my addictions, cigarettes and weed, and I'm a slave to gas and food. Them are my
That's all
slaves.
shit you can control, though. I mean, that's on you. I don't feel bad for you.
Yeah, well, I don't expect no one. I choose to run a generator instead of have power. You know.
That's cool. I mean, yeah, that's an honorable thing to do, is not support those electric companies. Create your own energy. That's honorable. That's great.
Well, until I think they're double dipping, like a lot of people say, and I think
Yeah,
there's a
triple
lot more
dipping.
going on behind
They're
the scenes.
stealing our the stuff that was granted to us. They're stealing our natural resources and selling it back to us. So, yeah, I mean, that's what
Yeah,
they're
that's
doing.
exactly it. How'd the world become broke? Everything on earth is free.
Those corporations aren't providing services. It's men and women, our fellow man, that are
Absolutely.
providing those services. So,
Yeah, but I hate corporations, but I love Amazon, Starbucks, and Walmart. How does that
that's
work?
on you, man. Hey, then that's something you're going to have to live with.
You're
That
feeding the
that
beast.
karmic debt. If you want that convenience and and to support that corrupted industry, then
See, Ben,
you have to
from
live
my
with
eyes,
that.
I think there's a karmic thing, say, with insurance. Does it sound right to you to say that if I paid someone else to be liable for my actions,
Yeah,
does that
insurance is
sound
a fraud.
morally? Yeah, that don't sound right.
Insurance is inherently a fraud, but
Yeah,
at
so
the
that's
same
why I don't
time,
partake in no insurance and haven't
but
since
at the same time, we
1995.
live in a society where people can't manage their own affairs. So if I get into a wreck, and they're not able to manage their own affairs, I'm hoping like hell they have insurance.
Yeah, I don't. If I caused an issue, I'd pay for it. That's what I've done in the past. But really, living this way, you end up driving a lot safer than most people, and you don't have much incident.
No, I
Like,
agree, but I would say technically I'm insured by that I am the full faith and credit, so I am insured, right?
yeah,
That's
okay.
that's technically what it is, and so insurance is a fraud. I'm insured for whatever value the U.S. Treasury is, right? That's
Yeah, but unless you know how to deal with
right.
that action and
You
the
don't know how to
knowledge,
manage your own affairs,
yeah,
then it's fucking pointless. Then you need to go buy third-party insurance.
But
Yeah,
I want to jump in here real quick.
yeah.
There's a word that I don't hear a lot, and I can guarantee you the 99 ASVAB guy, this is how he lives his life. I live based on effectiveness in the real world. Effectiveness.
Yeah.
This is very effective. There's plenty of
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not
there are
effective.
plenty of demonstrable cases, but it's not going to be easy for you, right? You're not going to be able to do a piece of paperwork and shit's going to fucking
Mitchell,
be
I agree with you. Exactly.
You're
A lot of these
you're gonna
people
catch shit. You're gonna
Yes.
catch a lot of shit, especially
Absolutely.
right now. And that's why I'm saying,
Yeah.
you know, not that
But you
it's
don't need to tell me
dishonorable,
that. It's these other bozos who think they can just click their heels 3 times, say there's no place like home, and drive around without license plates.
but that's my point. There's no bad faith in what Paul is preaching in the fact
I never
that,
said there was, by the way.
I'm not saying you are. I'm trying
Yeah.
to make the point. Let me make the point first before you argue it. The point
Apologies.
is,
Go for it.
the point is, I don't think what Paul is saying is bad faith. At the same time, I don't think it's the appropriate solution because we don't have enforcement for what's right. You know, what
Exactly.
written law is
Exactly.
different than practice law. This shit's all
Yeah,
memorialized in law.
absolutely.
I'm not. It's not my interpretation of the law. It's the law's interpret. You know, it's the people.
Letter of the law.
Right. It's the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. And,
Yeah, I agree with you, by the way.
yeah, I figured you would. It's just I think that the main point is, you know, like for me, I took the middle ground. I got a driver. I went down to the DMV and applied for a driver's license for the trust, right? Because I used the trust name, my first name dash middle name colon last name comma beneficiary. So I not only did I use the trust name, but I established myself as the beneficiary as the trust. And so that way the trust has the driver's license, I don't. So if I get pulled over and they run the trust name, it comes back clear and valid, right? But they have no evidence if they ever wanted to pull me into a court of law and say, you are this a U.S. citizen because you are a state citizen or what. That's still not appropriate. You are a let's just say U.S. citizen for colloquial purposes, but you get the point that I'm trying to make. Is if you go down and get the driver's license as the beneficiary, then they don't have the ability to presume you are that trust.
I understand, but when you say the beneficiary of the trust, we don't know what you mean.
Yeah, well, actually, really, is that's you say that beneficiary, but you wrote down, with that hyphen colon thing there. Isn't that a not a signature, but a autograph?
It could be considered either. It depends on what your intent with it is, but I would consider it an autograph.
I would have went down the intent of the UCC 1-308.
I don't know all that. See that?
Yeah, but that basically it keeps you could just Google 1-308. It basically keeps your signature from being entered into any contracts. And basically, driver's license is being regulated by admiralty law.
Okay, right. My point that I'm trying to make is I don't use U.S. code for that. I can still do all rights reserved or whatever. There are a couple of different ways to go about it. You can do a V-C. There are many ways to skin a cat. You can still reserve your rights. The problem I have with what you just mentioned is, in my mind, I don't know if this is right or wrong, but this is what makes sense to me, is by citing their codes, then you're going into their jurisdiction. So what I'm saying is
you're not going into their jurisdiction if you're not being entered into a contract.
It's good to be aware of their codes just so that way you know what rules and regulations they are bound to, but those don't apply to you, nor do they give you any privileges or protections. That's because
Well, if you're in
here's the thing,
contract with them, it does. It
no,
applies to you.
they made those rules and they can change them at any time. So the point is, if you're citing their rules and regulations for your protection, then you're entering into that jurisdiction and you're speaking their language, right? So the point that I'm really trying to get at is you can say the same thing without citing the code that binds them. You know, the U.S. code doesn't apply to you. It doesn't provide you any protection or anything like that. Those are their rules that they're bound to follow, right? So
Yeah.
if you're looking for protection,
Well,
from their rules, they can change that game.
Can I tell you my backup at this time, if it ever comes down to it at some FEMA camp or something? That contract that I signed, that license, is null and void simply because it was fully not disclosed to me.
Yeah, but you have to have clean hands. You can't say that and then go down and get another driver's license.
What do you mean? I'm saying this is in a time where driver's license ain't gonna matter, man.
You cannot willingly enter into contracts knowing that they're fraudulent in good faith. You can't do that in good faith.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like, so people say there's no statute of limitations for fraud. Well, there is once you realize the fraud, right? So
well, you did the same thing I did. So I mean, really,
two wrongs don't make a right.
I know. Exactly. You got it right, man. Hey.
Well, but if a man is going to live righteously, he's necessarily engaging with an enemy based on being at a disadvantage, because the enemy is going to behave non-righteously.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I chose to take my middle ground as getting the driver's license and getting tags on my vehicle, but as the beneficiary. And then I don't claim that they're mine. I don't say I have a driver's license. Every now and then I catch myself, but I think it's important to realize I don't have a driver's license, right? I don't need one. Me as the living spirit, the man, doesn't need that. It's not required for me. Now I could get it and operate in commerce, right? But the reason why I get it is to avoid persecution. So it's kind of a cop-out, cowardice, whatever you want to call it, easy way out. But at the same time, I until we have a system in place that enforces what's right, the lawful side of things versus the legal side of things, I think it's the most appropriate thing to do. So
yeah, well, you know what I've found, that actually my driver's license there, that's the first time I really had to sign my signature in like 14 years.
My driver's license. Yeah,
so
it's not your driver's license.
I've built a world that them things really don't matter to me. And even, even though the last time I went to court for driver's license was 2017. I just got my driver's license last December, I think. And basically, or November. And basically, I never got pulled over. They just quit fucking with me. I still live in the same town. They just quit fucking with me. Well, so I think there's something to be said to just standing your ground.
I don't know about that. I couldn't endorse that idea. It just
endorse what? What's the idea you think I'm putting across? Living peacefully with the system? So tell me, so if you take the thing of being a sovereign and a responsible person or a responsible human, why would you be in court? ever. You know, if we live by the golden rules, shit. Chances are we'll never be in there. You got to be wiser than the serpent. You know, I smoke herbs, but I don't drive around with the shit. They passed the law though, Ben, in Tennessee, where anybody could carry a gun if you don't have a felon.
There you
So I've
go.
been carrying a gun. Fuck it.
But see, we're already off to other. We're already off to other things.
I'm sorry, I figured out.
Well, no, you don't have to be. I mean, you don't have to be sorry, but it's just there's nothing for us to respond to.
Yeah, where do you want to go with it? You know, it's up to oneself is what I'm driving at. You know, everybody's got a different path. Just like Paul says, the solution for him may not be a solution for someone else, and a win for him may not be a win again for him.
Well, but I guess where I'm coming from is I know what Mitchell's talking about is effectiveness. And so I understand from observing Mitchell that if I listen to him, I will learn things that will improve my potential for effectiveness,
well,
which is really ultimately what I'm interested in. To be thorough
about this, Benton, the only thing that people that I've seen that's ever had full success with all this stuff.
Well, wait a minute. Define success. Define success. I don't know what you mean.
They don't go to court for traffic and violations. Okay, they have gone through the process of becoming American nationalists, similar to say like an Amish person. Okay, and so that's the only true success I've seen. Everybody else, I think it's going to burn them somewhere along the line, somewhere. You know. But you know, so if you don't go full, if you ain't all in, I don't think you're gonna have full success. Have you listened to Crow, right? Benton. Oh shit.
Am I not here?
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry.
I'm saying, what do you mean by full success? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, basically being unmolested by the government for petty things, and basically that's what most people are going to court for. All petty things, basically traffic violations and code infringements.
So if I'm not engaged in that, how can you tell me that I'm not going to experience full success under your definition?
Well, basically, so if you were going down the road and you were an American national, right? When you got pulled over, anything you say to that cop means absolutely nothing. You're going to get a ticket 90% of the time. But if you're an American national, you will hand them a card and he will freely let you go on your way, whether you're doing 95 or what.
Yeah, but I don't get tickets. That's kind of the point I'm making.
Yeah, well, neither do I. You know, I try not to, even though I'm in contract with the state. You see, and nationals are not bound by statutes. They're bound by laws.
But what does that have to do with me living my life? That's what I'm not understanding.
Well, it really don't. Like, that's what I say in the long run, Benton. Like I say, if you're a good man, you probably have no brush in with the law. So if it, you know, unless it's some stupid little thing, you know, like a traffic infringement or a code violation somewhere. So that's how they're milking the system. Like in this town, man, that courtroom's full every day. And there's a lot, everybody knows the process, I hope. I ain't going through it, but so the thing is, Benton, I can't really express these concepts too much myself, but like, believe me, I know them.
Well, that's fine and good, but what I'm saying is for me personally, my interest lies in what can I effectively do in the real world. That's what I'm interested in. Me,
What
I don't care what
do
y'all
for
do.
what?
Hey,
Yeah, but I mean, do
do
for what?
whatever you want.
From
I'm talking
whatever you
about.
want to be
I'm
free.
talking, I didn't say that. I'm talking about living my life.
Yeah, well, basically, I found shit. You can do whatever you want in this country. Put your mind to it. You know?
So, what does it matter if I choose to
You know this
identify my?
legal shit or not? Is that
Oh,
what
I
you
thought.
say?
No, I thought I
Go
was
ahead.
talking. I wasn't finished with my statement.
Okay, sorry.
See, I've noticed this phenomenon where there's a lot of people that are unable to listen, and they hear half of a sentence and they start talking. Well, that's the key.
Yeah,
That's
well,
how I know. But wait a minute. That's how I know the person has discontinued listening.
no, it's just that I've got you to that point and it needs clarifying to that point.
I
And it's
disagree.
easier to
I
carry on
disagree.
a
If
conversation.
I'm gonna end my sentence and give it back to you, why can't you hear the second half of the sentence?
Oh, well, if it's just a sentence, really, I didn't, hey, I'm
Yeah,
not
but
good.
I wasn't gonna
I'm not,
continue. I wasn't gonna filibuster for some long period of time. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I go on by myself and talk for hours. I don't need to have you here
I just didn't know
for
where you
hours.
were getting about, like, why would I want to do this? Or
Well,
what, and I didn't know what you meant
I
by
think
this.
it's a fear and a lack of trust that I'm going to say some things that are going to be threatening, versus just trust me to finish my sentence,
Oh,
because
okay, yeah.
I can't convey intelligent ideas in half a sentence. I'm not that skilled. I don't have that ability. I
Oh, well,
must be able.
right.
I must be able to say half a sentence and then tie in the second half of the sentence. I'm not smart enough to give you half a sentence and make a point. I'm not
Okay, can
smart
we
enough.
leave it here? Can we leave it here? I'll try better. Okay,
Well,
I'm sorry.
you're good. I'm just saying I've noticed that people do this to me. I say half a sentence and then they jump in, but it's like, well, don't you want to hear the other half of the sentence? Like I really don't think they want to hear it.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
they're
think that's the
waiting. I
point.
think they're waiting for
I
their turn
think,
to talk.
yeah, so I mean, I don't think that was the point at all. It's just when the first half sentence is going off in left field and you don't know where that's going,
No,
then
you're the
you're not
one that's
gonna.
going off in left field. I'm the one
Oh,
that's
yeah,
bringing it back to a point.
oh, hey, I'm sorry about that too, man. Jesus,
I don't mind that you're going off in left field, but
I'm
you
sorry.
can't then say that I'm going off in left field.
It's 4:04 in the morning. No, but I mean, I
I'm not
didn't
going off in
understand.
left
I
field.
didn't understand where you started from. In other words, so I'm just sorry. I didn't
Well,
understand.
yeah, I was going to help you get to that.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm talking about how I choose to live my life effectively without getting fucked with. That's what I'm talking about.
Fucked with by who?
The people who will fuck with me.
Who's that? You got to clarify.
That's a lot of people. One would be the jackbooted oppressor thugs.
Well, then you better realize that you'll always be under their fucking hand. There's nothing you can change about it. Okay?
Then
They're
why are we
fucking
even
trained
talking about
killers.
all this stuff? Then why even have these discussions then?
Well, basically, it doesn't hurt to know. So when you start knowing these things, right? When you can bring the timeline together in your brain, then your response can take off where any question someone's asked to you. So from that point on.
But why do I need to answer people's questions? Like, how does that benefit my life?
Well, that's only if you were getting molested by some power tripping cop or something. Now, if it's public, then you deal with that differently. Or I mean, but if it was private, you deal with that differently. But if you're worried about living a life without very little trouble, I suggest you do what I try to do. I try to live for the Creator, and I don't have much trouble. That's like, people fighting and I have this neighbor, and he's all into road rage, and he'll attract these road ragers in his life. I drive on the road every day. No one rages with me. So I think people attract these things that they are in their lives.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I would like to be able to have interesting conversations around legal topics, but it just doesn't seem to be possible.
Yeah, well, because it's a broad topic for one, Benton, and quite frankly, not everybody, you know, has they've heard so much scatter. So if you've ever been to college or something, or say even a job where you had to learn prints or something, then you realize that even with learning, there's a foundation. And so, a little bit of truth will just get you hurt.
Well, I want to say this. I think the proof is in the pudding. If somebody has a spotless record criminally and can pass a background check, then that's where we can start from. Because that's me. I've made it 47 years, and there's nothing on my record.
Well, I'm 53. I've had lots of charges. I'm not a felon, but I mean, and I had the charges expunged, whatever that means,
Well, if it's not on your record, it's not on your record.
Misdemeanors,
If it's not on your record, it's not on your record.
Yeah. I always wondered. I wish I could find a way to check that out. But yeah.
I mean, am I lucky? Am I lucky, or is it a coincidence that I'm here with an unblemished record?
Yeah, you know what's crazy, Benton? So, like, let me tell you a wild story in life.
Sure.
That'll make a man out of you. So, one time I built this house around these people's trailer, right? And I added a huge, I'm talking 40-foot add-on. And literally on one side of the trailer, I put all the windows and the sliding glass doors through the walls, the exterior of the house. And on the other side of the house, I totally, built a regular house and finished it all up. And the guy had paid me every time. And then one time, towards the end of the job, after I was all done, he didn't pay me. He owed me about $1,400. And my phone ran out of. This was way back in 2008 or something. So basically, my phone ran out of minutes. So I had to drive all the way out in the country to this guy's house, and he wasn't there. And I look in the door, and there's all this new furniture. And I said, "Can I use your phone?" And I called him on the phone, and I said, "Geez, Randy, I don't have the money to take you to court, but I will kick your ass for that much money, And so I went outside and I was packing up my tools, and he had a strange girlfriend there, and basically, and I did all kinds of shit for her. I even watched her so-called troubled grandson 2 or 3 days, babysitted a kid while I was working, and I had workers working for me on the job site. So, but anyway, she was looking over me while I was packing my tools up. And I said, "Well, what's your problem?" And she goes, "Well, I'm just making sure that you just take what's yours and that's it." And I said, "Bitch, I've had the keys to your house for over 30 days. If I was a thief, I would have took something, right? Because I don't believe in stealing. So even if someone owes you money, I don't believe in 2 wrongs make a right. So I won't take someone's stuff. The only way I deal with money is either we'll fight for it if it's a man. If it's a girl or an old lady, they get it for free, and they got to deal with God." But anyway, so I'm not kidding you, Benton. And so I carried a gun for 12 years legally. I had a permit for like 13 states. And these guys knew I carried a gun, but I never pulled it out. They never seen my gun. And this lady, I swear to God, Benton, claimed that I held a gun to her head. And as God is my witness, she never even seen my gun. So I went to court. I first had $100,000 bail. And that's where God came in the first time. I got OR'd. I didn't pay a dime in bail. They let me out. But it took over 2 years to get that thrown out. 2 years of my time fretting, going to court every 30, 60 days over a complete lie. I never once got to tell my story except to the lawyer, I think. But I did get the victory.
Yeah, that's something.
And so there's a lot of things I learned from it. You know, one is, you know, I don't, you know, I never really flaunted my gun before, but, you know, I just, you know, now if I work out of town, I'll carry a set of handcuffs and a pair and a nightstick. So I don't want to kill no one. But, you know, it's a dangerous world out there.
Sure, yeah.
You know? But yeah, I've had people rip me off. I've had old ladies rip me off, man, for more than 1,400. And I just say, I let God deal with it.
There you go.
And I ain't gonna lie to you, usually it brings back killer karma. That's another thing too I found, Benton, too. When someone misjudges you, right? I found that it'll bring you blessings.
Well, there you go.
You know, if someone mischaracterizes you or something, you know. But
Sure, yeah.
But I just think, you know, this law and stuff, you know, really, Ben, I don't want to. I think the best bet is to peaceful non-compliance with it all. Because I still have a conviction as a Christian, where does the actual rubber meet the road between living in the world and not of it? Because Christians, geez, we do everything all the secular world does, you know?
Yeah, but people, I don't think people are Christians. I just don't believe that.
Yeah.
If people are Christians and the Bible says the whole world lieth in wickedness, why do people think that it's possible to get together in consensus and create systems and governments of man that work for the people? It seems to me like, based on the Bible, that shit ain't possible.
Well, yeah, but Ben, you got to realize a modern civilization, the freedom and the laws, the Constitution on this land and over there came from the ideas of the Bible, all of it. And some would even
And the Bible says the whole world lieth in wickedness.
Absolutely, and it
So
also
why
says
would I expect a non-wicked government?
Yes,
that makes no sense. But I've got people who want to talk about they're Christians, but then they want to talk about we're going to reform the system and make things work. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not going to happen.
Yeah, so I'm in nowhere in there. So I don't believe in any left or right paradigm. I don't follow either side. I'm aware of what's going on, but I don't participate at all. See, to me, dude, there's like, so, you know, it's like part of the Bible, and not to get out of too religious here, but basically, it's like you realize through time, if you realize why them stories are written, it tends to mean something to you. When you start seeing the truth in it.
I understand what you're saying. I guess what I find a problem, and this is what I titled this "Breaking Through the BS." I think it's bullshit that people like Mitchell think that human beings are going to work together and reform all of this and create systems of man that work for the people. That shit is not going to happen.
Absolutely, and to me, they obviously didn't read the end of the book, because there's no stopping this, Benton.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
Absolutely right. There's no turning back.
Again, now we're back to how can Benton live his life effectively and be left the fuck alone to the maximum extent, which, by the way, I know how to do and I practice in my own life. But that, if anybody else thinks, well, now I got to not have a driver's license and this and that, that's their opinion. I don't really give a fuck what they think about it.
I didn't say that. You know?
No, not you. No. They said that. They say that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, obviously, to me, Brett, that you live you know about something because you don't have much trouble in life. And so
Well, I
believe,
create a lot of trouble for myself, but I don't have a lot of trouble with the authorities. But the part of that is that I do end up submitting to their authority, whether I want to or not. I fight authority. Authority always wins. That's a real thing.
yeah,
I do fight authority, and it does win. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. I'm very defiant and rebellious by nature.
yeah, me too.
I finally just had to decide within myself to stop talking shit to the cops. I used to talk a lot of shit to the cops. I finally realized this is not serving me. I'm not getting anywhere with this.
Yeah.
So I'm no longer, I now submit to their authority. But does that make me a slave? I think it does in certain instances. But we're sort
It
of
makes you intelligent, Benton.
What's that?
And it makes you intelligent and in touch with reality. Because
Yeah.
the fact of the matter that all these people don't realize that these cops are trained killers and they know nothing about the law. And
Well,
you're not
I don't think they care about the law. I don't think that's their concern.
Yeah, I don't either, really. That's turned into a debacle too, you know. I think they've overstepped their boundaries by far.
Well, but if the people allow them to, some would say then that's appropriate because the people are voting with their actions by allowing jackbooted oppressor thugs to run roughshod over the people.
Yeah.
Because some people just take matters into their own hands, and I'm not calling for that, but it does happen. It is something that occurs. I'm not calling for it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to participate.
What do you mean by matters in your own hands?
There's events in the news where certain jackbooted oppressor thugs are here one day and gone the next. That does happen. I'm not calling for that, and I'm not saying that should happen. I'm saying it does happen.
Yeah. Well,
but
it's
I'm
kind
saying,
of like,
well, but forget about that. Overall, the populace tolerates this nonsense.
yeah, and so that's where I'm at with my family and stuff. That's what I try to tell them. They're always saying, why would you talk about this? Because they can't grip it. They first think, oh, you want something for free. You know what I mean?
But what can we understand psychologically? Why do they react that way? I can tell you exactly why they react that way.
Why is that?
Because when you speak on these topics, you're holding up a mirror to them and their behavior. And ultimately, they are wholly self-interested. So when you shine a light on what they're doing, they must discredit you because they want to go back to living in a state of delusion and denial based on their own self-interest. That's how psychologically it works.
Yeah, and so that's all you could do. So basically, that's where the God thing comes in. I could only hope that I could say a phrase or something that they could understand. Because, years ago, Benton, say about the Christmas debacle and stuff with, the Bible. I knew about that stuff 19, 20 years ago. I've known about Easter for that long. And I've kept to myself. I don't rain on no one's parade. I've never dissed any church, but with my family, I tell them how I feel.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Because that's the way I feel, and I love them. I love God, and so I want to be real. I don't want to pay homage to a pagan goddess named Ishtar.
Well, I can tell you where I'm at and all the stuff I believe in conspiracies. I've told them about that stuff enough. They understand what I believe. They know what I think. There's really no reason to continue to bring it up. It doesn't help anything for me in my life.
So, no, I don't. That's the great thing is, but it comes up later on in life.
Of course,
you know what I mean. And they see it different because they've had something to mull over for years of how I would respond.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
And so they start seeing a little bit from your side, like when you say you don't always talk about it, because really families have this bond, and I, I don't get to spend a lot of time with my family, but you know,
Yeah. But all the more reason not to talk about crazy conspiracy shit in that limited time.
oh, and I don't, I really don't. You know, I'm talking like on a road trip. You know, I go down to Alabama like a couple times a year to my sisters to watch her dogs and stuff, and basically, you know, on the trip and stuff. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
they're always grilling me. They actually grill me, and at first I come up.
Yeah.
They started. You know what I mean? They're the ones that
course they
talked me
do.
into getting my driver's license, Benton. And I got my driver's license really not for my behalf or anything. I did it for love for them so they wouldn't worry about me. Because, you know, I'd be driving their Beamer and their fucking Jeep and shit. You know? So it was only fair I should get a driver's license, you know?
Yeah, but again, who cares? I mean, who cares?
Yeah, well, the crazy thing is, Benton, they didn't care when I didn't have it. They knew that I would fully take responsibilities for my choices. I made that paramount for all of them to understand. My mom, I don't want them worrying about that.
Well, but can I give you here? But I want to give you an example from my own life. When I was doing my podcast and I was losing my mind over all the changes in society over the last several years, there was this CDC put out a comic book about a literal zombie apocalypse. And I showed it to my mom, and she really wasn't able to interact with it or interface with it. And then I shit you not, like a year and a half later, she's telling me about the zombie comic book, going, "Can you believe that?"
No
This
shit.
clown world, man. But here's
Right.
the point I'm. But here's the
Cool.
point I'm making.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is, by the time I got to that point in the conversation, a year and a half later with my mom, she had been afflicted with the bioweapon attack. Her mind had been all fucked up as a result. I just want to spend a little bit of quality time with my mom, and I'm just like, yeah, there you go. That's interesting. Can you believe that? I just agreed with her. And then a few minutes later, I'm like, hey, you probably don't remember, but I actually brought that up to you like a year ago. And then we just had a good laugh and moved on with our lives. I mean, ultimately, who cares?
Yeah, and that's the stance I take. My mom's like 72, and after she took the bioweapon too, and
No. My mom didn't take a bioweapon. The government attacked her with a bioweapon and tried to kill her. She didn't take an injection, sir. No,
really?
she was attacked with a bioweapon, and they sent her to a hospital that tried to hook her up to a machine to kill her. She's still alive.
Yeah,
She's still alive.
So then that's your stance on the video. That you think it's a bioweapon that was created?
100%.
Yeah.
Nobody. She didn't take an injection. She was attacked with a bioweapon.
Yeah.
Two very different things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really. Here's the thing is, Benton, I've never thought that I was that intelligent to figure it out to say for sure what it was. I think it was just a natural cold myself.
Well, but sometimes, but wait a minute. We're not talking about one thing.
Yeah.
When it first came out, it was a cold. I got that Delta, baby. That was not a cold. I had that Delta, homie.
Yeah, I did too.
We're talking about different things.
Yeah, I know. You're talking Event 201, Wuhan, China.
No, I'm talking about different forms of a bioweapon attack. When you say, oh, it's just a cold, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, really? Okay. I don't know what you're talking about then. I'm sorry.
I'm talking about a serious motherfucking illness.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with a cold. I don't get sick, by the way. I have a very strong immune system. I almost never get sick.
See, Benton, when I say the word bioweapon, right?
Yeah.
If there was a bioweapon deployed, me and everybody standing around me would be affected. not just one or the other.
And that's
Everybody.
what happened when I got it. Every single person I knew got it all at the same time in the same area.
Oh wow, yeah, wow, that's crazy.
All of us all got seriously ill simultaneously in the same physical area. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I could see how that leads you to believe that then. Yeah, so it just didn't. I didn't have that same experience with it, but you know,
yeah, I did. That's what I'm saying. I had that experience.
I had a pretty good flu going on there, and then right before the fucking thing, and so right before the thing, as a matter of fact, I was tuning in January with Richie from Boston there with when he called out some fucking shit coming on. Just because MIT created.
But fuck Richie from Boston. Who cares? I don't care about Richie from Boston. Fuck him. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. You know, I've been on these streets. You know, I don't watch his shit. We don't even do videos, or it's just the place I was. You know what I mean? It's like I don't have a TV. So
it's all fun and games until your mom becomes deathly ill and they try to hook her up to a machine that would have killed her.
Yeah.
Period. She would have died if she'd gone on a ventilator. There's no question about it. No 67-year-old woman goes on a ventilator and comes off a ventilator. It's not a thing. It does not happen.
Yeah, no kidding.
Some men do. 0 67-year-old women go on ventilators and come off ventilators. It's not a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so something's up, you know, obviously. That's why, you know, I don't trust the medical establishment. You know? I mean, for God's sakes, they chose to have a spear Hermes. You know, Hermes staff, you know what I mean?
Well, but then I'm ill and people want me to go to the doctors. I'm like, how can we be truthers, so-called, and understand how nightmarish and horrific the medical system is? And literally, I got those same people telling me to go to the medical system. That's insane. That's literal insanity. That's literal insanity.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you could just go get a diagnosis. Why? For what? What good is that going to do? It's not going to do any good. I don't need a diagnosis. I know what the fuck I got.
Yeah, well, that's like me. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I don't need no one to tell me.
We're all going to die.
That's right. Praise God we lived this long, man. Shit.
Dude, most of these people are still in a fantasy land where they truly believe they will never die. They really believe this is forever. They believe that.
Yeah, well, see, that's one of the tricks of Satan, man. He wants everybody to live on.
Yeah, I accepted my mortality a long fucking time ago.
Yeah. But I'm with you. There's no change to this, you know? It's on a path that it's progressed so bad that, you know.
Well, and people want to get into all this, you know. I think they overplay some of this stuff because, dude, when I saw my mom by the way, it's a course of treatment. So my mom went to the hospital. She was just as sick as she was later on. They sent her home. They do that to everybody on purpose. They say, well, we need her oxygen levels to get down low enough so we can hook her up to a ventilator. So she shows up at the hospital. Instead of helping her, they send her home. They know what they're doing. It's intentional. They literally attempted to kill her. That cannot be debated. So why in the world would I go to a system that will attempt to kill probably the most important person to me, my mother? That's insane. Yeah, that's insane. I would be on dialysis by now if I had went to the medical system. I would literally be on dialysis.
You ought to be telling the truth about something. So I lost like a surrogate mother of mine, one of my best friends, the same exact way you're describing.
Yeah.
And literally, they sent her home, and I think the hospice killed. I had no proof. I had no way of proving anything.
All hospice is somebody's ill enough and then eventually they just give them an overdose of opiates and they die. That's what hospice
And
is.
that's pretty much what they did. Yes.
That is what they do. That's what hospice is. That's what it is. They did it to my grandfather. I'm not having that done to me.
You know what?
I'll go off in the woods somewhere and die on my own before I let them hook me up, before I let them put me in hospice, keep me comfortable, and then OD me on opiates. Fuck that.
Yeah, and you know it's sad, Benton. This is really sad too, man. But so I I saw her about 4 days before she died, and she drove all the way up here with her daughter from Chattanooga to see me. And I told her when the hospice come in, and she said they had her drug. I said, well, at this point, you're gonna have to trust them. And you know, she knew that that's not a normal response of mine because I was always open with her for these things. And I feel bad because she kind of said, like you said, like, well, why would I trust the thing if we're, you know, she knew that that was an odd response for me to say that. But I had nothing. I wanted to comfort her. I couldn't help her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, my mom, when she went to the hospital the second time, I took one look at her. I'm laying on the couch, sick as a dog, and I got a broken foot. And I'm like, well, shit, she's either going to die or she's not. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it at that point. I was literally fighting for my own shit, man. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I love my mom. I hope she doesn't die, but fuck, dude. I mean, shit was real then, man. And thank God she came out of it, but there's literally nothing I could do. Nothing. When I can't do anything, what's there to? Yeah, I had feelings about it, but so what? Like, what's it fucking matter? It's just a feeling, man. Like, yeah, we all love our people, but fuck, there's nothing I can do about it.
She's still kicking, right?
Yeah, but her mind's not what it used to be. I did a podcast with her. I played the podcast on my channel recently, and people were like impressed with how she communicates and understands ideas. And they're like, "Hey, you should get her back on here." And I'm like, "Man, the thing fucked her head all up. Maybe she'll come back. I don't know, but she's all fucked up in the head over it."
Yeah, last year, so after the shot and stuff, my mom never got the COVID or nothing. But anyway, she fell down and she about lost her mind on that one. She didn't know where she's at or nothing. She laid there for so damn long. And so I had to go down and stay with her for about a week or so, as much as I could. And my sister did a lot. But anyway, and then she fell down. She came back to her mind. I mean, and so like, here's where I stand, Benton. You know, I love my mom dearly, and I'm no doctor, and I'm against doctors, but I don't want to scare her or take, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, but so I put my faith in God so much because, you know, and so, you know, she's also a 2-time cancer survivor. And so my sisters both of my sisters are cancer survivors. And so, you know, right now, anyway, after that, Benton, she fell down, broke her shoulder. Well, she didn't even call and tell no one. She just waited 2 days before she even told someone.
Yeah.
Well, now she's got a fake shoulder. They replaced her shoulder, and she's been up and about. And God love her, holy.
There you go.
You know, so, but you know, even my sister, you know, my sister will drive up from Alabama and take her to a freaking hospital thing, you know, or, you know, PT on her arm there. And basically, you know, at some point, my sister's got to realize, you know, that there ain't much she can do.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have a cool family. My brother, he's your age, or he's 48. He's in prison. He gets out in September. But you know, they're good people, man. You know, I guess I'm leery, man. It's fucking 4:30 in the morning, dude. I'm probably a little bit delirious.
It happens.
Yeah, I've been smoking too much weed lately.
I like weed, man, but it's good to not. It's good to be off of it some of the time. I found.
Yeah, I do, you know, and I limit it, you know. I only, you
No,
know,
I'm talking about off of it,
yeah.
dude.
Oh, I
You
do,
can't,
you know.
dude. I can smoke. I have a very high tolerance, man. I can smoke all day, every day. No fucking problem. No fucking problem.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's good to be off of it some of the time. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I did last September. I did 35 days off.
Yeah. Because anybody who says it doesn't have effects on their cognition is fooling themselves. It absolutely does.
Yeah. Hey, I not to change the subject, but I heard you did the 12-day fast.
Well, that was a different thing, but I did 17 days on the master cleanse one time.
Oh, what's the master cleanse? What do you do with that?
No solid food. You drink lemon juice, maple syrup, and cayenne, like cayenne powder. No
Wow.
solid food. Yeah, I did 17 days on that. I don't recommend any of this, by the way. I think in the modern system, I don't think anybody. I would never suggest anybody fast beyond 72 hours. Because I definitely think some of this cleansing I've done contributed to my health issues with my digestion.
Well, I think, you know, so I've done 10 days a couple of times, you know,
Yeah.
and I think any man or anybody should try to experience that because, you know, and see how residual the human body is and stuff, you know.
Well, the problem is for most people, they can really fuck up the transition back to food. That's the problem. See, I bungled my transition back to regular food, and that can make somebody very ill.
Yeah.
So if somebody fasts for 72 hours, they can't fuck themselves when they go back to regular food. It's not long enough to cause the body to possibly get sick. Because the fact is, not eating for prolonged periods of time, depending on how one breaks the fast, they can absolutely fuck up themselves. There's no question about it. It's very possible.
Oh, wow. I never really didn't put much to that. Yeah.
Oh, it's a real thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So don't eat for 72 hours. You can go right back to eating whatever you want, and it's not going to fuck up your body. You don't eat for 12 days, and you have to be specific and conscious of how you go back to food, or you'll get sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is all the McDonald's going to do to your organs? Because the fact is, on a prolonged fast, the body will then start to get rid of a lot of these toxins. And some people don't even believe that there's such a thing as toxins in your body. They don't even think it's a thing. They don't think that's possible, some people. The fact is, toxins store in your body puts the toxins into the fat cells. So now if you don't eat for a prolonged period of time, some of that stuff is released into the bloodstream. Now, if you have normal, healthy organs, your body can deal with that. What if your organs are not healthy? There's a lot to consider.
Yeah, I never really thought of it that way when I went into it.
You just did it. And I was very ill. I had no appetite this last time I fasted. I wasn't even really intending to fast. I was just so sick, it was pretty much like what I needed to do.
Yeah, well, so, like, even with the fast button, I didn't fast for health reasons or nothing like that.
Yeah.
I fasted for spiritual reasons, you know?
Oh, I get it.
You know what I mean? That's what I wanted answers. I wanted to grow, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't know how, but how would you not know if you didn't try something different?
Oh, I agree with fasting. I'm just saying, with the modern, with the chemicals in the modern food system, I don't think it's a good idea to go beyond 72 hours. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Because the fact is, I don't care what any of these people say. Almost everybody's ending up at the fast food drive-thru at some point during the week. Period.
Yeah, I'm a Kentucky Fried Chicken man. Hot
That's what I'm
spicy
saying.
chicken. Yeah.
So these people want to come on here and debate all these different lifestyles and diets, but the reality is 9 out of 10 of them are in the fast food drive-thru at some point during the week. Period.
Oh, absolutely. You know? And so that's the thing is, Benton, you know, so like so a righteous person would try to live their life somehow not without hypocrisy.
Well, but that's not, I mean, we're all hypocrites. I don't care who it is. You can't show me one person who's not a hypocrite at the level of their behavior.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we are to a point, but if we're called on a play, it's like one time I worked there last fall, I said, yes, smart means hurt or cause injury. I was telling him that. And so he goes, which do you want, the life water or the smart water? And I said, I don't care, the smart water. And he looked at me and he goes, really? Is that what you want? And I said, no, just give me the life water. You know, sometimes we just don't think about it. You know what I mean?
But I do think about it. That's the thing is, just because other people don't, I do.
Oh, absolutely. I do. That's why God blesses me, dude. See, that's why I think where the blessings flow. It's not in all these little things that we think we do that enhances our life. Blessings flow is when your life comes in line with what the Creator intended. You know what I mean?
But I think this food thing is important because I think a lot of these people, they go on the internet and they preach these different diets and lifestyles and they try to act like they live some type of way. And then I think they go into a fugue state and they end up in the Taco Bell drive-thru. So like, why are they lying to themselves at the level of fast food? But then they want to come on here and talk as if they don't go to fast food on a regular basis. I don't understand it. Like they literally do that.
Yeah, so, you know.
So why not just own the fact that they go to fast food? Because nobody gets online cred at the level of veganism or, oh, I'm a fucking carnivore or I'm this or I'm that. How about just cut out the bullshit processed foods and see what happens to your health? How about that?
Yeah.
Because carnivore is great, but the major effect is that people get off of processed foods. That's where the benefit is. And meat has nutrition in it. But if somebody only eats meat and eggs for 15 years, that may not be the ideal diet for a 15-year period.
Yeah, well, I eat very strange. I eat about 90% meat.
Well, that's great. I've done similar things before, but that doesn't mean vegetables make you sick, though.
Yeah, I don't eat much vegetables. I mean, on a consistent basis. You know what I mean? Like every week. Yeah.
So what if somebody doesn't prepare their own meals and they go to the restaurant and they buy vegetables prepared for them? It's not the vegetables making them sick. It's whatever the vegetables were cooked in.
Yeah, well, then you got the whatever.
All of it. If somebody says, "Hey, eat healthy," and I say, "What's a healthy food? What's a healthy snack?" They say, "Go get some nuts." And then I go to the gas station and I buy cashews. Guess what? They're fried in peanut oil.
Oh yeah.
So you took something that started out healthy and you made it unhealthy by the way it was prepared. And then the average person comes back and says, "Hey man, I thought you said this was good for me." And then I say, "Well, I forgot to tell you that the peanut oil ruins it." And then they just throw their hands up and they go back to the Taco Bell drive-thru. And can you blame them?
Yeah. You want to know something crazy? So
go ahead.
Right around before Christmas there, I was putting the floor into my mom's house and I was checking because she checks her blood pressure every day. And I was checking mine. It was coming a little hot. And you know, probably because of stress and shit. But anyway, one of the things that they say to increase mild hypertension is to eat lots of almonds.
Yeah.
Well, in January, I'd be damned, Brenton, if someone didn't give me a freaking 4-pound bag of shucked almonds.
There you
And
go.
so I just eat a handful a day.
Yeah.
They're not in peanut oil. They're pretty. It's just plain almonds, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Raw almonds.
yeah, and they're not my favorite nut either. But you know, so I'm like forcing myself to eat it because hey, I got it, and it might help the issue.
Yeah.
But I got a funny story to tell you. You ever heard of the honey or the cinnamon in the honey?
No.
Well, basically, I heard it's good for cardiovascular and all kinds of stuff, right? So I made a batch one time, and I get stoned, and I had a spoonful because normally cinnamon you can't eat, but
Yeah.
that honey, God, it was good. And I only ate about 5 or 6 spoonfuls. But man, about 15 minutes later, dude, my face was beet red. I was
Yeah.
like, damn, can you OD on cinnamon? And sure enough, you can.
Well, and real quick, there's 2 types of cinnamon.
I didn't know that.
Yep. See, I've researched all of this, and I'm not trying to be a know-it-all, but dude, there's so much to know. And there's literally, when somebody says cinnamon, there's literally 2 different things that can mean. And they're not the same thing at all.
Oh, wow. I did not
So
know
I
that.
don't know what you took. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This stuff gets real, and that's where we get into the details. And I think this ties in with what we were talking about with Mitchell, is that this stuff gets so complicated and convoluted that it's just not reasonable to expect. And he didn't say this, I'm saying it. It's too much to expect the average person to keep track of all this.
I agree. And you know what? I come down to this. That was this interesting thing. If it looks like it, it's probably good for it. So, like, celery is good for your bones. Walnuts are good for your brain.
Well, let me give you an example, though. If we're in touch with our bodies, if you have a lacking in something, your body will crave that thing.
Oh, absolutely. I'll get on that. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
So if somebody's craving a particular type of junk food, probably there's something their body's lacking, and there's tiny little amounts of that thing, and it's trying to get it. But really, if the person could figure out what they're lacking and go to the actual source, they wouldn't have. I don't crave junk food at all. I have no junk food craving. But if I was engaged in regularly consuming junk food, guess what? I would be craving junk food.
And I agree, because sometimes it's like that Kentucky Fried Chicken. To me that was like something. Normally I don't eat that way. I'll go to a Mexican or something that's not like fast food, right?
Yeah,
not Taco Bell.
Sure. Yeah.
But because where I live, there's all kinds of little eateries and stuff. And but basically, I'm starting to crave. I'll get the cravings for that damn Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich.
Yeah. Of course.
And so it's crazy. So I try to keep things in check. When you realize, when you're aware of what's happening.
But that's what I'm saying is people are so disconnected from their bodies and what they're putting in their mouth that they're just lost. Like you can't just tell them eat healthy. That doesn't even mean anything anymore. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, and that's what I see in all these facades. And it's basically because they don't care.
But if somebody does carnivore, that solves a lot of the problems, because now they're not eating processed, and now they're also getting actual nutrition. See, it's a 2 things. So that does improve their health in the short term. Of course it does.
Yeah.
How could it not?
Yeah, it's also the way you cook your food. Like you say, like I use an air fryer. I cook almost everything in an air fryer. That's the way I cook. Strains all the fat.
Yeah.
You know,
But fat's good for you.
yeah, absolutely. I like
We associate fat with being overweight.
yeah. Now I like cow's butter and stuff like that. You know, that's the only butter I eat is cow's butter.
Yeah, that's one of the best things you can put in your body is actual real butter.
Absolutely, yeah. And so, when I was a Boy Scout up north, we learned that. Like before you go to bed on a cold night, if you take a quarter stick of butter and put it in there, wow, you'd be sweating all night long. But if you didn't, you'd be cold,
Yeah, of course. What that does is slow down your digestion. So what you probably ate within an hour or two of bedtime, right? So that
Yeah.
all of that fat, what that does is it slows down your digestion. So you're digesting the carbohydrate over a longer period of time, and that's going to warm the body.
Yeah, well, you're digesting your fat. Yeah, well, basically, we'd put it in hot cocoa, too. That may have been something, too, but, I still do that once in a while here, I'll put a piece of butter in my coffee,
So the fact is, if these people are not getting proper nutrition, of course their brains don't work. How is somebody's brain going to work if they're not getting proper nutrition? It's not going to work right. Period.
Exactly, and they don't know. Have you ever heard? That potassium, sodium, blood brain level.
Of course, man. You're talking to a guy. Wait a minute. You're talking to a guy who has an illness where I have to manage all that.
Oh wow, great. Well, okay.
Bro, I can only have certain amounts of potassium or I get sick. But guess what? I also get sick if I don't get enough potassium. I get the hyper and I get the hypo both. I don't think y'all realize how wait a minute. I don't think y'all have any concept of how physically ill I am on a daily basis. I'm literally managing all this in real time. Literally.
I kind of figured you were going through a lot more than you were saying, really, Ben.
Because I don't think it's that interesting, and I don't want sympathy. Because what happens is when I bring it up, it's like people want to lament the fact that I'm in some kind of situation, but really it has nothing to do with me. It's again, now we're back to the mirror. We're holding up the mirror to their life, and it's like they just want me to shut the fuck up and say some words. Oh well, hey, just try this supplement and you'll be okay. Motherfucker, I'm on $200 a week of supplements. Literally. And I'm not calling you motherfucker.
Yeah, I know, I understand.
But these people really think they can tell me the ingredients to solve my fucking chronic illness. It's insanity. It's literal insanity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But it's because they want me to shut the fuck up so they can go back to not thinking about the fact that they're most likely mismanaging their own health, most likely. Now, it's not true across the board, but the fact is,
I did.
Go ahead.
So, like with my mom and stuff, and all her illnesses, the cancer and the stuff.
Yeah.
I chose out of love for her, not just to tell her any advice or anything like they're giving you. I chose to educate myself on it.
Yeah.
And then, if there's two things I talked my mom into that was good was the iodine and juicing.
Yes.
She juiced religiously for 2-3 years, and but she took a lot of over-the-counter medicines, Tylenols and shit. She's a workaholic, man, But I like to take the stance before I'd ever tell anybody anything to anybody.
Yeah.
It's like my neighbor, okay? For instance, I got this dear old man, and he's so tight to me, Benton. All I could do, I didn't even have it. We knew what hospital he was in. All I could do is secretly get on my knees and say, Lord, have mercy on me. You know what I mean? And him, but you know what I mean? And anyway, God love you, man. He made it out of the hospital. So, and they got him on these. So I did cholesterol lowering medicine. And so I'm an advocate against those fucking things. You know what I mean?
Of course.
They will kill old people.
Sure.
And so I don't like to tell people the thing. I just have time where, hey, man, let's look at some shit on the internet and just to think about it. Because a couple older people, I actually showed them shit. It said, I just left them there with my phone and said, hey, look at this. And I went and talked to another family man. And you know, they actively quit taking the shit. You know what I mean? On their own accord. And I think that's where education in these things. So we can't, you know, if you care enough about something, you will learn about it.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
And when people have it ignore things, right? That's where we get the word ignorance. Then basically it shows their lack of care.
Of course.
And so it kind of, it's an easy way of, I'd rather see people be hypocrite in a sense, Benton, than being ignorant. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but here's the thing is, but the thing is, here's where I start from. The number one restaurant in the country is McDonald's. Therefore, the masses of people literally don't care about their health.
Oh, no.
It's that simple. If people cared about their health across this nation, McDonald's could not be the number one restaurant. It's not possible.
Yeah. No kidding.
So, up and until McDonald's is not the number one restaurant, the masses don't give a flying fuck about their physical health. They literally don't care. Why should I?
Yeah.
Why should I care about their health if they don't care about it?
Yeah. You know, as of like I say, you know, everybody I know pretty much is conscious of their health. They don't, you know.
And everybody you know ends up in the McDonald's drive-thru at some point.
No, none of my friends or family does that. No.
None of your friends and family goes to a drive-thru.
Well, my neighbor does go to.
I don't believe you, sir. I don't believe you.
But my family, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. You know, my family, they're all against. We'd rather go to.
Okay,
I'd rather
well,
go sit down in a restaurant.
Wait a minute. When they go to the grocery store, do they come home with boxes of things like honey buns and ding dong and potato chips?
Even chips, you know.
Wait a minute. Yeah. If I go to your family and I go in their cupboard, you're telling me I will find no highly processed foods that are cooked in all kind of bullshit crazy oils. Is that what you're telling me?
I've told you, so like at my mom's whole pantry, of any of them items you suggested, you might find the chips.
Well, bam, that's horrible for us.
The same way with me. The only thing I don't eat, the only thing I eat in a box, because I don't eat nothing in a box or a can. The only thing I eat in a box is macaroni and cheese. Okay. And it's usually the generic brand of Walmart, you know?
Yeah, but you recognize that this is highly unusual compared to the general public, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, look, I go to my sister's house. You ain't going to find none of that stuff. They're all, I mean, but you got steaks, fish, potatoes, you know, nothing fast, nothing quick, you know?
Well, but you realize this is the vast minority of all people, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. It's everybody on their own thing, you know. You know, it's their own thing, you know. But that's why I say.
But what's it matter if your family doesn't participate? But I'm talking about the fact that the whole fucking country is eating McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see the relevance.
Well, basically, I'm just saying all you can do is change your world. You can't.
I'm not trying to change their world. I'm trying to point out that these bozos are running around talking as if they're living some type of way, but they're not living that way. That's what I'm pointing out.
Oh, Absolutely, Benton. You know, so like I see the hypocrisy. You know, people want to get out on me for smoking a cigarette while they're eating a freaking bacon sandwich. And so, you know, I don't get butthurt about people telling me things. And if they don't see the things to me, I think they're both equal, a cigarette and a freaking piece of bacon. You know what I mean? But but
Well, yeah.
basically, you know, all we can really do is try to live a life. You know, you know, like my sister is impressed onto her daughter and stuff, and they eat good too, and they eat better than I eat, Benton, because they got money. You know what I mean? To eat that healthy way of life. I don't. You know, I have to use Walmart.
All I'm saying is, how can somebody go to fast food and then tell me anything about my health? That's the point.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take advice from a three-fingered sawman either. You know, I wouldn't. You
Well,
know,
but
so
I'm
why
not.
would
Well,
anybody take advice?
I'm not taking it.
Yeah.
I'm saying, how come if somebody like likes my personality and likes to listen to me talk, when I reference my health issues, why do they then begin to dispense advice? There's a reason for that. It's because they want me to shut the fuck up so they don't have to deal with certain things that they're not dealing with. It's selfish, and that's fine, but leave me out of it. I should be able to say, yeah, I'm dying of chronic illness, so fucking what? It is what it is. Who cares? I don't really think it's that big of a deal. But these other people want me to, oh, we'll just do this. Oh, we'll do that. Blah, blah, blah. Have you tried this? Oh, this person has a channel and they talk about this. That has nothing to do with my organs not working.
Yeah. Well, I think you ought to give the people a benefit of the doubt, man. They just care, you know.
But they
try
don't
their
care. They
best.
care about themselves. They don't
Yeah.
care about, if they really cared about me, they would realize that Benton knows more about this than we do. He's doing everything in his power to minimize it. He's got it under control. He doesn't need, and it annoys the fuck out of him when we tell him to take apple pectin.
Well, that's weird. Yeah.
But then they literally go through they type on the computer and tell me what to take, and then they get in their car and they go through the fast food drive-through.
Yeah. So
what is
that's
this?
what I'm saying. So to me, Benton, one thing is before, you know how they say you don't go to the jeweler to get your car fixed, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of things with me, I don't. People everywhere I go, people want to give advice, but so I look at it two ways: is it sound advice, and it is the messenger sound. You know what I mean? Now, to see but I feel if someone really cared, they'd probably try to contact you on a more personal.
I think that's bullshit, though. I think to say if someone cares, they would behave in a specific way. I think that's bullshit.
You think it'd be bullshit to someone to say, you know, hey man.
I think that when you have a thought form of if this person cared, they would do X, Y, and Z. I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, so maybe I don't know where they're coming from, Benton, because
no, but that's an expectation. That's an expectation for somebody's behavior.
I've never felt the need to solve your problem.
What I'm saying is that as soon as we start thinking, if this person cares, they will do X, Y, and Z, I think that's bullshit.
Well, basically, I don't. I think that everything that we do starts with caring. No matter if you're taking out the trash or researching something.
Yeah.
You know, you have to care about it first. And when you care enough about it, you'll learn about it. And when you learn enough about it, you'll practice what you learned. But it all starts with caring. And it all starts, Benton, with those who dare to care.
But what I'm talking about is having specific expectations at the level of human behavior based on the notion of if they cared.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. That's nuts.
Yeah, well, see, that's the way I think of things. So, say if I had a dire illness, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel the need to. I know my family would care and stuff, but uh, I don't know. I wouldn't feel the need. I'd feel that I don't know.
I don't expect anything out of my family, but I have to be very strict with them and be like, hey, man, like, don't you, like, especially my dad, if I mention anything about my health, he goes into a process of lamenting the fact that I'm ill. And I'm like, hey, man, can you just accept that this is how things are? I'm managing it as best as I can. Can we just
What do you mean by
accept that this is how it is?
lamenting the fact that you're ill, saying it's something you're doing wrong?
No, a lament where now he has to go through an emotional process in the moment of his whole, it becomes about him in the moment. His emotions take over everything. And now it has nothing to do with me as a human. Now it's, oh, I'm Larry Benton and I've got a son who's ill. It has nothing to do with me as a human at that point. That's a lament. He's lamenting his own situation.
Yeah, but it's like this, Benton. So be it not to make light of your illness, okay? But like I've known people that were hypochondriac. They thought they had an illness.
I understand, and that has nothing to do with me.
No, I know, and I'm not implying that. Okay, but what I'm saying is that we don't even know. No one would even know you were ill unless you said you were ill.
Of course.
You know.
Absolutely.
And so, unless it's on subject, if it was subject, coming up about health and this and, daily how I feel, well, I'm not really feeling good today.
Well, but here's the point I'm making. Most people, when they have an illness like I have, that literally becomes their self-identity. And it becomes their interface into all of their interactions. I'm not that way. This is just, it's something that's happening.
Yeah.
That's it. It's an aspect of what I'm going through. It's not my identity. It's not, oh, I'm, as a person with this condition, fuck all that.
Yeah.
But I understand that there's people with hypochondria. I have no history of that.
Yeah, but so
I get it. I get that. But that doesn't then transfer.
I know, but outside looking in, Benton, people also, their appeal to authority. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And so, but like, say like if you had a girl, right, and would you let her try to help you? You know what I mean, or doctor you or something?
The fact is, I'm more qualified than anybody who can speak to me about these matters. And furthermore, I have access to how I feel. So I have more complete information than them. And I've studied the material to a greater degree than they have. Let's make a test about nutrition and supplements. And I will probably make the highest score on the written test out of everybody here.
Oh, wow.
Literally. I know more about this than the people who are trying to tell me about it, and I have access to my own physicality. I know how I feel. They don't. So what are they going to tell me about it?
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing, I guess, And
so the fact that they feel like they need to tell me about it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with them.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, if you come out and said that every time where you just said it there, they probably wouldn't. You know what I mean?
Oh, I've said it several times, but I'm interested in the part of human nature where we want to try to intervene on somebody else, but we don't intervene in our own life.
Yeah, but that's a crazy thing, Benton. I deal with that every day because I'm a problem solver. I solve people's problems. And and I enjoy it, yet it does get annoying. And yet you know, I live very humble, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I could charge a lot more money for things I do and stuff, and I just, so I think it just makes it fucked up when you want money. But basically, so I'm so tired. I don't know where I was going with this.
Well, but here's what the point I'm making is, so when I finally came to realize just exactly what was wrong with my health, I realized, okay, I can never eat foods like the majority of people eat on a regular basis. And the fact is, most people could never just choose to stop eating those foods. I was able to just stop eating those foods. Why is that? It's because I'm different than the rest of the people. Ah, we lost Mr. Miyagi. I guess he had to go to sleep. Shout out to the chat. So when I started studying these health issues, chronic pancreatitis, and specifically when I started reading the material that's online, what I quickly realized is that, there is no course of treatment for the actual underlying cause. But at the same time, the medical system is structured based on the idea that a person with chronic pancreatitis is literally unable to change their diet and their lifestyle, so that now they're going to be in constant abdominal pain because of what they choose to put in their body. So the solution to that is for the medical system to put them on pain management. Well, clearly, if I am able to change what I put in my body, and I demonstrated that, and how come I can do that and other people can't, by the way, then I don't have to worry about the fact that if other people will tell me to go to the doctor, and all the doctor's going to do is try to put me on pain management. Because, well, wait a minute, doc, I'm the 1 out of 1,000 people who can just never eat processed foods again. So these things that exacerbate my condition, I'm just never going to put them in my body literally for the rest of my life. But see, medicine is based on these people are going to they're going to continue to eat Snicker bars, and they're going to continue to go to fast food drive-thrus. No matter what, they're going to continue to eat chips. That's what is going to happen. And now the doctor can say till he's blue in the face, hey, we need to send you to a dietitian who's going to educate you on what to eat and what not to eat. That's a non-starter. It's a non-starter. So why even waste the time telling people to put down the chips, to knock off the KFC, and to quit eating all the foods with the meme of the seed oil and all of this? Why even bother if the doctor knows that people are never going to take that advice? So you can go right now and Google chronic pancreatitis and read all about it and how to treat it. And what you're going to quickly see is that, a lot of this is based around the idea that these bozos, we can tell these bozos that, hey, the food you're eating is actually making your condition worse. You're experiencing abdominal pain because your body cannot cope with the poison you're putting in it. But instead of telling the person, hey, stop eating the poison, we just tell them, well, here's some pain pills, because we understand that you don't have the self-discipline to stop eating the poison. Which has nothing to do with me, because yippee skippy, I can just not eat the poison. Isn't that amazing? What an amazing coincidence that I can just not eat the poison. But that has not, by the way, the fact that other people are hypochondriacs, and that has nothing to do with me. The fact that I can just not eat the poison has nothing to do with them. I fully accept that the other people have an inability to discontinue eating the poison. And that's why people have to go on dialysis, is because they continue to consume foods that their kidneys can't cope with. So we must hook them up to a machine to take the poisons out of their bloodstream for them. Or I can just take herbs and supplements that will improve my kidney's ability to deal with what my body's encountering, and I can choose to only eat foods that will not make my kidneys worse than they already are. And I literally went from what's probably stage 4 kidney failure to I'm probably at about stage 2 of CKD, most likely, through my own actions and my own choices. But if I went to the medical doctors, they would have said, well, you're experiencing stage 4 kidney failure, and we must hook you up to this machine to get the poisons out of your blood. Except that's not a thing. Because if I can take control of this myself, surprise, surprise, I will live the rest of my life and never go on dialysis. But a doctor will tell you that's not a thing. Well, it's not a thing when somebody comes to us with stage 4 kidney failure and they just never go on dialysis. That's not a thing. Well, because they don't know what they're talking about. The doctor literally doesn't understand how to fix my digestive system. I have a greater knowledge of these things than the doctor does. I mean, seriously, imagine that. How is that possible? Well, because he's a business person engaged in a business. My health is not a business. I'm not running a business here. I'm not licensed by the state. I don't have to worry about not being licensed by the state to practice medicine. I have every right to practice medicine on myself, which is what I'm doing. And by the way, what did Hippocrates supposedly say? Isn't he the one that said, let thy food be thy medicine? Was that him? The so-called Hippocratic Oath? Isn't that where that came from? Let thy food be thy medicine. And I buy a bottle of the highest quality Spanish black radish supplement I can get, and I eat the whole fucking bottle in about 4 days. It's a $40 bottle, and I just eat the whole fucking thing. Why? Because my body craves that. Why? Because there's something in that Spanish black radish that helps my body to a great extent. And I crave it. And I read the reviews, and people talk about how it smells bad and it has a funny taste. It doesn't smell like anything to me. Now, maybe that's because my sense of smell's a little messed up, and it tastes delicious. Because my body knows. My body is more wise than I am in a lot of ways. If I trust my body and I trust my connection to my body, that has greater wisdom than anybody who went to a university and got a degree in medicine and who so-called practices medicine. Meanwhile, I've studied all of this stuff, and I have access to how I feel. I know, okay, well, if I put this particular thing in my body, it makes me ill. I know that firsthand. Other people don't know that because they're not experiencing what I'm experiencing. So they may actually say, hey, man, try this thing. Okay, well, I already tried that thing. That thing makes me sick. So where do we go from here? Like, I'm already 2 steps ahead. But I know based on psychology, it's that person wanting to resolve my issue based on their own feelings and emotions, based on how they view the world, based on how they view their experience, and how they feel about it. Well, who cares? Benton's dying, so who cares? We're all dying. You're dying and I'm dying. I'm dying quicker than you are, most likely. So what? You're also dying. I've accepted that I'm dying. I accepted that I was dying years ago. Have you accepted that you are in fact dying? That when you were born, you began a process of dying? Have you accepted that? Are you living based on that? You're not promised tomorrow. You don't know that you'll be here tomorrow. You can't prove to me that you'll wake up tomorrow. You probably will based on the pattern that has established itself. There's nothing you can do or say to say, yes, I will be here tomorrow. Probably you will be, but there's no guarantee of that. You don't know that you'll exist 1 second from now. Most likely you will. See? This thing, look, as far as our perception of time, this thing's already happened. This is over. I'm here and gone so quick, it's basically already happened. This is a flash in the pan. I've known that for a very long time. Very long time. And on some level, I can't really, some of this, as serious as I am by nature, I can't take a lot of this very seriously at the end of the day. Is it really that serious what's going on here? But yeah, I'm a very serious person by nature. My personality is very serious. Why so serious, bro? Yeah, I understand all of that. But the fact that my mom, I looked at my mom, deathly ill, white as a sheet, get loaded into the ambulance, and my thought was, well, I mean, she may very well be about to die. That to me wasn't that big of a deal. because I understand she was born to die in this life. I understand that I am dying. As I talk to you, I'm dying. This body is decaying. We're all dying. I'm probably dying quicker than you are. So fucking what? Put on your big boy pants and deal with it. So I understand when people want to try to resolve my issues by typing some words at me over the internet, which is insanity, by the way. That has nothing to do with me as a human being. And they can say, oh, it's because we care about you till they're blue in the face. The real reason is they haven't dealt with their own shit in their own life. Period. They just haven't. And that's fine, but it has nothing to do with me. And I'm not here to tell them, hey, why don't y'all go resolve all of this? Because my thing is, that's really not relevant. Can I tell them how to resolve it? Not necessarily. I'm not them. I don't have their life experience. I'm not walking their path. I would say that it's for them to determine for themselves how to deal with these things. And that's part of the fun, by the way. That's part of the fun. And my mom just had surgery. Do you think I'm out here bad-mouthing the medical system while I understand that my mom is absolutely, no matter what I say, going to access the medical system? We don't talk about it. But when she tries to get me to go to doctors, she knows, well, I'm about to dissect just how horrible the medical system is in excruciating detail, and she's about to go off to doctors. Does she really want to listen to me dissect the medical system? No, not really. So probably just leave me alone, because I'm not going to doctors. And I'm not damn sure not going to end up in hospice where they're going to make me comfortable, and eventually I'm going to be in so much pain they're just going to OD me on opiates. Literally. And I don't know who that was trying to join, but maybe that was Mr. Miyagi and he had dropped off. So my apologies, sir, if you were trying to come back. I just assumed you had left, so it's hard to know sometimes. So nothing personal there. But I think it's good to get all of that off my chest, right? And it's real shit that people really just don't talk about. And then back to my podcast, which, dude, I'm listening to some of these old episodes. I played a couple of the old episodes. Dude, 25% of that, I was on some half-baked nonsense. Like, I just was, man. That's fine, but 75% of it was fucking real and true. And I think 75% of it holds true. And I do think a lot of people have fooled themselves into thinking that they're going to go out here and fix this nightmare dystopian beast system. Sure, you're not. No, you're not. Maybe it's possible for people to get on the same page and reach some kind of consensus, and over time make the nightmare dystopian beast system slightly less hellish than it was before. That maybe. But if this is heaven or hell right here, right now, it is that thing based on the sum total of humanity's creative output over time. And I would say we humans collectively are creating a de facto hell, and we're living in it. Now, that's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. But who wants to wake up every day and face the reality of what's going on here? And how are people going to raise their kids? And I understand why people like EBT and Drew may not want to view the world in a certain kind of way. They're trying to raise them, right? I understand that. I get it. But that don't change what it is, man. That don't change what's going on here. And I do tend to agree, as much as I do, a lot of the sovcit stuff, and I understand it's not sovcit, but that is a convenient way to appeal. That's a convenient way to explain it or to apply it or refer to it. I do understand that there is a lot of validity to that stuff. But, am I going to devote my whole life to living in a very specific way based on those things? No, probably not. But I would like to understand them better without having to join some kind of movement to where now I'm expected to behave in a certain way. Like, to me, that's just ridiculous. And I like to hear Mitchell's perspective, and I like to hear Wizard's perspective, because I know they know their shit, right? But at the end of the day, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, no matter what anybody thinks about it. And hopefully everybody else is that way. I mean, are we all not going to do what we're going to do? That's the way I see it. Yeah. And ultimately, I don't answer to y'all, and y'all don't answer to me. But we're here in this realm together, and most people seem to misunderstand that, and they seem to think that we answer to each other in this life. No, we don't. We really don't. This is a wholly individual experience at the level of spirituality. Period. I'm here all on my lonesome in a vacuum spiritually. Now I'm interfacing with other people, and I'm absolutely adding value to their life spiritually, or I'm detracting from their life spiritually potentially. But I believe at the end of whatever this is, that there will be a scorecard. This is my belief. People are free to believe as they want to, and that when the scorecard is tallied up, and I'm there, it's not going to have anything to do with what y'all think about it. It's just not going to be relevant. But I think a lot of people are tricked and fooled and are behaving in this realm as if, oh, we can all reach a consensus, we can all reach an agreement, we can all get on a team, and now we can move forward in lockstep, and that will somehow then be transferred onto our own individual spirituality. It simply does not work that way. That ain't real. That's a fantasy. And I cannot maintain my sanity and be engaged in delusion, denial, fantasy, and magical thinking. And if you think I haven't observed my own thoughts and seen magical thinking at times, you're wrong. But I can't fall victim to magical thinking, because when I start having thoughts that represent magical thinking, I'm seeing them in a detached form. By the way, this is part of the meditation. This is part of the spiritual practice. And I say, oh, that's magical thinking. And I would have to be a moron to then act and speak based on magical motherfucking thinking. And I think that's where people like EBT have a strong reaction is. I think he's very sensitive to any form of magical thinking, as he should be. That's great. Why wouldn't he be that way? But the fact that he's sensitive to magical thinking doesn't negate or discredit the validity at a spiritual level of a lot of these concepts that we talk about with respect to so-called natural law, and with respect to how to interface. Literally, how do I choose to interface with the nightmare dystopian beast system? Because I cannot escape this beast system in this life. It's not possible. And off the grid is not a thing. If somebody's off the grid, so-called, they are still driving they're driving their diesel pickup to the big box store at least a couple of times a month, and they have internet access. So they're not off the grid. Now they're off the grid in specific ways, but see, it's a fantasy, and it's magical thinking, and it's fantasy. Oh, we're Grizzly Adams off the grid. Sure, you're not. You're not Grizzly Adams off the grid. Now there is a tiny minority of people who are doing that. Guess what? They're not on the motherfucking internet. They're not on the motherfucking internet. Because they can't. How are they on the internet and they're off the grid? That doesn't make any sense. What's more grid than the motherfucking internet? Nothing. That I would say this is literally the metaverse. I'm talking to you in the metaverse, and people want to talk about being off the grid. Okay, let's go in the metaverse and talk to people about being off the grid. This is insane. What are you talking about? That is insanity. Now, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying, how can you really believe that you're off the grid and you're here in the metaverse talking to me? And you're here in the metaverse interfacing with people about ideas. But we're off the grid and we're homesteading. But we're driving our diesel pickup to the big box store for supplies. And like Drew pointed out, you got Timmy, whoever that is, and he's got a flat screen mounted to the wall, and there's a Ring doorbell, whatever. I don't even really know what that is, to be honest with you. I think I kind of know. But then again, I was in a literal tent not that long ago. And when I got Mitchell talking about, he's assuming I don't travel around because I'm saying I don't want to buy a car and purchase expensive gasoline. Well, sir, not that long ago, I stuck my thumb out and traveled from my dad's apartment in Fort Smith, Arkansas, to Clarksville, Arkansas, because I had no resources and I knew I could effectively panhandle in Clarksville, Arkansas. And I conveyed my physical form in the physical realm from point A to point B without purchasing expensive gasoline and without having to be concerned myself with a driver's license. And it was very simple for me to do so. Why? Because I've done these things. I traveled the entire country, went to 40 states living out of a backpack, and I've driven around the country, but I also have traveled the whole country without operating a motor vehicle. Like, I don't need a car to get around. Is it convenient? Hell yes. Are there many detriments and drawbacks that come to owning a vehicle? Yes, there are. And I was homeless with a vehicle, and it's a constant source of fear and worry. Where is the car parked? Is somebody going to break into it and steal my belongings? Is it going to get towed? Are my tags valid? Do I have valid insurance? Oh my God, I need a new set of tires. Holy shit, how long has it been since I changed the oil? Oh my God, look at the gas prices. It's a constant state of fear, worry, and anxiety. That doesn't have to be. I'm speaking to my experience of vehicle ownership. So a big part of why you're listening to me while I drive this big rig is this was the most effective way strategically for me to continue to live my life, because it came down to I'm going to have to spend some fiat and purchase a cheap automobile and move out of this motherfucking truck to move on with my life. Or I can just keep living in a big rig and deal with I can put my big boy pants on, suck it up, and deal with what I got to deal with strategically, which is what I did after whining and crying about it for about 3 or 4 days. And when you hear me shooting my mouth off saying, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, probably I'm never going to do it. Because when I actually do some shit in the real world, I don't tell nobody. I shut the fuck up and do it. I didn't tell nobody I was going to get my CDL and go to truck driving school when I was homeless. I said word one to nobody. So the fact that I'm running around claiming I'm about to become an expert on the legal system, the fact that I'm telling you that, draw your own conclusions. I do intend to do that at some point, but I'm certainly procrastinating and putting it off. But that is my intention. Maybe one day I will shut the fuck up, pull my head out of my ass, and actually do it. Maybe. I certainly would like to. And then I could speak intelligently on these matters with people like Mr. Miyagi. I would like to be able to have an intelligent conversation with Mitchell. I can't, because he has an understanding of the matter that I don't have an understanding of. So how in the hell am I going to tell him anything about it? I'm not, which is why I like to hear from him, by the way. But then I think we probably wore his patience out, which is what happened. But I appreciate him being here in any form. It's wonderful. Praise God. And I would love to do the one-on-one podcast with Mr. Miyagi, but I need a little bit of focus and a little bit of attention. That's all I need. Just give me a little bit. Give me a little bit. I'll do the rest. But we're going to have to stay on the topic. One topic at a time, please. And that's what I recognized about my brain long ago. Now, I had the advantage of choosing to live in the streets for most of 10 years and 6 years straight, as I got to really spend a lot of time with my thought processes. And see, I have this same propensity to just go from the one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing. But then it's up to me to hopefully tame that and bring that under control. That's my job. And in my better moments, I'm able to do that effectively. In my more stressed out moments where I'm not living right and I've allowed my mental energies to become drained, then I'm not able to do that thing. See? That's how this works here. And it's up to each of us to manage that if we want to. Or we can be smart idiots and run around dispensing a bunch of advice, which represents an externalization. And we can speak on a bunch of concepts, which represents an externalization. Or we can figure this shit out by going inside of ourselves and transform ourselves first through an internalization process. And after completing that process, we can then connect externally to what's going on outside of ourselves. Most of us have it backwards, we get all excited about these ideas, and then we want to go outside of ourselves and connect to other human beings socially. That is our inclination as human beings. That is a huge part of the so-called human condition. Well, there's a few of us that don't operate that way because of whatever you want to call it. You can call it this thing. You can say it's a this, meaning autism. You can say it's a that, meaning something else. Who cares? Some of us are different. Well, guess what? The few of us who are different, if we pay attention to y'all, we can see what in the fuck y'all are doing that y'all can't see. I can see things about you that you can't see. Now, whether or not you want to listen to me and apply it is really none of my business. It's none of my concern. It's none of my business. After I make the observation, say the words, whatever the person does with it is on them. It has literally nothing to do with me. Literally. That is up to them in their life. Do or do not do. There is no try. Shout out to Yoda. Do or do not. There is no try. So when I interface with the jackbooted oppressor thugs, I get my way because I understand the dynamics at play. Because I know how to socially fucking engineer a situation. I know how to manipulate. I know how to Jedi mind trick these motherfuckers. Yippee skippy, good for bitten. So fucking what? I still would like to understand things so that I can interface with the beast system more effectively than I already do. More effectively than I already do. And the fact is, I can't really go into Paul's panels and speak with him as an equal because based on my read of the situation, based on my deduction of his level of understanding at the level of what can he demonstrate through his own actions in the real world, I ain't on his level, so what am I going to tell that man? Meanwhile, I can just listen to his broadcast now, can I? And if he wants to come over here and pontificate and give a discourse or ask questions, he can do whatever he wants. That's up to him. But he has no need. Why would he come over here? But the point I'm making is I'm not adding value if I go to his panel, just like I did not add value to EBT's panel. Because it was a cacophony of intransigence. How am I going to wade into a cacophony of intransigence and add value? I'm not able to do that. Why? Because I obviously lack something. If I was some ascended master with complete control of itself, I would be able to wade off into a cacophony of intransigence and add value. I don't have that. I'm not developed to that point. But I would say this: what value does tinfoil add? Point to me, what value does he add in these scenarios? I don't see him adding any value to anything. I see him subtracting and tearing down and taking away. That's what I observe. Now maybe I'm wrong, but it's not for me to go out here and engage in a slander campaign and to character assassinate him such that other people don't want to interact with him. What I believe is that eventually people who are paying attention will realize, oh, okay, Benton was right all along. That's what I think will happen. But that may never happen. See? That may never happen. And I think Drew is starting to see some things about EBT, like, wait a minute, look at how this guy is behaving. Right? And that I seem to observe Drew saying, okay, Drew seems to be removing himself from engaging with certain aspects that Drew used to engage in. I'm absolutely seeing that happen. Why? Because people absolutely have the capacity to grow and change over time. The fact is, I have observed that out of Drew. I have not observed that out of EBT. I haven't seen him grow and change over time. Doesn't mean he's not. I'm saying I don't see it. I don't see it. I definitely don't see it from Toilet Bowl Earth, who the minute I say, hey, I can look at Timmy and tell you he can't do a day's work, it's immediately, oh, can you, Benton? Can you build a house? No, I can't build a house. But if Mr. Miyagi can build a house, I can show up to a job site, as I've done many times in the past, by the way, I can absolutely show up to a job site, as I've done, in the form of unskilled labor, and I can work all motherfucking day long. Yes, even in my deteriorated condition. And I can absolutely take my shirt off and I will have greater muscle tone than tinfoil or Timmy. And I can absolutely work, by the way, is a formula from physics. The sum total of my output in an 8-hour period will absolutely be greater than tinfoil's. It will absolutely be greater than Timmy. And I will happily show up in the physical realm and demonstrate that any day of the week. No fucking problem. I love that kind of shit. The guy who used to do farmer's walks with 150 in each hand can probably outwork you, tinfoil, even in his deteriorated condition. Why? Because putting 150 into each hand and doing farmer's walks is literally that is the definition of work as defined by physics in a formula. That's literally what that is. The fact that I can do 25 body weight squats and not even get sore, that is work. That's what that is. And a person who hasn't regularly engaged in work as defined by physics, and I understand tinfoil delivers cases of alcohol, so he does perform work, if that's what he's still doing. But I still believe I can at least tie him, if not better him, in spite of my advanced age and my chronic illnesses. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I'd love to have the competition. Why? Because I'm a competitor and I love to compete. And if you beat me, guess what? I'll shake your hand and say, well done, sir, you've bested me. Or we can all go on the internet and make mocking voices and have a mocking tone and make fun of people and never have to prove anything. And ask a question and let the person say 3 words and then talk over them and then talk about how other people talk over other people. By the way, that's a definition of a hypocrite. Well, I already know you're a hypocrite because you're a human being. Where I start from is, yes, of course you're a hypocrite. You're a human. So why would I waste my time pointing out your hypocrisy? That seems like a complete and total waste of time, considering that 100% of all of us exhibit hypocrisy at some point. Period. End of story. That's called none of us are Jesus. None of us are Christ. None of us are perfect. Therefore, we are all a hypocrite based on our own words and behavior at some point. Every single one of us. So why would I even concern myself about attempting to debunk another human being at the level of their hypocrisy when absolutely they're going to be a hypocrite at some point? Yes, sir, even you, tinfoil. You're also exhibiting hypocrisy. So what? Who cares? I don't really care that you're a hypocrite. I accept that you are. I know that you are. You're a human. Therefore, you're a hypocrite. It's part of the plight of the human. It's part of the human condition. Why don't we understand these things? Why can't we accept these things about each other? Oh, and now I'm entering the land where I'm not going to have anywhere to pull over and urinate. So, unfortunately, I may have missed my last. I had to try to figure out where to pull over because it's going to be an hour and a half before I can stop. I've lost myself. So give me a moment. Now, maybe I'll have. See that these exits out here can go either way. Maybe I'll be able to stop. Maybe I won't. So I'm gonna. Oh, and there's the McDonald's. Imagine that. You see, I've been through here enough times. This is literally one of the last exits where I can actually just pull over on the off ramp. And see, even this one is barely enough room. I almost missed it, actually. And that's part of yeah. They'll add that to the list of reasons why most people can't do this job. Because at some point, the truck driver is going to need to take a leak, and it's 45 minutes and nowhere to stop. And why would anybody want to put up with that? Just to earn some fiat. That's crazy. Oh, and be treated like a piece of human garbage much of the time. Because people, I don't care what they say, people fucking hate truck drivers, and people hate trucks and they hate truck drivers. Oh, they keep America moving. Yeah, and nobody gives a flying fuck about that. Literally nobody. Don't they know that all the things they buy at the store? Yeah, they know. They don't care. They literally don't care. I accept it. Well, you can talk about whatever you want, Slash-I, and as we've seen, you can come on here and maybe I don't know who was trying to come on here because I was off in my own thing. And what's funny now, I see I spilled my coffee. I didn't even realize I had a whole cup of coffee that I never drank, and I left it back here in the sleeper, and it was in a travel mug, and it got spilled. Well, that's a bummer. But no, with Slash-I, we'll come on. We'll let you come on here, and you can just say whatever you want to say, like for extended periods of time. That's a thing, right? But at some point, Benton's going to be on here, and he's going to say what he wants to say for an extended period of time. I mean, that part of the thing is that is the golden rule, by the way, if you ask me. I want people to let me talk for extended periods of time, uninterrupted. So I'm going to grant that to people in certain circumstances. Versus, oh, we could have a panel and everybody's got to have a metaphorical fist fight to jockey for position to try to get an idea out. By the way, that's called cacophony of intransigence. And if you look up the meaning of those words, that's exactly what the panel becomes in most cases. Not always. Not always. Yeah. IDGAF, baby. That's right. I don't give a fuck. But I do. That's the thing. See, I don't, but I do. That's called a paradox. And that's called, oh, Benton said he doesn't give a fuck, but here he is giving a fuck. Well, that's the thing is, yeah, I do give a fuck, but I also don't give a fuck. Funny how that works. I can be two things. Isn't that amazing? I'm a dynamic human being. It's called a paradox. And the word paradox has a specific meaning. But then if I'm dumb enough, you got people like Tinfoil, while he will exhibit hypocrisy, and that's fine, he will absolutely attempt to foist me into situations and scenarios where now I falsely believe that I'm somehow beholden to expressing myself in ways that don't run afoul of his literal dogma. And I don't care what you say, Tinfoil subscribes to a specific religious dogma, and he is intolerant and unwilling to accept other people who do not adhere to that specific dogma. And I say, fuck that. That is insane. That's literally insane. Hey, Mr. Miyagi, sorry, I thought you left on purpose earlier, so I didn't know maybe you got disconnected.
It's cool.
Okay. I didn't know.
I'm gonna ride it out, man. I was gonna lay down. I said, hell with it, man.
Ride it out, baby.
That's what all the kids are doing.
Ride it out, man. I mean, like I say, we're not promised tomorrow. We're here now. Why not do it?
Yeah.
We're here right now. Let's just do it. That's what I say.
What do you want to talk about, man? What do you talk about?
Hell, you can talk about whatever you want. See, the thing with me is I have this period of the morning, you know, my coffee, and I'm cranky old man, and I get on here and I rant and rave, but at a certain point, I've sort of shot my wad, and it just becomes, you know, what it becomes later on.
Yeah.
So if you catch me in that, you know, I'm expressing myself very strongly and very passionately and very assertively, but then that only lasts for a period of time. And then later on, I'm into the more calm and chill, and I'll just listen to people. And, you know, it's funny how that works, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of times it's just, you know, it's good to have those thoughts, just not in public. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, you know, it's all Ain't nothing but a thing, man.
Well, but then I understand that you want to talk about certain things, but it's like if I'm in that mode of I'm trying to hash some shit out, then it's going to be hard for me to like I'll still give you some leeway, but it's hard for me to just hear you out fully because I'm like trying to get something across. But then, 3 hours later, I'm done with that, and then I'll just sit here and listen. I'll listen to you talk for an hour. I listened to Razvan talk about Andrew Tate for at least 45 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know how people conversate one-sided so much, I do best when it's a two-sided deal.
Exactly.
And, I can talk about anything,
I've
when
noticed.
it's kind of like an open conversation, but basically, if it's got a point to it, I like the idea of groupthink on a lot of things, because I tend to learn when I have conversations with people about important things.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But on this YouTube thing, YouTube is like my entertainment, and I try to limit myself usually. But my life is made up. I'm a tradesman, man. I do all kinds of things, and I try to keep in touch with, say, a small community, 5-10 people. And we were talking about something come up about the panhandling, right?
Yeah.
And I know there's all kinds of unfortunate scenarios in this world, right?
Yeah.
But to me, a lot of times these scenarios are a direct outcome of people's choices.
No, they always are. Literally always.
And so we can't escape. We can't play the victim without first, acknowledging we're the ones that got us here.
Absolutely. I could not agree more.
But I also think, I'm not into the law of attraction or nothing like that. But I also think we attract into our life these things that we don't like.
Sure.
Because I've seen it so much, like I was saying earlier, I got a neighbor and he's all into road rage and he'll attract people that'll piss him off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or people will attract scenarios that they don't have no, I don't say, like, I've never had to panhandle, right? And I've only known like a couple panhandlers in my whole life, maybe one person. And I swear to God, I was kind of jealous. I was working, I was making about $120 a day, and he's coming home like $350.
Did you saw the money?
Yeah.
Okay.
And basically, and he was a pillhead, and basically, he was just crazy, So I don't, I have different feelings about that,
Well, but I mean, we're not even talking about the same thing because I'm not a drug addict. I never had to. I never had a strong. Well, what I'm saying is, I never had a strong need to make a whole lot of money every day. So I've never made a lot of money on a consistent basis through panhandling ever. I'm talking about hours out in the hot sun with a piece of cardboard to get just enough money to feed myself that day. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I understand, and there's all kinds of scenarios. I ain't saying I ain't been in hard places. I've been in other towns, stranded in other towns with a phone with no charger. And I had to go do day labor. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't for the guy on the truck buying me a dang fast food burger, I would have had to. But but basically, uh, I'd like to think, we're talking about these fasting. If I was ever in that situation, I could probably go a day or two before something come up.
And I'm eating, so that's why I'm not replying.
Oh, okay. But it's kind of weird, So, like, since last week, or since you had that little, I guess it's last week when you had this super truther bowl. And really, that's the first time I really got on and was interactive on these things. Well, and it's because I was bored, cold outside, I ain't got much work. And Benton, I've had the explosion of a blessed week. Every day this week is just, uh, one day there, I didn't have no money. The craziest weird things happened. I didn't have no money for food that night. Benton, someone brought me food. I never asked them. They didn't know I didn't have money. I swear to God, Benton, this week I've had 3 people give me weed. And not even, they didn't know that I couldn't buy it. And now I got some, that I did buy.
Well,
So
and
it's these weird things that I can't explain, So the only thing I can attribute it to, Benton, is in those, we talking about these things with the law and people's hypocrisy. Well, really, people, I think if they just try their best to not be a hypocrite, because we all are, but there tends to be a something beneficial. I mean, you know what I mean? And it's not just about all the time about doing the right thing. Sometimes it's about thinking the right things. There's some people, say like murdering somebody. Of course, people think about it and they don't act upon it. But to tell you the truth, it's never crossed my mind. No one's ever pissed me off that much. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one like that. I'm sure that there's lots of people like me.
yep, I agree.
And that's another thing too, Ben. I don't think take an individual stance on things. I figured, if you're gonna love God, you're gonna love His creation. And probably the most important thing of God's creation is these people. And so I give a lot of people the benefits of a doubt. I obviously have a different Christian religion or, bias than most people have, but I don't walk on people's religion.
Well, but
I think,
how you gonna love a demon?
well, what's a demon? I mean, how many times you come in contact with one?
All the motherfucking time.
Really? So that's crazy.
Wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. That's not crazy.
Well,
well, let's talk about the Bible.
Okay.
What did Jesus do in the Bible? He traveled around, he taught, he healed, and he cast out demons.
Absolutely. There's no doubt, dude, that there's demons in this world, but they ain't one around every bush.
No, most of the people
want to blame demons.
Yes, there is. Most of the people are inhabited by wicked spirits.
Oh, I can see it. That but basically, we don't know for sure.
I do, absolutely. I've seen it.
Well, I've possibly come by it a couple of times where I suspected it. So that's why I like to look into people's eyes. But I was talking about this today with my buddy, though, because we were talking. It's kind of strange, the people that you meet in this world. Because you can meet a thief or liar or killer or at any moment.
Yep.
Because that we all, when we first met each other somewhere, we all had to take that chance.
Sure.
So, I count my blessings there too, I mean, but I don't think I get these blessings, Breton, for free. You know what I mean? They are the direct outcome of my choices.
Oh, of
Like
course,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
Like that lady who brought me the food, I had to call her back and say, "What are you buttering me up?" I mean, she just pasta salad, homemade pasta salad. It was so good and everything. I was like, but it's like, if the truth be known, I've done a lot for her over the years,
Yep.
not just once or twice. You know what I mean?
Sure, of course.
And that to me, Ben, if I really wanted to play the victim, a lot of the times in this world, I could easily play the victim and be a poor me baby, because I don't have a lot, and but with God and stuff, but I give a lot.
Well, but
You know
real
what I
quick,
mean?
but hang on, real quick. When you talk
Yeah,
about the guy's $350, and you're talking about, oh, here I am working for $120. But if he's addicted to pills,
yeah,
that's the punish. He's being punished. That's his punishment. That's miserable. That's literal physical misery. That's physical and spiritual misery to live that way.
yeah. Oh,
So
absolutely.
I would never trade 350. I wouldn't say, okay, give me the 350 a day, but now I'm addicted to pills. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
You can't separate the one from the other. You don't get the 350 without the pill addiction. They go hand in hand. He's highly motivated.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not highly motivated.
Since then, that guy, he cleaned up, but I think he got rebounded back in. You know what I mean?
But that's demons, by the way. That's literal demons. His drug addiction is a demonic spirit. Period.
Yeah, and I think that's a crutch to blame it on that for our own desire.
No, I'm not blaming it on that. I'm saying that's what it is. That's what
But
it
I mean,
is.
people, they want to blame something. And,
No, it's his fault. It's his fault.
Yeah, absolutely. But
so wait a minute. Who suffers? He suffers. I don't suffer because he's on pills. He does.
Yeah, but look, I don't get it. The demon didn't, then you'd be if you think demons.
Well, I can break this down if you'd like.
Yeah, well, look, the doctor would be dealing in demons then.
That's not the point. Here's the point is that it's the incorrect action through legalese allows the spirit to then be able to say, I can lay claim to inhabit this person's energy sphere based on a legal standing because of his incorrect actions. That's how it works.
Yeah, well, I tend to take the stance. To me, doing drugs is a logical thing to do in a world that's so fucked up. And so I don't point the finger at drug addicts.
Well, I'm not pointing the finger. I'm saying that.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I don't look it down upon someone because someone has that.
But wait a minute. Do you not realize that you're talking to somebody that lived in the streets for 6 years, and I've interfaced with and spent time with these people to a far greater extent than you ever could?
Oh, you're probably absolutely right. I mean, I don't.
I can probably name 20 schizophrenics off the top of my head that I personally knew. My best homeless friend is named Henry Hopper. He graduated with honors in art from UCSB. I met him in Santa Barbara, and he's a literal intravenous meth and heroin addict. One of the best people I've ever known.
Wow.
Dude, I'm not speaking on things that I don't have firsthand knowledge of.
Well, I mean, believe me, dude. I grew up in the '80s, man. If you didn't do drugs, you weren't cool. So I've known, and I don't. Now my friends now, they smoke weed. I got one friend. He's straight ace, but we've all seen it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And had friends die and everything.
Yeah, of course.
But I always, there's little sayings. It's like, do drugs, don't let them do you.
Oh yeah, of course. I've heard dude. I've known so many people I've known just literally hundreds of people like that.
Yeah, and it's flirting with disaster, of course, but you know what I'm saying? It's like the pill thing, like I had to take them, man, because of injuries, but I knew that I wasn't taking them correctly, and so I had to make the choice to not do it. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah, of course.
It became my choice, and that's pretty much with anything else, It's like these damn cigarettes, man. I can quit smoking weed for 30 days. I did 90 days last year, but I can't quit smoking cigarettes. It's crazy.
Well, you could. I mean, you could quit smoking.
Oh, absolutely, I could. I just don't want to go through the psychological changes as I do. You know what I mean?
But you realize that cigarettes don't do anything for you, right? I mean, I'm sure you're aware of that.
Well, nicotine does. People talk about cannabinoid receptors. Every cell in your body has nicotine receptors. Is that the only
way to get nicotine is to buy your preferred brand of cigarettes?
Oh, no, absolutely not. You know what I mean?
I'm saying cigarettes don't do anything for you.
Absolutely. I agree.
They don't do anything for you. That's what the point I'm making. At least weed gets you high.
Yeah. Well, see, cigarettes, so it does. So that's one thing, Brenton. It's weird. I've done a lot of research over the years about cigarettes and the history of them and stuff. And they did have a prolonged, nicotine has changed society's mind and way of thinking.
But again, we're not talking about nicotine. We're talking about cigarettes. Those are two very different things.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're very different things.
Yeah. Yeah. I sometimes do the Zen. I tried the patch there a couple summers ago, and damn, man, I had to take it off. It was too strong for me. You
still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all flirting with disaster. I'm out on my own on this. If I die of cancer, I couldn't blame God. And so, we all gamble. We probably shouldn't, but it's like the weed betting. Over the years, I've seen the weed change.
Oh yeah, of course.
And so GMO food ain't good for you, right?
Of course not.
Well, why would GMO weed be good for you?
Of course not. Yeah, absolutely.
Then that's about all you can get nowadays. And boy, they slinging it lightly. I mean, dude, I got this new Connect man. He be sending me pictures and everything. I'm like, damn, is that how they do it nowadays?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm like, I kind of, even in my text or something, we call it fish on the phone.
Oh, okay.
But.
Well, see, I got to where, because I traveled so much, I only really did it where it was legal. I got to where I didn't really even bother with it if I was in Arkansas. It's just kind of pointless because I was on the West Coast so much.
Yeah, 2018, I went out to Colorado, and it was cool how it was legal there. It was just different.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, if I'm traveling the whole country, and I don't mean as a truck driver, I mean, I was traveling the whole country. Why would I even bother with it in a state where it's prohibited and there's a lot of penalties when I know I'm going to be in a state where it's legal. So I just would do it when I was on the West Coast primarily.
Yeah, I've never had the opportunity yet to do it in a state that was legal. So,
yeah.
Tennessee probably the last state to go legal.
I've had people just give me weed hundreds of times, but it was almost all on the West Coast.
Oh wow, yeah.
Totally different out there, man. Completely different than the South. So
Yeah.
much.
See, I just I don't know. You know, I've had a lot of herbs given to me. One time, this dude gave me a pound. I was like, "Damn!"
Nice.
I'm not kidding you, man.
I believe it.
Shit, a couple weeks ago, there was a fisherman. There's this guy. He comes out there fishing, and it's kind of private property where I'm at. But I'm like, "Hey, man, don't worry about it." You know what I mean? Don't steal nothing, but you're all right. And he caught me smoking a joint one time. Well, anyway, one day he brought me some.
There you go. Pretty cool.
I said, I tried it. I said, you smoke? He's like, no, I can't. I'm on paper. And I'm like, okay. But, I just think in this world, man, you treat people good. It's amazing, man. It's like the whole mask thing. I mean, it's crazy, dude. I never had no one say nothing to me.
Yeah.
The people were pretty much polite about it. Now, I did get strange looks and stuff because literally a couple times, Ben, I'd be the only one as far as the eye could see that didn't have one on. And, but no, not a single person had the balls to say anything to me.
There you go.
And because I wanted to give back a response like, no, I don't take place in rituals. I always thought I had a response as I walk in to say to someone, like a quick one, but I never got to say it.
Yeah.
But see, in the way that this reality, so that I think everybody's concluded. Like, I don't believe in NPCs.
Yeah.
But a lot of time in caring about people, and I put myself in their shoes, that people that ain't on these YouTube streets.
Sure.
And even Crow says, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, you have every right to believe it's a duck.
Absolutely.
And because there's some pretty good trickery going on.
Yep.
Now, like my mom, how you're talking about like the thing, my family and stuff. If I'm watching TV, you there? Oh, okay.
I'm listening.
Okay, if I'm watching TV at their house or something, I'll see something and I'll go, "Hey, did you see that?" And over the years, I've gotten better at it, and so they don't think I'm as crazy as they used to think I was,
Sure.
And so that's another thing too. So I've always been careful not to follow certain things. I like all these different paths that's on the YouTubes. Everybody's got their own paradigm. And so I'm careful not to follow just any whim. That's it. You got your blinker going?
Oh, it's a lot of hills out here, and this truck doesn't climb the hills, and it's a heavy load. And it's dark, so I can't really even see the hills. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So I put the flashers on so these bozos know that I'm going slow.
Yeah, man, I can tell you one time, dude, so I got these killer stories. That one time I was hitchhiking, and I met this trucker. I went to a truck stop, and I met this one trucker, and I got over, and I helped him unload his load, and made like $60 or $80. And
Nice.
man, if that trucker wasn't gay, he made a pass at me, right?
Uh-oh. What happened then? Yeah, am I disconnected? Might be disconnected.
Hello.
Yeah, I think I got disconnected.
Are you there?
I think I am.
Oh yeah. You.
Oh, no, it was he. He got disconnected. I think I'm still here. And that's another thing, you know, let's all be on the internet all day, but let's go fucking move out in the middle of nowhere. I still don't understand that. I'm having a hard time with that one. Maybe, oh, he's coming back. Let's see. Yo.
Hey man. So anyway, I met this other trucker and he wanted to get some lot lizard. I said, well, man, I can drive. And he goes, oh, really? You know? And so I said, yeah, man, I can drive. So we were out there. We're in Connecticut, somewhere up in Connecticut. And he goes, well, I want to see you go through the gears in the thing. I was in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And I did. And we pulled over this one place. And then we picked up the girl. And she got debunked, and he wanted to drive, get us on the interstate. He got me on the interstate, and I, pretty much drove to DC from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, perfect stranger, man. Just what's the odds of that?
Sure, yeah.
But
go ahead.
I've had interesting travels like that in my younger years,
Oh yeah.
One time I was traveling with a guy named Pickens. He was like General Pickens' great grandson or something. It was cool. And I got another story to tell you, weird too, Benton, that really changed my life. So I was around hippies and stuff. But one time in '96, I was going through Culpeper, Virginia. And I was looking to get high, and I was on this farm, and they had like a farmhand. And I went down, and he was a stranger, and I went down to see if he smoked weed, and sure enough, he did. And I'd be damn betting if he didn't pull out a Waco, Texas tape. And I mean, it was a videotape of the whole Waco thing.
Oh,
and
okay.
It was nothing like you've seen on TV.
Huh,
and I didn't ask for that interaction or nothing. It was just by mere chance.
Yeah.
But it gave me a healthy distrust in the government.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it is healthy to distrust your government.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So, but I mean, it's little things like that, it's just, that was a cool deal, man. I got there too. I went up to this company. They were hiring for an electrician. And I went on the job and I said, he goes, you ever pull wire? And I said, yeah, once, in the house. But I didn't tell him that. I said, yeah, I did. And he goes, you ever bend a piece of conduit? And God's honest truth, Benton, I did bend one piece of conduit one time. I said, yeah, I did. He goes, you must be a journeyman. And I went, yeah, I guess I must be. So I started out $12 an hour, but the cool thing was it was like $500 a week per diem. So every morning, every Monday, you'd show up to work. They give you $120.
Nice. Well, I think his internet took a shit again. Shout out to Verizon, by the way. Oh, I think you're back now. You were gone for about 20 seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, it says live, 3 hours and 54 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to look in on the chat.
Yeah,
Slides in on the chat.
I'm in St. Louis now.
Wow, Missouri, yeah, right.
Well, I've been in Missouri all day, but yeah.
Yeah,
About to be in Illinois.
Oh wow, you're about 3 or 4 hours away from me. Yeah.
And then in the day in Indiana.
Oh wow.
Yep.
What you hauling? Just freight?
I don't know, but it's going to Love's Truck Stops. It's going to one of their distribution centers. I actually don't even know what it is. Couldn't tell you.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't pay that much attention to what I'm actually hauling. I don't find it mainly as long as I can understand the characteristics of how the vehicle, is it high center of gravity and all them things. And I don't really need to even know what's back there. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. I guess trucking's changed. It's been a long time.
Like, dude, I'm doing dry van. It's just they load the pallets in the van. They load the pallets in the trailer, and it's like all kind of it's just the same to me. Like it doesn't really matter. But if it's like everything's heavy, but it's low to the floor, the dynamics of the vehicle are different than if it's like all the way to the top. You see what I'm saying? Like it just kind of depends. Like the only thing I need to understand is the dynamics of driving the vehicle. It's really neither here nor there what's in the trailer because it's never.
Yeah, basically.
It's not hazardous. It's just general merchandise for the most part. Like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, basically, I drove a reefer unit.
Oh, okay.
We come out of Maine. This was years ago, probably, almost 28 years ago. But basically, we come out of Maine with potatoes overloaded every time.
Yeah.
The whole truck gross about 1,000. And we'd skip the scales all the way to Florida. And then we'd get down to Florida. Yeah. We'd load up with produce, and sometimes we'd stop off at one place, and I'd go back in the trailer and restack everything so we could fit more in there.
Nice.
Yeah, paid more.
Well, it's all trucking's all. It's going to be nothing but big companies at some point.
Yeah, it's crazy the way it's crazy that people still have hope in the world when they, if we just took our last 10, 20 years and project that 20 years in the future, I don't see it working. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, of course.
Like the land issue, I mean, we should be, we should have more opportunity to have land. And we all don't need to be 5 miles away from a Kroger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. But we do.
Well, people, they don't think.
It doesn't have to be that way, but it is that way.
Yeah. But people, it's from their choices.
Of course. Of course it is.
It's like, yeah, it's they want to live close to town. They want to live that life. Well, you got to pay for it.
People will always go to what is the easiest and most convenient thing. That's just how we are.
Yeah, I was there.
Collectively.
Yeah, so it wasn't until about 2015 I realized, I'm a single guy. Me paying $800 a month is ridiculous. Every single month.
Sure, yeah.
So I just decided to downsize.
Oh yeah.
And it's been fun. So before this place, I lived in a shed like 32 by 12.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And man, I made the place so nice, man. They rent that out right now.
Awesome. Yeah, we don't need much.
No, it was nice. It was cool, man. People come over and go, "Wow, this is nice." You know, they didn't have no idea it looked that good on the inside. But there's benefits to being a tradesman, you know.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like, you know, talk about building houses. I built over, I could say over 50.
Awesome.
I've done every process into a house or construction except for masonry. You know, I don't do that. But I can do it, but I just don't.
Yeah, it's good to have skills.
Yeah. Now, I went to her Katrina. That was a pretty good money making deal. And then I ended up, you know, first week down there, shit, I was making $1,000 a week, and then I ended up getting friends with these Mexicans, and I had these 10 Mexicans work for me for about 3 or 4 months, and
Nice.
they made me a lot of money. I didn't have to work. I was just selling the roofs, and they were doing the work, you know.
Yep.
And then it's funny, Ben, I was renting this big old 5-bedroom house, and they were raping me because of the hurricane. I was paying like $1,400 a month rent. And then Mexicans were at this campground. And I was like, "Hey man, mi casa, su casa." I moved them right in. That pissed
Awesome.
my landlord right off.
That's funny.
Yeah. And you know, only one of them could speak English, so it was quite a hard deal. And but they're good people, man.
Sure, of course.
It's like, you know, about the N-word rage, right?
I guess.
One time I was working with 18 Jamaicans, and dude, these guys were like humble farmers. And it was kind of like white people. You could call them any name in the book. They really didn't care, you know.
Oh yeah.
It didn't affect them like that. And they, you know, and we could even have open conversations about it, you know. And but they were good people, man. Really good people. They're good-hearted, hard workers, honest. Man, what more could you want?
There you go.
And I'm like you, Benton. I really think hard working is a part of this whole thing we're here about.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
expecting a handout. You know?
Sure, yeah.
And I can, you know, being on the job site for so long and dealing with people, I can tell in half a day who's a man and who's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so there's, in a lot of it's how they hold themselves, like you do. You know, you hold yourself good. You know, now, you know, like I'm sure, I don't know how old EBT is.
30 something. I don't remember.
Yeah, but and so, you know, it don't bother me about them, but there's things about their characteristics that, you know, their character that kind of gets to me, but I don't ever say it, you know.
Oh yeah, sure. I get it.
And it's one thing coming on here, man, making a fool out of yourself, you know, sober and tired, right?
Yeah.
Even if we're sober, man, we can just say a whole bunch of words that people could take the wrong way, right?
Well, I'm not sober. I just don't drink.
Yeah.
I don't view myself as a person who's practicing sobriety.
Oh, really? Yeah.
No, not at all. I don't even think that way. My thing is, I tried to drink myself to death unsuccessfully, and now my body can literally not process alcohol properly. So I don't even think about alcohol.
Yeah,
My body can't do nothing with it. So I went from drinking every day to when I got off the booze after I went through the horrible nightmares withdrawals, which by the way, I use high amounts of THC to get through the withdrawals. So once I got through the withdrawals and figured out how sick I was, then I was sick as a dog. And now I'm back to being able to work and I have a quality of life, but I'm still sick on a daily basis. But I literally can't, my body can't do anything with alcohol. So I don't have any desire to drink it.
Yeah. No, I don't drink, but to get drunk or nothing. But I'll have a beer once in a while.
I only drink to get drunk.
3/4 of a beer, but
I only drink to get drunk.
Yeah.
What's the point otherwise?
Yeah, well, that's the way I was, dude. I was a severe alcoholic too. Man, I used to up to like 3/5 a week.
There you go.
But basically, for some reason, it didn't solve my problems like it did other people.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's like, damn. I even joke around, because I got a lot of friends that drink a lot, through the years. And I was always like, damn, I'm kind of jealous, man. I wish I could drink my sorrows away.
That's misery too, though.
Yeah. But I've never really found anything to take away, And so I'm a type of person, but that, even if things are going for me, good for me, I don't just say yeehaw, I thank God. But I'm very aware that there's many people out there suffering.
Absolutely.
That got way worse than me.
Absolutely.
And I can't do nothing for them all. But
nope.
I pray for the innocent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
But I think it's a product, man, in this country of lackadaisicals. The boomers, they dropped the stick,
Well, I mean, they're programmed like everybody else.
Oh, really, probably the highest programmed generation there is. Yeah.
It's literal mind control.
Literally, I agree. Literally, yes.
Yeah.
Psychological operations.
That's right. Because physical wounds heal.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, meaning if we fuck your head up, that really doesn't heal.
Yeah. And so that's why I find the importance in the meanings of words. Like the word entertainment. It's like to go in, tain is to hold, and mence is your mind.
Yep, there you go.
And it's crazy how, I don't know what I'm searching for on here, Benton. This is the longest I've ever been on YouTube like this.
Oh, yeah.
And it's either it's either something in my subconscious that maybe there's a piece of puzzle that I might stumble on.
Well, what I think it is that we've all come to finally accept, for the most part, that the days of human interaction are mostly over with in the physical space. It's pretty much not a thing anymore. Now, there's exceptions. Of course, there's exceptions. But, the fact is, you may have good people in your life, but they're not available.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, Benton. 90% of the people in my life are not truthers or anything.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying they're not available to interact with you. They're busy with their own lives.
Oh yeah, that's the thing is, I'm a realist about that stuff. Yeah. People have their own lives.
But my point is that if you know enough internet circles, you can come get your human interaction in the metaverse. And there's some trucker somewhere who's driving a truck and will talk to you at 3 a.m. or whatever your schedule is. Your family and your friends are too fucking busy for you now.
Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think a lot of us are going through that same thing. So I don't think it's a coincidence that so many of us are. And by the way, I've been on the internet since 1994. I've never left.
Yeah.
I've been here the whole time. But the reality is, a lot of people are now shifting into these spaces for the very first time ever.
Yeah, and that's the way it is with me, man. I saw these panels and even the chat and stuff. I very seldom put very much in there,
Sure, yeah. But now you're here talking.
But I have more with you that, and I don't take that for granted. Just feeling comfortable, like I feel I could be more comfortable around you than I could Drew. You know what I mean?
I get that. Yeah, but you do realize that a lot of this is because I was brainwashed to interact this way by a cult so that I could recruit other people to the cult. Like, it's not a coincidence that I'll just sit here and hear y'all out non-judgmentally. Like, that's not a coincidence.
Yeah, well, what's your definition of a cult?
The Jehovah's Witnesses are a literal mind control cult.
I'd go along with that, yeah.
No, they are. I mean, that is what they are. So what I'm saying is that as a child, my parents did not understand that they were subjecting me to a cult that was specifically and intentionally programming my mind for its own purposes. They didn't understand that that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
So listen to me. I am formally trained in public speaking.
Oh, wow.
Formally. I'm formally trained in knocking on motherfuckers' doors and talking to them about religion. Formally. Yeah.
Well, see, my definition of a cult is any place or person that will not let you think for yourself.
Okay, well, a cult that puts its members under mind control, part of the mind control is that it disables the person's ability to think for themselves. The actual mind control turns that off in their brain.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that too. I've noticed that with other things.
I grew up in that. So wait a minute, what happened to my brain since I grew up in it? My ability to think and reason for myself literally never developed until I taught myself to think and reason in my 30s.
Yeah. Well, I think that this realm or that we're in, basically we all have that opportunity to look into things. It's like, take World War II. We go to war with Japan and Germany, and Israel.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. I ain't never been to war. I didn't do none of them things.
No, but I'm saying as a country.
You say we. Say the country. Say the United States then. I didn't do them things. I don't identify with them things. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Me neither, but unfortunately.
That's part of the mind control, that you identify with what this country does. That's a huge part of the mind control.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't take part. I don't get involved in it. Okay,
but you are involved in it. If you say we, what does we mean?
Yes, well, basically, it was just meaning us Americans, or whatever. It was a general term, not meaning directly.
The American people allowed the corporately controlled state to go travel to other parts of the map and murder the people that live there. Yes, that happened.
Benton, I'm fully aware of that, and I'm aware of James chapter 5 too, and it says that you partake in their evil deeds. Okay, and so that's why I don't get involved with government. I can't control what they do.
Of course.
Right? But
when you say we, whether you like it or not, you are choosing to identify with the government. You are doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yes, I identify as an American.
Sure, yeah. Absolutely.
For sure. I mean, And I don't think that unless you live here, you can really talk about what freedom is unless you've held a gun. You know what I mean? And walked anywhere you wanted with it. You know?
But we don't have freedom. You're not free.
No, I know.
So why do we think we're free? We're not free. That's ridiculous.
Well, I know it's a schism. You know, you don't understand.
I do understand. Your brain has been programmed, and you believe you're free, while at the same time you're the opposite. That's called mind control.
Yeah. The thing is, Benton, I'm free to do as I will. Okay. Now, there are restraints on that. Yes. You know. But you're preaching to the choir, man. You know what I mean? I say all the time that basically, you know, the military, they claim they're fighting for our freedoms and liberty. I tell people, name one freedom or liberty that you've gained with all the people that's died. And so so obviously there is a disconnect, and I'm fully aware of all that mind control. We're not free, and I tell people that. But in a sense, I have no, I can't go out here and just do a freaking donut in the middle of the road, but I could. Chances are I'd get away with it.
Well, you can do whatever you want on some level.
Yeah, well, I think that our freedom, like if I could get on that piece of land, where I'm bolstered right now is basically money. You know what I mean? It's like to live to create that utopia farm or whatever like that, it takes a lot of work.
Sure, of course it does.
And shit, dude, I just live week to week. I make good money, but I live week to week. I say I make good money. I've made about 1,800 this month so far.
Nice.
It ain't super a lot, but I got another week left.
Hell yeah.
But it's as a tradesman too, January and February is always slow.
Oh yeah, of course.
And I used to be able to go into a winter with $5-6 grand, but shit, I ain't been able to do that since 2020.
Oh yeah, of course. Things have changed a lot.
Yeah, hugely. And that's crazy how that gets me too, how people don't see the drastic change. And you know how you're talking about those food people going to fast food. Look at all their mom and pop's foods that lose over 30,000 restaurants in America.
Yeah, of course.
And people going right along with it.
The number one feature of the human is adaptability. The human being adapts to its environment, full stop.
Oh, no kidding.
That's what it does. So,
yeah.
Of course they had no problem adapting to this. It's people like me that have had a lot of problems adapting to it. It's been very difficult for me.
Yeah, it really has for me too, man.
I don't even want to, because look, this is all it's gonna get all ramped up again at some point. This is the calm before the storm. It's all gonna happen again. This is not a one-off. It's gonna be way worse next time.
Yeah, and I don't think I don't think there's gonna be the mayhem like that.
I'm not talking about mayhem. I'm talking about what I call a gulag. It's going to be, we're going to tell you what to do at the level of your face and at the level of what you're going to put in your body, and you're going to do what we tell you or else.
Yeah, well, at that point, if they were forcing you, then it's really not on you, is it?
Oh, no, there's always a choice. What I'm saying is, at some point, I don't think normal life is going to be able to continue. See, we're still able to have some semblance of normal life. So, and Alex Jones called this from the very start. And he's a disinfo agent, but he's also an info agent. So he says a lot of things that are accurate, but then he spins it his own way for specific purposes. But he talks about they tighten the fist around us, but then they let it go. And then they tighten the fist, and then they've just loosened up on us. That's all this is. They've loosened up on us. They already cracked down on us.
Yeah.
And we just accepted it. Everybody, myself included, just accepted it. Period. Now, I'll never take their injections, but we all just said, okay, this is the new thing, and we all went along with it.
Yeah, I didn't, man. I mean, right from the first week, I told people, I say, hey, I don't think that things work this way, and I would tell them, I would lead people to truth. This one thing, say with the mask, right? I would say, look, this is how you dispel their lies. And they're like, how? And I said, look, just Google the size of a virus and Google the smallest hole in that mask.
Well, but see, I have no desire to talk logic to these people. But here's the thing is, what if you lived in an area and you needed to go to Walmart and they won't let you in there without a mask?
You don't go in the fucking Walmart.
Okay, so now what's your plan B?
Go into another store.
That store also will not let you in without a mask.
Yeah, so thank God I didn't live in a place like that. But yeah.
What do you do if you have to go to a store and literally no stores will serve you? What then?
Yeah, so I mean, it is a unique scenario, but basically,
it's not a unique scenario. You just happen to live somewhere where that didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of people live places where they couldn't go anywhere without a mask.
Yeah, whose choice that then? You know what I mean? So
it's not a choice. It's not a choice.
Yeah.
Then it comes down to, can you move or not? Literally.
Yeah. Yeah, but say, like, what would you do, Benton, if, say, you lived in some of these democratic places like Illinois?
No. I was driving a truck, brother. I went to all these places while it was happening. I went there while it was happening. I'm not speaking from hypothesis. It's not a hypothesis for me.
Yeah.
I went there during the thing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, if you have to go into a store, they are not letting you through the front door without a mask. Period. End of motherfucking story. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. They're not letting you in.
Yeah. So, like I say, I can't speak on that because I never experienced that nowhere.
And I did. Many places.
Yeah, so it's crazy, man. During here, they tried to, like, lock down the roads and stuff like that. Shit, it didn't work. I mean,
some places it does work.
I know.
Yeah. So what if you happen to be in a place where it works? That's what I'm saying.
Get the fuck out of there is what I would do.
Absolutely.
You know?
Which is what I did essentially, but it's all going to come back, man. And even in Arkansas, even in Tennessee, there's going to be some level of bullshit that you really don't want to participate in. Can you maybe figure out a way to live outside of that? Sure. Of course, but not everybody can.
No. And so that's the whole thing, Benton, about knowing what tomorrow's paper brings is so we could properly prepare for it.
Yeah.
So there's one thing I did realize with the whole Vidian thing is basically a lot of people woke up on their rights being trampled. You know what I mean? Trampled. So a lot of people woke up to it.
I don't think anybody did.
Oh shoot, yeah. So
I think they woke up from one false reality and they woke up into another false reality. So if they started in a false reality and they ended in a false reality, that's not waking up to me. If I'm in a dream state, and I become aware that I'm in a dream state and I then go into a different dream state, what's the fucking difference?
Exactly, but if you know the book and how the end things, you'll know that all that's going on right now, all that Satan has is deception. deception and delusion. And
Yeah,
God
it works.
will feed
It
that
works.
delusion.
Yeah, God, exactly. God, not us.
Yeah.
We're not getting out of this.
No, but basically, what I was
So
saying
who
about God,
cares if these bozos so-called wake up? What's it matter? It doesn't matter. It's like you're on some train tracks and you're asleep, and here comes the train. We just think, hey, if only we could wake that person up, they would get off the train tracks. What if they wake up, they look at the train, and they just watch the train run over them? What good is it that you woke them up if they're just going to let the train run over them?
basically,
It doesn't fucking matter.
so that's the whole thing, Ben. I don't feel the need to go around trying to wake people up.
I don't try to wake anybody up. I'm saying when you say that people have woken up, I'm saying that doesn't mean anything. It means nothing.
Yeah, what I'm saying is a lot more people are aware, of the craziness of the government. They're on to Fauci. They're on, lots of them, lots of independents, lots of the left or the right. I mean, even the left are kind of wondering about Obama or Biden. You know what I mean?
You realize there's no such thing as a conservative in the government, though, right?
Yeah.
There's zero conservatives in government. You cannot find one.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So
exist. So when you say the right, that basically means nothing. It's meaningless.
Well, basically, if you knew about Stalinism and Trotskyites, basically you'd see that it's a left-right paradigm where it came from around 1830.
It's not, though. It's the same thing. It's authoritarianism. It's authoritarian.
Yes, and we've all been tricked in a way, but basically, it all stems from communism and stuff. This whole left-right paradigm shit,
Well, but I've been out of that for over 10 years because I was listening to Alex Jones every single day, going back to about 2009. So I've been out of that for a long time. The fact is, what I've observed in these people I've encountered recently is y'all are way fucking behind for the most part. I'm way ahead of where y'all are at. I played my podcast. Hey, I played my podcast from 2 years ago that are saying all the shit y'all are saying now. That was 2 years ago.
Hey, Benton, like I say, I don't feel bad. I come up through the old Bill, what's his name, and Alex Jones too.
Yeah, I don't feel bad. I'm saying that anybody that references conservatives in the right, if they don't realize that that's not going to help anybody, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, whether we want to believe in it or not, right, Benton? There are people call themselves Republicans.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean what I'm saying is that doesn't mean anything. So here, let me give you an example. Okay, the so-called Democrats are going to try to do something in the government. The so-called Republicans say, we can't do this. This is horrible. Blah, 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 blah. Then just enough Republicans vote for it and it passes. And then people say, well, those are the rhinos. Well, if the fucking Republican Party backs what the Democrats want to put forth, what are you even talking about?
Yeah, well, at this point, the whole government has gone amok. It's left, right, walking towards the fucking grave. Of course,
because people are so stupid that they think if you give them two choices, that those are their only options. They're literally that dumb. If I say to you, do you want mustard or ketchup? You may actually want barbecue sauce. But psychology is you're going to choose between ketchup and mustard. That's called psychology.
Yeah. So then it's like how we interact with it. So like I get out of politics way back in Clinton time. You know what I mean? And I've talked against them, but basically you can't bring no one. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so the reality is people think that there's a chance and
yeah, they're delusional. It's a delusion.
Yeah, very delusional.
They're existing in a state of delusion where they think if only the Republicans could defeat those pesky Democrats, everything would be wonderful and we'd be living in utopia. That's insanity. That's nuts.
Absolutely, I
But
agree.
they really believe that. I've said that to people and they've agreed with me. I've said it to people as a joke and they think I'm being serious and they're like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
What I tell them is, well, if your team can't beat the shitty team, then probably your team sucks also. When Alabama plays Rudy Poo University doesn't block Alabama. Because people say, oh, Trump wanted to fix things, but the Democrats blocked him. Well, when Alabama plays Rudy Poo don't block Alabama. So the fact is, if your team can't beat the shitty team, meaning the Democrats, well, now we know that your team is equal strength with the Democrats. They're equal. They're the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
And the Republicans are just as immoral and just as depraved at the level of their behavior as the Democrats. They hide it. The Democrats are proud of it.
Oh yeah,
and I'm from Arkansas. Tom Cotton is the most obviously gay man I've ever laid eyes on. A so-called family man Republican. That is the most flaming homosexual man I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
But because he espoused his family values, they're all getting in line behind him. And God only knows what he's doing behind closed doors. I'm sure it's some sick ass shit, just like the rest of the Republicans. Trump himself. I guarantee you Trump's been involved in some weirdo, sick behavior behind closed doors. Otherwise, he can't be in the club now, can he?
No, but look, say like all that stuff. Say, so that's where like I'm with Drew on a lot of things. Say like take the adrenochrome thing, right?
Yeah.
Or say like the fucking, basically, if there was proof of these things, they would not exist. So
based on what though? Based upon what?
Basically, one vial of adrenochrome. Someone must have one vial of it. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I see what you're saying.
For all the adrenochrome that's been going on.
Yeah.
There must be some substantial proof somewhere that the shit even exists before you should make up your mind that it does.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about specific sexual behavior. I'm not talking about adrenochrome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I think they're all corrupt in some form, or else they wouldn't have got the position.
They can't get in the position. That Satan owns those seats. Satan owns the presidency. Nobody can hold that seat unless they do what Satan wants. This is Satan's kingdom.
Well, it tries to.
No, it is.
So,
that's what this is. That's why it's hell, man.
Yeah, well, basically, the majority of the world may follow the spirit of Satan, but you know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean there ain't good here.
Oh, I'm not saying there's not good. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's mostly evil.
Oh, 90, yeah. But I don't think I wouldn't blame Satan as much as I would blame his offspring.
Well,
it's his seed, his male sperm that is walking the earth. What?
If people raise their consciousness to a certain level, they cannot fall for the bullshit anymore.
Yeah, but all they have to do is care about what they see. Remember I told you there's a sign in everything. The first fucking time that you write someone $100 bill and they fucking pay you with $100 bill should propose a question in your mind. What the fuck's a $100 bill? You know what I mean?
Sure,
but it's a lot, and it's the same way with anything. It's before us all, and we either fall for it or we don't.
Well, but
I'm telling you right now, I'm with you. There's a lot more people that are going to fall for shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's where you and I are, and we can't do anything about the fact that they're falling for it.
No, I can't do nothing. I can only
Literally
hope.
nothing. Literally
Yeah.
nothing. Well, but if you want to say, if you want to believe the Bible, there is no hope in this world. Christ is the only hope.
Yes. But
So what are
basically,
we even talking about?
well, basically, I don't have a problem with changing people. You know, I've read the fire. Have you read? I think it's Romans 8. Some people have the spirit of slumber, and they might never come to until right at the very end.
There
You
you
know,
go.
you got the two witnesses. They're going to change the minds of many. You got the Church of Smyrna and you got the Church of Philadelphia. You know, and so I don't feel the need to change things. You know, put it this way: God don't need me for His plan. It's going to take place no matter I'm here or not. But you know, it's like it says that God's elect will be offered up to the synagogue of Satan.
Well, there you go.
And it says not to let it's not you that is speak, but it's the Holy Spirit that speaks through you.
There you go.
And that even the gainsayers would learn, you know what I mean? Would change their mind. So until that day takes place, I'm not counting it out. I can't bring no one out of their delusion.
Exactly.
You know, it's like
it's called free will. It's called free will, sir. It's not appropriate for you to try to get them out of their slumber.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think I'm going to be penalized if I don't get them out, you know?
Of course not. Jack Talcott has every right under free will to create a false reality and live there. That's his right as a human if he wants to do that.
And that's what I say too. You know, it's just sometimes I just tell people, well, I hope that works for you. You know what I mean? I really do.
Of course.
But chances are, I've never seen it work. You know, there's nothing new under the sun.
That's right.
And a lot of these YouTubes is just bringing old esoteric ideas that's always been there.
Oh yeah, 100%. Absolutely. I studied a lot of this stuff years ago. You're talking to somebody. I used to have notebooks upon notebook. I had stacks of notebooks from the things I've studied because I take notes when I study. I'm talking I'm talking 30 notebooks.
Wow.
Yeah, I love to study and research. Is what I like. I'm nerdy that way. I love books. I love to study. I love to research.
Yeah, I kind of got addicted to it, learning myself, you know, about 2000. Literally, I got addicted to it. It's a crazy thing. The more that I learn, the more that I don't know. It's crazy. And so, you know, it's like I've come to the realist, Benton, that people don't like know-it-alls.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I know.
But but I have intelligence that people trust. You know what I mean? Because they ask me to solve major shit, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's like it's useless, you know, to say like, come on to YouTube, you know, like, you know, it's like I was telling a guy the other day, self-esteem, I tell my friend, I said, I know where I've been. I don't need someone to remind me or validate the things that I've been through. I know what I've been through. And so that's where my self-esteem comes from. Like if I met you, or like I have no idea of the time that you've spent into certain situations.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm very well aware that you have no idea of the time that I've spent on things, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And that's what I call being a realist.
There you go.
And so it's sometimes, you know, like I do have younger people that I try to bring them on away because it's been years I've had people under my wings. And it's like my buddy, man, I think he found Jesus, man. I mean, God's blessing him right now. And so, and it's nothing that I did. Okay. So me bitching at the kid so much, he started making right choices. That's all, you know. But I don't feel the reason to go out and apostolize people.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, I agree.
Because I see, you know, it's like the whole point of God's word, you know, it's a long plan. It's like trying to explain the whole history behind the legalness. You know what I mean? Because there's lots of subsections and shit. You know what I mean? There's more to it than someone could come out and spit out in one little conversation.
Oh, of course, absolutely. But that, to me, that's a mental disorder that people think that they could do that, or that they should just go. Let me go around and explain everything to everybody. That's insanity.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm more in the ways I like to get people to start to think for themselves.
Well, but you can't. You can plant a seed, but you can't get them to think for themselves.
No, you can't.
If they choose to think for themselves, they did that. You didn't do it.
Yeah, but sometimes you can lead them on a path.
You can plant a seed.
Yeah.
If the seed grows, it grows. Most of the time, it don't.
Yeah, I get you there. Yeah.
You can't intervene at the level of somebody else using their brain.
Yeah, but I mean, I try to actively try to engage in a conversation that would force them to use their brain.
You can't do that. It's not possible. You can't force them to use their brain.
No, well, basically, you can trick them into it. It's not forcing.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
It depends on how programmed their mind is.
Yeah.
You realize I've still got parents that in a lot of ways can't think for themselves because they subjected themselves to a cult that programmed their brains, and they never fully got rid of all that programming. So in a lot of ways, I have two parents that literally can't think for themselves.
Yeah.
So I observe what you're talking about. Believe me, I would love to be able to intervene and change them into now all of a sudden they can think for themselves. It's really not a thing, man.
Yeah, but at some level, they are thinking. You know?
I'm talking about an ability to reason through a problem.
Yeah. Well, you'll find out a lot of people ain't got that ability.
Well, that's a big part of what my podcast has been about.
But you know,
they're unable to think for themselves.
My secret, you know, since I went to college for engineering, I applied like this engineering way to solving problems, and it works pretty good. It has to do with, you ever heard of the trivium?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've used the trivium for years, you know, and I kind of grew up with a school that kind of taught you on the more of the lines of that.
Yeah.
But in engineering, you are forced to that. You know what I mean?
Because of course you are, yeah. In engineering.
Yes, in engineering, you're forced to take a path.
Yeah, that's a very narrow subset of the population that goes into engineering.
Yeah, no shit.
So let's throw everybody into engineering school. What percentage of the people can make it through engineering school?
Well, I particularly have the belief that a lot more than do it.
Well, that's probably true.
Because engineering it's basically about simplifying everything and starting at the simplest form of everything. And you know, it's like I used to have this AutoCAD program, right? And it cost expensive for someone to use, and it was a bootleg copy. And I think if kids had the opportunity to play on that, they'd be so interested. And people want to think engineering's complicated in math, but it's really thousands of everything's in thousands. So it's 1 + 1. Now, when you're, as anything's into that process, you've got to. So part of the trivium or engineering way is basically you got to get all the grammar. That means all the parts. Kind of like what Crow and Jason do when they discuss a topic. They will find damn near everything that's on this planet concerning that topic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It and then they propose a bunch of questions. And that goes into the logic. And then, of course, Crow and them guys, they allow you to come up with your own rhetoric or your own summation with the information. They could lead you in a direction, but they're very well aware that they can't change people. They can only present what they know to be true.
I just think you're vastly overestimating the intelligence of the average American.
Yeah, I heard something like that, like so many people don't even have an inner voice. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard about that. I don't know if that's a real thing or not.
Yeah, because that'd be weird, man.
But the fact that I can make a 99 on the ASVAB, that has nothing to do with what these other people can or can't do out here.
Yeah, that's crazy. The ASVAB that I took was
the fact that you can be good, the fact that you can be good at engineering has nothing to do with what these other people can do or not do.
Yeah, but I'm nobody special, man. I'm nobody special. I think that anything that I've accomplished in life, anybody could accomplish it.
But they can't. That's not true. That's not true. That's simply untrue.
Really? So I've found in my life that anything I've put my mind to, I've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what these other people are able to do.
Well, they have. If they lived in a real world and thought realistically, there shouldn't be anything that they comes across their mind that they couldn't do.
But they don't live that way.
Yeah, they live empty. They don't care enough about things. But yes, I understand. But the thing is, well, trust me, man. I know here's the thing is, Ben, and I learned a long time ago, I can only sail my ship.
Exactly.
Right? And I've seen all kinds of people. I know people that don't work much. I know, it's crazy. And, but it doesn't mean I don't really, I mean, I think they still have the same opportunities, Yeah,
but that's just because you think that doesn't mean that's reality.
No, of course just because I think that and it's not reality, it's absolutely not reality for some. But to say that it couldn't be reality for some is a hard thing because anybody, like you were saying earlier, humans have the ability to adapt and overcome.
No, I said humans adapt to their environment.
Yeah, adapt to they do, but they will adapt to any situation. Well, if a man goes without food long enough, he'll get a little more ambition. The way I look at it.
And that's why we're not going to have food shortages in America, because that would be the best thing that ever happened to this country, would be to have a long-term, prolonged famine would make the people strong.
Oh, yeah, you got a point there.
China and Russia already had their famine. The people are strong compared to America as a result. Americans are fat, lazy, pacified morons because we've had it too easy for too long.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I saw this guy that's actually documented the decline of America since the 40s in pictures. And it's amazing, man.
So
We
these are
really
the
got
people that
unhealthy.
you think can go to engineering school?
Well, see, if they could do fucking what's the other ones they do there? There's a whole bunch of other. Yeah, I really do think that if people applied themselves, anybody could go through it. You know?
Let's go out here and ask and find how many people can spell the word engineering off the top of
Yeah.
their head.
Well, they cut themselves short, of course. You know, it's like it's like it's like when I'm doing finish. It's like last fall, I was teaching the dude how to do finish carpentry. He didn't think he could do it. You know?
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to learning how to become an engineer.
Yeah. Well, for one, let's be clear. There are many kinds of engineers.
Well,
I actually went to.
let's also be clear. At least half the population is allergic to sitting down at a desk and studying books.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
half of them are out. Half of them are off the table from the jump because they're not going to sit at a table and study books long enough to become engineers.
Yeah. And yeah, I saw that going through school. Basically every class I was in, someone failed. And so I didn't get high grades or nothing, but I mean, I even think I only had one semester where I got a 3.0, but I never failed a class. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just think that that society is not based on everybody go to higher education and sit in a classroom and get a degree. Like that's crazy to me. There's plenty of people who are terrible in a classroom and they're geniuses when it comes to actually doing some shit with their hands.
Yeah,
and
well,
see
basically,
well, wait a minute. That's an intelligence I don't have. I don't have that form of intelligence where I can go out in the real world and do some shit. That's not what I'm good at. You see what I'm saying? So the idea that everybody can go become an engineer, that's nonsense. The idea that everybody can go learn to build a house, no, that's nonsense. We all have different skills and abilities.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But if you cared enough about it, right, and you went to a logical approach about it, say building a house, and you never built a house before, if you properly researched it and stuff, and first admitted you don't know how to do it, that's where it starts. And then you got to care about it enough, and you'll learn. And yeah, there'll be a lot of trial and error, but I guarantee you, if you had the material, you'd have a house.
Or maybe I would meet people who have the skill and the desire to build a house, and I would provide something for them, and we would all work together communally. And I would help build the house, but it would be somebody else's thought process and skill level that would get the house built.
Well, yeah, well, that's what's happening right now in the tradesman world. Is basically rich people are dependent on tradesmen's knowledge to perform.
Exactly.
And so basically, no one gets paid unless the tradesman does his job.
Exactly.
And we're at a schism in our country where the tradesman ain't getting paid what his worth.
Of course.
What
yeah. And whose fault is that, by the way?
Yeah, well, look, 20 years ago in college, I wrote a paper on carpenters and how it's kind of a strange thing. They also have the highest suicidal rate. And yet they're on a job site and they have more material and more material to go through their hand and more time on the job site than any other tradesman, yet they get paid the least. No wonder they have a freaking high suicide rate.
Yeah, there you go.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's where I think America's gone amok. it's like, working up to Elkin, I'll drive by all these chicken farms and I have the big buildings with the chickens. There ain't a damn person within 50 miles eating one of those chickens.
Exactly.
Those chickens are hauled to California somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Or who knows where?
Of course, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And it's like I was looking into the beef thing too. So I'm, how, because back in the 70s, farmers were getting like 75 cents of every dollar on every pound of beef. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And now they're making like 35 cents of every dollar.
There you go.
And so, yet we're paying more than ever.
Yeah, of course.
And you remember when the lumber went up?
Yeah.
I looked into that too. Lowe's wasn't making the money. The lumber companies weren't making the sawman wasn't making the money, and the tree grower wasn't making the money. And as a matter of fact, if you put average in inflation, the tree grower is selling trees cheaper than they've ever sold trees in the history of mankind.
Okay.
And so what it got to be, that's when I saw this shit coming on, because they marked the lumber all up, and it was down to like 4 corporations, and they're all Vanguard owned, like Union Pacific and all these different ones, and so they are the ones that control that price.
Sure, of course. Yeah, that's how it works.
And so my point to that is that all these things, like the beef guy, the tree guy, it's because there's too many middlemen.
There you go.
And now, not only that, Benton, now you got people getting rich, millions of dollars over the internet.
Sure.
They are performing no service to the world.
That's right.
Because basically, if you look at a microcosm way, its simplest form, everything on this earth is free. We have to extract it, distribute it, and we have to cater to those who extract it and distribute it. So, like, to me, a girl down the road selling coffee at the restaurant is more of an essential worker than any paper pusher in any office. And so, money, people are getting rich, and there's,
Yeah, but don't you see that this all came out in the open in 2008, 2009?
Yeah.
So what? Nobody did anything about it. We all just adapted. We all adapted to it.
Yeah, well, first thing is a lot of people weren't aware of a lot of people don't care enough to look into things.
Still not aware. Still not aware.
It's like the cobalt thing happening right now. You know what I mean? Them people working the cobalt mines, right?
Well, but the point I'm making is, if the people didn't give a flying fuck about 08, 09, why would they care about these other things?
Yeah, well, basically, they're going to have no choice but to care about it. They had to care about the shit in 08, 09.
No, they don't care because nobody addressed the problem.
Well, what do you think the problem was to that? You're talking about the housing crisis?
Dude, I studied it for a whole year. I can break the whole thing down for you. The whole fucking thing. It takes about 45 minutes.
Yeah,
I read an entire book about mortgage-backed securities. I know what a derivative is. I can explain the whole shit to you.
I could probably explain. I'm well aware of all that stuff too, Benton, and them back loans and stuff like that too. But there's a lot of things that, we're saying a lot of that legal stuff plays into it. Okay. And a lot of you got to go all the way back to Clinton. When you see Clinton, what Clinton did is he let more immigrants in than all the presidents before him. And what happened was it creates a false bottom, and it moves people up not in a non-natural
The
way.
point
You
I'm
know what I
making
mean?
is if we put up with it, they can literally do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yeah, what I'm
And
saying
we
is,
can discuss what happened when until we're blue in the face. They're going to do whatever they're going to do, and we're going to take it. That is what is going to happen.
absolutely, I agree, because in one part is because no one, it's a type of mind control of being inactive. You know what I mean? But it is a type of mind control. Just the point is, no one doing anything about something. A lot of it is people think they cannot do nothing about it.
Of
A lot
course
of
they
people,
can. They're not willing to.
exactly, they don't care about
The
it enough.
cost is too high. Their lives are too convenient and comfortable. They're not going to force themselves out of their comfort zone to fix the problems. The answer is everybody stay home. That's the answer.
Yeah,
Don't go anywhere. Don't buy anything. Don't do anything. That's the answer.
yeah, that's what I've always say. People always ask, well, then what do you propose? And I always say, peaceful non-compliance.
I'm saying general strike. We make fun of France. Oh, they surrender. They don't take no shit off their government. Their government starts tripping. Those people stay at home.
Yeah. Well,
General strike, baby. But if you stay home, you can't order DoorDash and watch Netflix now, can you? At a certain point, you're going to have to cut back your household spending.
Yeah.
And that ain't going to happen. Because the national religion is consumerism.
Yeah,
and
well,
nobody's giving that up.
Well, they're forcing it upon the people. They're going to have no choice but to give it up.
No, this is austerity. We're going through austerity, but we're still identified as consumers. We're still marketed to based on how we get to view ourselves, based on what the products and services that we purchase.
Yeah, well, we've dug a hole for sure.
Yeah, NFL Sunday Ticket. I noticed this 20 years ago. Their advertising campaign was become the world's most powerful fan by purchasing NFL Sunday Ticket on DirecTV, meaning you get to feel some type of way if you purchase this service.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. These people are not going to give up their consumerism. It's not going to happen.
Well, I don't know. Basically, it's like the sports thing. I never fell for that either, so I don't know.
But they view themselves in specific ways based on the brands and services. It's branding and it's marketing. Their literal self-image is tied up in what they buy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the clothes
So they're not giving that up to stay home so that things can be fixed. They're going to work so they can fund their lifestyle. And by the way, that's why most Americans live well beyond their means. And surveys have shown that the majority of the populace could not come up with even like $500 for an emergency.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't either.
So why is that? That's because they're buying things.
Yeah.
Why are they buying things? Because they're in their feelings.
Yeah, so I can't. I've had issues with that my whole life. Because I live by needs. I don't live by wants.
But that's you. That's everybody else.
I know. And like I say,
Everybody
man, I
else
can
ain't
only
that way.
sail my own ship. I can't sail anybody else's.
But you're in the realm with these people, is what I'm saying.
I've got friends, man, and they spend money foolishly. And
Of course
I make
they
it
do.
a purpose to never say anything. How a man spends his money is his own deal. So, so I don't look at it like that. Now, I do agree with you, people don't care. And people got lifestyles to maintain.
Exactly. And they care more about that than they do about the fact that the banks did all this crazy shit and nobody held them accountable.
Yeah. But think about this, Benton. It's by summation, my sister and her husband both make $1,000 a day.
There you
And they
go.
can't get out. They can't get out of the rat race.
Of course not.
You know what I mean? Got a huge house, 3 vehicles,
Yep.
Charlie. You know what I mean? They're debt slaves.
Yep. Of course they are.
And but they're good people. You know what I mean? They're real good, kind-hearted, do a lot. They do a lot for wounded warriors. I got a nephew that's got. He's a double amputee from going over there, Iraq. My nephew just had another baby last week, man. My niece and nephew, and so it's kind of cool. And you want to talk about living in La La Land, Benton? I mean, they don't work, they don't want, they don't have. Wounded warriors built him a house. Shit, he's got vehicles and excavators and shit, and don't even use them. Got a shop, can make anything, and he'll sit there and play that fucking video game 3 or 4 hours a day.
There you go.
I don't understand it, but I can't change it. I don't try to change them. I try to understand them.
Well, I would say this. I mean, just for myself, I'm not involved with anybody like that. I have no involvement in those people. Like, I don't have friends in the real world, and then they do these things you're talking about. I wouldn't want to be associated with people like that.
Yeah, well, so even though they're my family, Brenton, I don't associate with people like that.
Same thing with me.
You know what I mean? My friends, right now, my best friend, he's got 18 properties.
That's awesome.
But we never talk about that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good.
He likes to talk about rock and roll and this and that. And, he was one of them, used to go to a lot of concerts and shit. He's met a lot of famous people and shit. And then I got another friend. He had a kid at late age. He's 50 and had a kid. And he's a mason.
Okay.
But
you mean like he lays bricks, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he lays brick, yeah. Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
not a Freemason.
Yeah. Well, just to clarify.
Yeah. And actually, I got a nephew, man. That's crazy. My stepsister has a son that is like a Freemason, right? And I remember, and we all know about that. Well, anyway, and but they said, "Oh, Graham would be so proud of you." I'm thinking to myself, Graham would roll over in her grave. You know what I mean?
There you go.
But I don't want to burst their bubble. But really, that's the way I think of things. It's the same way, Benton. When I've had people that'll go, "Man, you're crazy," and I just look at them right in the eye. I'll go, "Like a fox," and walk off.
Right. There you go. Yeah.
Because I have no. If someone's cares enough to understand you or something. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. And you can tell that people have no care about someone else.
Absolutely.
And so I like to live like, because a lot of people that don't know me very well don't know how intelligent I am. Now, my friends and stuff, my friends and family, though, they're aware. Because I got killer track records on things, not just with even psychological things, Yeah. And call it a spade. But basically, really, Benton, anything that I've got on this earth, I wouldn't have it unless my creator gave it to me. I didn't create myself.
There you go.
And so, it's so easy for people's ego to take over. Now, I'm not one of these ones, squash your ego. because a man without a certain amount of ego, he really ain't much of a man. But it's have a healthy ego,
Yeah, of course.
you know, and that's where I think a lot of people don't understand. They think like they get Paul wrong because he's bold about what he says. He's not arrogant about it. He's just bold. He knows what he knows.
Of course.
And people, they really have a hard time with that,
Of
from
course.
my experience.
Because they've been marketed to at the level of their own self-image, and that's based on they are infallible. So they cannot accept that they may be lacking something in relation to another individual, and that comes back to the way in which people are marketed to through advertising. Because they're the world's most powerful fan. They're confident and supremely assured based on the products they bought, but they don't understand that that's how their brain works. So they can't accept that Paul knows things that they don't know.
Oh yeah,
It's psychology.
Well said,
It's literal psychology. So they can't accept, oh, this person has a superiority to me in this way. It creates a schism because they're believing things based on how they're marketed to. By the way, they're believing things that are not true.
Yeah.
So, of course, they can't submit to Paul's superior knowledge.
Yeah. But they're taking it out of context. They probably could if it was their mechanic working on their car. You know what I mean?
Well, that's something entirely. Now they have a need. They need their car to work.
Yeah.
So that's a sublimation.
Oh, okay.
Now they're sublimating those things that I just talked about in order to get their car to work.
Exactly. Yeah, I get it. They want. Yeah, I know.
So they got to get to work so they can continue to buy the things that they're being marketed. See, now you just come down to what is the motivation, and the one thing is going to be stronger than the other thing in a given context, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
like you have to have the car to get to the job to have the money to pay for the lifestyle. They don't have to. They don't have to understand certain information from Paul enslaved in order to do all of that.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have exactly.
So there's no necessity. So, but the human can just reject all the information, and now they can just stay the same, and then now they can still be self-assured because they've just negated that very human. They say, well, we don't like his tone, we don't like how he expresses himself, and they just choose to believe that somehow negates the validity of his information. But that's their problem. I mean, that's not my problem. But I see what they're doing. But
look, I've experienced it myself.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I just cared about people.
How people are, man. This is how the people are, and there's no changing it. So of course they can't.
Sometimes I'm like, it's like casting pearls before swines. Yeah. You gotta pick and choose.
Exactly. Well, the parable of the sower.
Trample it,
Well, the parable of the sower. You're gonna, it's up to the person who's scattering the seed to put it upon the proper ground.
Yeah.
So why would I waste my time and energy when I could see that the person is not open to it based on what I just described, because they know it all.
Yeah, and so I that's why I like the epistemology of religion. And so for years I've been challenging people's epistemology of why do you believe that? I'll ask them, why do you believe that? I've literally asked the preacher, I said, what do you think about the Jews? And he'd say, oh, they're God's chosen people. I go, why do you think that? And I'd say, can you show me where it says that in here? You know what I'm saying? and then
Oh,
make
yeah.
them think about why they believe the things they do. I mean, it's took over 15 years to get my family to fully understand the whole Christmas thing. And technically, I could calculate Jesus's birth by the course of a bio that Zachariah the priest was at. But I don't. If someone asked me, Benton, how do you know when Jesus was born? And I'd say, well, if you got a minute, I'll show you. But
There you go.
very few people. I call it people are always looking for a fish sandwich. It's like, remember when he went to feed the 5,000 and they just had a bread and look, they went, now go pick up all the remnants. And they picked up 12 baskets. So there was a lot of people that were there just for a free fish sandwich. They didn't want to learn nothing.
There you go.
And so I see that so much. I hate, so being a tradesman and working directly with people, I'd rather help somebody with a need than a want. Now, if it's a want, I'm not going to cut you as much as the deal as if it's a need,
Sure.
Because people want crazy, crazy things, man. I've seen, where I live at, I've seen I worked with this one guy, and every Friday, right after work, he'd go into a pawn shop, and he'd buy trinkets, and he'd take them to his house and just stack it up. Never see him again. I could never understand that. Between me, I really shouldn't say that, so I ain't gonna say. But so people look at me sometimes and go that I'm broke because, of choices, but they don't know what choices I made to be broke. Because I've made the choice sometime to give my last dollar to people that needed it more than me. A lot of people, because when people say when they wake up. When I was a kid, Benton, I couldn't understand why my friends they weren't eating good, and yet their parents would pay the phone bill before they bought food. And this was back in the 80s,
Yep.
So I could never understand why that took so right off the bat as a young kid, I was thinking something's wrong here.
That's true.
But so it's like when I grew up in Maine, so like it's like you grow up thinking it snows everywhere. And it's the same way. So I grew up to 86, we lost the dairy farm. We had a 100-year-old dairy farm in the family. And so as a kid, I never understood poverty or nothing, because we had lots, of, a fridge with 5-6 gallons of milk at all times, And we always had beef to eat. But then you realize and get out of your little world that people, you ain't even got to go 20 miles down the road. And these people ain't living like that. And I felt bad for him. You there? Hello. I'll go to the chat, man. I'm not running to talk to myself. Well, is anybody there, Benton? Well, it's 7:46 and the TN scoop. Let's see if I can get on chat here. Maybe I can see if someone else is in here. Yeah, guys, I think Benton, he just dipped out or something. I think Benton dipped out or something.
Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going in here to get my supplies.
You look like the Unabomber there with your residual or picture.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's my icon, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's on my channel, too. It's on the banner for the channel. Yeah, I like the Unabomber's writings. I'm a big fan.
Oh, really? I've never looked into that.
Yeah, I would say if you would read those writings, that would fill in a lot of gaps for you. If he's a real person, he's got one of the highest IQs on record.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like 180 something IQ.
Hey, you got a lot of background noise there, man.
Yeah, I got to go in here and get my food.
Oh, okay.
Hey. Yeah, I'm in Walmart now.
Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful day out here, man. Looks like it's a little chilly, but it's crazy where I live, man. I think it's a blessing, man. I've seen eagles and otters, and so kind of cool where I live. Yo, Benton, where'd you go?
I thought I was still here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I said you live in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And northern Tennessee, kind of. But hey, I got another story I got to tell you. This is a crazy one, right? But I don't tell a lot of people this shit because I ain't proud of it. Okay. So anyway, after the COVID hit, right? I couldn't pay my phone bill or my electric bill, so I had it shut off, you know. And well, one day I sit here, my batteries were dead, and there's an old pole out here, and I walked out to the pole, and I just think, damn, it just a thought came across my mind. Heat this wire up and push it in this plastic. Boom, power.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So and I milked it, man, for like over a year. And this is where the irony comes in, okay? Because so we're out here one day. No shit, man. There's a 10-point buck out here on this island. We're watching it, and here comes a fucking cop and a power guy. And I told my neighbor, I said, look, man, I'm probably going to go to jail. So will you watch my dogs? And I'll get through this, whatever it takes, you know. And the cop, he get out, and he goes, yeah, we're down here. I guess someone's stealing power or something like that. I go, yep, that's probably me. And the power guy, he walked around the corner, and he looked right at my wire. And he come back around the corner and goes, well, I don't see a problem here. And the cop's like, well, sorry to bother you guys. Have a good day. And took off. My neighbors and everybody, it was like a Jedi mind trick. And my neighbors and everybody, well, shit, man, you should be good to go now. And I was like, no, it don't fucking work that way. This realm, you know, I just got a major break. I was facing to go to jail. And so I went out and I unhooked my power, and I ain't hooked it up since. Because I didn't want to, you know, I felt I received mercy, and I don't want to throw that away. You there? Benton. But to actually be, to full disclosure, guys. So like, I'm not proud of that. You know, I've always prided myself on never having to steal, and I probably wouldn't have done it if it wasn't so easy, and the world wasn't going crazy over the COVID. You know, but I did it. But somehow I got mercy on it. You there, Benton? Hello. Well, it's darn near 8 o'clock. I don't know what the fuck Benton's doing. I probably ought to get off these YouTubes.
Yeah, I'm in Walmart shopping. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did you hear that crazy story?
Yep, sure did.
It was a true thing, man. And I, you know, so, but,
Yeah, there you go. That sounded pretty good.
yeah. Surprised this damn thing's in tune.
I like it.
Music soothes the soul. It's a little flat. The guitar is flat. Yeah. But anyway, Benton, I'm probably gonna have to get off here. I'm gonna go fire up the generator, I guess, get some heat. I'm gonna force myself to stay up all freaking day.
Yeah, man, have fun.
Yeah, I might get the bike out if it's warm.
Well, if everybody watching wants to hang out, I'll be back in the truck pretty soon. I just got to check out here and get my supplies. It won't take long.
All right, man. Look, man, I hope the best for you, man. Really, and I appreciate your time. And don't get mad at me if it don't ever happen again.
Oh, we'll keep it
but
moving. But yeah, you're welcome anytime, man.
God bless you, man. And same to everybody in the chat, man. God bless y'all.
Right on, man. That was Mr. Miyagi. We'll catch up with him next time, hopefully. Be well, my friend.
You too.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the phone the screensaver keeps coming on, and then I have to manually pull the phone out of my pocket and turn it back on. I'm not really sure why it does that. I think it can tell that I'm not looking at it. It's probably what it is. Here in the Wally world. Almost done, though. Won't be long now. Where are the carrots is the question. Oh, there they are. Uh-oh. Fuck. Hey, I accidentally didn't scan an item. Sorry about that. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. I got a little too carried away and
Okay.
missed the scan there. So thanks for your help.
Okay. So how much tuna have you actually got?
I did not scan one of them. I've already scanned all of those, I'm certain.
All right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I always want to pay. I don't want to lose my Walmart privileges.
Okay. So I can put some of these in my Swandy.
Oh, no. It's be easier for me to do them. I do this all the time. Yeah. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, 16, exactly. Yep. Ah, dang, come on, man. This bags ain't cooperating. There we go. Almost there, folks.
Insert cash or select payment type.
No, thank you. The robot is so friendly. Y'all have a good day. Thanks. See you later. Almost back to the saddle, folks. Give me just a minute. I always like that body style of Lincoln for some reason. That's like an old man car. Look at all these trucks, man. That's why I stopped here. I thought that it had truck parking. I was going to go to Eviction, but it's kind of a bitch getting in and out of the Walmart sometimes. They're assholes over there, too. people in here were real. What's that cooler doing over there? That must be where the people sit while they're panhandling. See that cooler over there by the upside down stop sign?
All right, let me throw this stuff in here and then we'll be back. All right, we back, folks. If I can find the headphones. Where'd the headphones go? What? Oh, there they go. Is EBT still going? Somebody said come over to EBT's 12-hour stream.
3% battery. Huh. Yeah, that's a lot of fat and protein. What's up, Mr. Miyagi? I got some desiccated beef organs in the back. It's heart, kidney, liver, stomach, intestines, and spleen and not gallbladder. Yes, spleen. Trying to get out of this place. I told you I'd be done pretty quick, Mr. Miyagi. I'm already back in the truck. You were on a roll, so I figured I'd just keep it moving. Oh, I gotta wait 3 minutes though, because I'm almost to a 30-minute break. So it doesn't really make any sense not to restart my clock for my 30-minute break. I wish there was a little more convenient way to switch the camera orientation without going. There's a lot of steps involved in flipping this camera around. How is everybody? There's still people here. I was wondering, I said, man, I don't know if they're going to drop off when I go into Walmart or not. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, heart and liver. Well, while we're waiting, I'll show you what I got. Oh, shit. I think I will. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Let me flip this around. Let's see. Where we got? Here we go. Y'all see that? Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Grass-fed organ complex. Undefatted. Funny, I don't know how to orient this. Probably can't read that. I got to get a better phone with better cameras. Anyway, liver, heart, kidney, pancreas, spleen, intestine, and tripe/stomach. Yeah. And I got this also, which is a different brand. This doesn't have the tripe in the stomach. This doesn't. I got some adrenal somewhere. Where's that? Yeah, adrenaline, adrenal glands. Can't really read that. It's got a, there we go. Yeah, adrenals. And then I've got, shout out to Liver King, right? I didn't even realize this was his brand, but beef pancreas. What's that? And I got some, what do you call in here somewhere? I forget what that's called. Where is it? I never can find this. I know I took it this morning. Oh, yeah. Tallow, grass-fed tallow. Which this is not a very cost-effective way, but it's convenient. Grass-fed tallow. Give me a little bit of animal fat anyway. Dude, Amazon though, man. Amazon fucked me. Yeah, exactly. That shit's expensive. Yeah, Amazon fucked me, man. I ordered like $300 worth of shit, and the main stuff I needed was all in one at the Amazon locker, and the fucking door wouldn't open. And then now they just keep my money for God knows how long. I mean, I'll get a refund eventually, but and I need the stuff, by the way. I called the customer service. They weren't able to help me. I'm like, look, just refund it to a gift card. I need to order this shit. Oh, no, we can't do that, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, I mean, I understand y'all are just keeping my money here. And it's like, I spend a lot of fucking money with them. I mean, a lot. Like, it's crazy amounts of money I'm spending. No, I'm good. My stomach is good, man. Thank God. I mean, considering what I have anyway. But I'm on a program that I've kind of crafted it over time. So let me see. Now the truck's trying to shut down. But I'm pretty good with my stomach and stuff, but I get nausea sometimes. Pretty strong nausea. A lot of mine comes down to just fatigue and like just a lot of weird. I just feel weird. It's kind of hard to explain. No, I don't eat liver myself. I take the capsules. Why they don't just have one button for the camera? I don't understand that. Oh well. But yeah, Amazon completely screwed me. So I'm gonna be. There's certain things like these Spanish black radish has really been helping me a lot, and I didn't get it, man. And so I ate like I went through what I already had because I was like, well, shit, I'm getting more tomorrow anyway. And no, I'm not. You know, that was a few days ago, but I guess what I'm going to have to start doing, and I've done this a couple of times in the past, is it's hard to get out of here. What I've done in the past is I've bought gift cards with cash at the truck stop, Amazon gift cards, and then I just make the order, and then if they screw up, and because sometimes the shit's late, if they screw up, then I can get the refund to the gift card, and it doesn't take near as long. But when I have to wait for it to go through the fucking whatever the debit, you know, the Visa debit or whatever the hell that is, it takes like so fucking much longer. So I don't know. And you can cancel the orders too, because sometimes they'll charge you right away. So even though they cancel the order, they still make you wait for the refund. So I don't know. I might just have to start going to like natural grocers, and they got good supplement prices, but they don't have the selection of Amazon, all obviously. But I might just have to start going to natural grocers and where the fuck is my other phone? Oh, there it is. No. Ah, shit. God damn it. Motherfucker. The other phone has disappeared. What the hell? I must have knocked it off the mount. Hang on, folks. Hang on. We're going right back where we started now. Shit. Oh, what the heck, man? Oh, this stinks. All right, be right back. Oh, yeah. We get text. Oh, that's. I got 1,500 in my debit account, which is not bad, except my paycheck's probably going to be $0 on Thursday. It might be a couple of hundred. I really don't know. We'll see. I like talking to Mr. Miyagi, man, but once he gets going, he just don't stop. Just keeps on going. So I figured, shit, I'll just mob in here real quick. But I guess I wasn't. My active listening skills, I guess, he could tell my attention was diverted, I suppose. All right, here we go. Trying to catch up with the chat here. If we can get these numbers back up to 20, man. I knew they'd dip a little bit with that shopping trip. I needed that stuff, though. That's very important. Now I got to figure out where do I want to get fuel. See, like this, why didn't they just pull out? Sometimes I'm mystified by people driving. It just could have just went right in front of me, no problem. Y'all probably couldn't see it, though. Yeah, mystifying. Mystifying. Oh, that's true, Slash Eye. You're right. But I don't know when I have another person on here and I talk. I don't really have that ability, honestly. But yeah, I can definitely come on here solo. I don't have a problem with it. It was just I was hoping I could get in and out and keep him on the line. See, that was the problem. He's a discriminating conversationalist because he demands active listening, which is good. But I do like his stories. He's got a lot of cool shit to say. So hopefully he comes back and talks to us one day. Because he seems like the type that he might come on and talk here and there, but then we might not see him for a long time. You never know. You just never know with Mr. Miyagi. But shout out to him. I appreciate him riding with me so long. Because I don't know that I would have been able to keep it going left to my own devices. Maybe old Sly Shy will come blessed with her presence. You just never know about these things. She seems like she kind of needs to have something on her mind though. Get a head of steam going. Work up a lather. Man, this truck is slow. And I don't know if anybody noticed, man, when I left out of that rest area in Oklahoma yesterday, they got construction. I never would have stopped there if I had known this. They got road construction and there's just no fucking merge area. You just dumped right out into the interstate. Very dangerous. And you can't really just stop and wait because there's never really a break in traffic. You pretty much just have to hammer down and hope it all works out. EBT, I don't know. Does he get a hangover? Ha ha ha. That's funny. Shout out to What's Up, by the way. Shout out to Sly Shy. Shout out to Mr. Miyagi. Oh, yeah, man, thank you for putting up with my crazy ass, man. I understand. I know how I get. So, yeah, you showed a lot of patience dealing with me, that's for sure. But I like hearing all the stories. It's interesting. I had to get in where I fit in on that shopping trip. I didn't even know about that. I don't usually come this way. I'm almost never on this road here, this stretch of 70. Going this way, anyway. So once I seen that Walmart, I said, boy, that's easy in and easy out. And they got truck parking. I better go ahead and swoop on in there. And I got some, all I did was grab the basics. I've been getting this Arrowhead 3 liters of water. It's kind of expensive, man. It's like $1.60 for 3 liters. And, you know, a gallon's 3.79, I think, or whatever, but almost 3.8 liters. But I don't know. I seem to like it better than that. That stuff I usually get's that Geyer Spring or whatever that is, or Crystal Spring. And I think maybe that's Nestle, and it doesn't seem to be as good. I don't really know. I just mean like how it makes me feel. And, you know, it's all in a plastic bottle, unfortunately, so I'm getting the BPAs and God knows what else. But I'm blessed to be here, y'all. I feel good about it, in spite of my complainings about the state of the world. I'm happy to be here. Happy to be able to chat with you fine folks. You know, hang out, chop it up while I'm driving. Let's see here. We got 153 miles, and I'll be done for the day. 2 hours and 24 minutes. Stay on the road there, Ben. And let's see, where do I want to stop for fuel? That's the question now. Check the prices. I got an app where I can check the fuel prices. Let me see. I think it's all about the same. It's like, okay. Marshall. Man, this road sucks. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to figure out where the fuel stop's going to be. Give me just a minute. My fuel price app in my GPS are not quite agreeing with one another for some reason. Marshall, Illinois. Okay, I see. Why doesn't it just give me the GPS coordinates is the question. 81 miles. Motherfucker. Come on. There it is. We got it now. Bear with me. Almost there, folks. Almost there. The life of a truck driver. What's up with EBT over there? Sunday, tomorrow, no, today actually. I'm supposed to get my new equipment delivered, and then I'll be able to play audio, although not video, but I'll be able to play audio and respond to it, you know, like I've been doing on my laptop. So that'll be cool. Because I still haven't seen all of last night with Paul and Slave was on with Drew and EBT. I guess that was on EBT's channel. That's still going, right? That's still going. Wow. So I ain't offended if anybody wants to check that out. I don't know what they're doing over there. But once I get my equipment, I'll be able to I can listen in while I'm streaming to y'all, and then I can pause it and respond to it. That'd be pretty cool. Stream sniping, as it were. It's funny how my company, you know, they're all obsessed with fuel economy and buying the fuel real cheap, not cheap, but getting the best price. But then we're hauling a lot of these heavy ass loads, and this truck, just the fuel economy just goes to complete shit with the heavy loads. This thing says I'm getting 4.9 miles a gallon. Although I'm probably averaging a little higher than that. I got a way station coming up. I'm not sure who that is. There's somebody in the chat that always says don't stop at any way stations. But and I totally forgot when I talked to when I had the Come to Jesus meeting with the operations manager. Totally forgot to tell him about my electronic bypass for the way stations is not activated. That's great. Sunday though, most likely this bad boy's closed. Never know. Never can quite tell about these things. All right, we're gonna take a chance. Closed. All right, good deal. This guy's going so slow. I could have got back over anyway. I could have. I say. I like it when the way stations are closed. One less thing to worry about. I'll try not to yell so much if anybody wants to come chat with me. If anybody's got anything on their mind, we can talk about various topics. As you like it. Who? What? Oh, Paul was not live. Yeah, I'm talking about EBT. I might have said Paul, but yeah, if I did, I meant EBT. My bad. I wonder. I guess Paul probably sleeps from like 6 a.m. to noon or something. Maybe I'm not sure. Or somewhere. I don't know what his schedule is, but it seems like he usually goes live. Like he usually goes live at like 11 a.m. So yeah, I guess he can't sleep to noon if he's going live at 11. Oh, you making breakfast, huh, Miss Sly Shy? Right on. I got one more meal to go, and then I got a little bit of fruit. Blueberries, actually. I guess I should have grabbed a pineapple when I was at Walmart. Thing about the pineapple is I end up eating, well, even if I only eat half a pineapple at a time, it seems to really aggravate my gout. Oh, okay, that's cool. No, I'm not. I'm not offended if they're over there. Music holds a secret. That's more than fine with me. Yeah. Oh, they all got wrenches? That's funny. Who are we talking about? Now I'm going to end up over there at this rate. I mainly went live today because I wanted to talk about all this soft sit and sit stuff, which I think it's interesting. You know, and I understand it's not literally sovereign citizen. I get that. I just think that's a handy way to refer to it. So who's actually here then? I mean, it says there's 14 people here. That's where I get confused. Is it like, you know, is it me and like three of y'all, you know, me, Sly Shy, Musical's a Secret, and then like bots, you know? Like, I really don't know how this works. Oh, Mr. Miyagi might still be here. I saw Sunshine Time was here. Shout out. What's up, D-Rex? Good to see you, bro. But yeah, I do agree with. I think Mitchell said that, you know, he was talking about on being on EBT's panel and saying that, you know, it was apparent that they weren't, you know, they weren't willing to be open minded, and you know, they weren't really open to an actual discussion, which I think is true. Uh, and then he kept saying, you know, what's my recourse as a landlord, and that was the initial point I was trying to make over here, was that, you know, a lot of that depends on the state. And if somebody lives in Illinois and they see that things are skewed too much to the benefit of the renter, like, why even be a landlord there is what I would say. Like, because as an Arkansan, it's hard for me to relate to some of this stuff, because it's like, yeah, in Arkansas, this is it's not an exaggeration. If somebody doesn't pay their rent on the first, it's possible to go through the actual legal process and have the person physically removed by the 10th of the month, and the sheriffs will come put them out. And then I also said, but if you have a good renter, you know, it becomes a market at that point, because for the landlord, it can be, and me and EBT have talked about this, where it can become difficult to find, you know, actual quality renters. And then, so if it's just a one-off and it's like you know, if it's an unusual situation, the landlord might give the person a break. But like Mr. Miyagi's saying, apparently he manages some property, and he was saying that there's somebody who hasn't paid their rent in like 5 months. And you could tell Mr. Miyagi's kind-hearted and he doesn't want to put them out on the street. But to me, they're putting themselves out on the street when they don't pay their rent. Like, I would never expect to be allowed to stay somewhere. It's like, oh, I didn't pay my rent, of course I have to move out. You know, I would honestly, it was like, for me, if I could see that, and I've always paid my rent on time, like always. I've never been late on my rent my whole life. Now I've blown off things like credit cards, and, you know, maybe I've been late on my electric bill or whatever, but, dude, the rent has been paid on time. And I remember one time I lost a bunch of money playing blackjack because I have had my issues with compulsive gambling in the past. I ended up having to sell my entire. I had a really nice for the time. This would have been in the late '90s. I had a really nice home theater system for the time, and I ended up. Some of my buddies had just gotten their money from like their Pell Grants and their financial assistance for school. I was still pretending to go to college, and I sold all that shit for enough money to pay my rent. My half of the rent. I had a roommate. But I personally, if I'm not able to pay the rent, I would not expect to be able to just stay there. To me, that's crazy. Like, where does that even come from? It's like, pack your shit and get out. Like, and again, back with the, all the government, dictating, well, we talk about, well, it's my land, but I can't really do what I want to with it. It's like, man, just go drive around in Arkansas. Like, there's plenty of places where you can tell, like, within reason, these people are more or less doing whatever the fuck they want on their own property. Oh yeah, college is a total scam. I could not agree more. I literally went because my parents had money at the time. They paid for it. And my dad was such a fucking crazy person. My dad was out of his mind. He was like, in his mind, because I'm book smart, I'm supposed to go to college, which I didn't even really want to go, to be honest with you. But my thing was like, hey man, I want to take a year off, and he was like, well, if I'm paying for it, you're going now, and I'm like, well, shit. If you're going to foot the bill, buddy, yeah. And then also my high school girlfriend was going to University of Arkansas, and at first my dad was like, well, you can go to college, but he wasn't going to send me there. But then for whatever reason, I don't even know, I can't even remember why he became convinced to pay for me to go to University of Arkansas, which, by the way, was a big party school back then. Party school. And I mainly went because my girlfriend went there, and I had a great time. My social life was flourishing, but other than my first semester, I didn't really go to class. I dropped all my classes a bunch of times. Just a waste of time, really, but I had a good time. I had a lot of fun. So I don't regret it, but I actually wanted to go to University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, which is in my hometown, which is a historically black college, actually. It's an HSBCU, I think is what they call that. Yeah, historically black college or university, or colleges and universities. So I wanted to go to the HSBCU that was in my hometown, and my dad was like, I told my dad, and he like made fun of me and mocked me and shit. I should have just went anyway. I bet you I would have graduated, by the way. And that was a whole thing. I don't know why I cared what he thought. Literal minority scholarships, by the way. White people could go there on a minority scholarship. I'm not even kidding. UAPB, Golden Lines, baby. We used to go up on campus and skateboard sometimes, and I remember one time I wandered into one of the music buildings, and I could play drums a little bit, so I ended up playing drums with a couple of guys up there. There's a guy playing bass, and I think the other guy was playing like saxophone, and we were just kind of, like improvising and stuff. I fit in up there. I never had a problem being the only honky. Never bothered me any. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, but I was literally 17 when I went off to college. Like, I didn't know anything. I knew absolutely nothing. For some reason, my dad had a college degree, and I guess, again, they should have just sent me to Votech. I don't understand why people were like, yeah, why couldn't they realize, yeah, he likes books and he's book smart, but like, this dude really ain't college material, and I really wasn't. At the time, I definitely wasn't. Why couldn't I have gone to the Votech? I could have, but I was just ignorant. Like, I just didn't understand. It's funny how that worked. And nobody knew anything. My dad had a college degree. He didn't hardly know anything. Bizarre, man. Bizarre experiences. Very strange. Very strange. It's also funny, you know, being that young and when I was 17, like I really wasn't good at math and I did not like math. And if I'm not going to go back to college, but if I did, I would probably study mathematics. Kind of funny, you know, how we grow and change as people and our minds change. You know, supposedly, especially males, our brains are not fully formed until we're 25. But then, like, I'm supposed to go off to college and like figure out what I want to be for a job. You know, like what career path. And it's like, and I was a particularly immature 17-year-old. I can assure you. Like, it's not like I was like had a good head on my shoulders or anything. It was just a complete. It's just basically the man set his money on fire sending me to college. And I've told him that, and in retrospect, I'm like, what made y'all think I would go off to college and like study and apply myself? Like, I don't understand. I went through high school and never did homework one time. I mean, not one time. If I would do whatever little bit of homework I could do while I was at school. If I couldn't accomplish it during school hours, it just didn't get done. And if they assigned a project or a paper, most of the time, now I did like to write papers, so I might actually write the paper, but if there was some kind of bullshit science project or just whatever, I just didn't do it. Blew that shit off, man. Waste of my time. For what? Make a fucking I think the last thing I did was probably in elementary school is like make a fucking make a volcano out of Play-Doh and then like baking soda and acid and make it fucking lava come out. You know, like what the fuck is that? Am I the only one that did that? Does anybody else remember that? Like, what is that? I'm pretty sure I learned nothing from fashioning Play-Doh into a shape of a volcano and, you know, having a chemical reaction come out of the top and just simulate lava. Music calls The Secret, took business administration, hated it. Oh yeah, forestry. That's another thing. Looking back on it, that's something I might have wanted to study. I might have wanted to study would have been forestry. I think if I had known at the time, hey, you could just get a degree in forestry and just go be outside a lot. I'm sure there's a lot of office work too, but just I knew nothing. And I was interested in computers, so I was like, oh, I'll just go into computer science, you know. But I too ended up in the business college because at a certain point I was like, okay, I'm not taking all this math and science. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, we made paste, exactly. Like, what is that even? And actually, by the time I realized this, it was too late. But by the time I got to my senior year, the only credit I needed to graduate was English. So I'm just in a bunch of classes as a senior, like realizing like I only have to have English to graduate. Like, why didn't I figure this out earlier? I could have, you know, surely there was some way to satisfy that English credit. I could have skipped my whole senior year, presumably. Although, what good would that have done me? Waste of time, man. Yeah, D-Rex. D-Rex had a head injury, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, man, the military. I tried to go in the military 2 different times. Thank God it didn't take. I actually went to boot camp for the Marines, but I didn't make it through. I was too fat and out of shape, thank God. That was in my 20s. I was overweight, out of shape. And then I got in real good shape after my first divorce, and I decided I wanted to go into the Army. And that's when I made the 99 on the ASVAB. And they never could get my paperwork straightened out from I was never in the Marines, but because I went to boot camp, the Army wanted my DD-214, but I don't have a DD-214 because I was never actually in the military. But for whatever, and it's probably the way, you know, it works out the way it's supposed to, but probably, probably they just weren't able to get the paperwork squared away. You know, one branch talking to another branch. But And I think they're kind of suspicious of somebody that scores that tests that well too. Because I went to MEPS twice, and that 99. Even I remember with the Marines, I made like an 83 or an 86 or something. I wasn't eating as good. I didn't quite have my mind right. But even that was like way beyond what anybody else had scored for the most part. You can get in with like a 25. But I'm glad, in the retrospect, I'm glad it didn't work out. But there's some appeal to that, discipline or whatever. And I have to say, I was at Marine Corps boot camp long enough. I was there for a whole month. That it did instill some mental discipline in me that really wasn't there before. But I'm pretty glad I got out of it. Yeah. Oh, a therapist? Me? Oh, or are we talking to somebody else? See, I always think the comments are about me, so it's funny how that works. Yeah, forest ranger. Yeah, exactly. Probably end up policing people instead of forests. Yeah, I love being outside, sunshine time. Yeah, I love it. That was one of the things I liked the best about living outside for so long, because I would travel the country. Usually, wherever I was at that time of the year, it was usually sunny. So, imagine spending a whole year or more just like outside in the sun all day. Like, there's something to be said for that. And my lifestyle as a trucker, it certainly did not create my problems physically, but it did not help. I kind of wonder if that living outside and low stress for the most part, and just kind of my time was my own. I did a lot of study, a lot of reflection, a lot of deep thinking. I got to think that at least kept my health from deteriorating, as rapidly as it has. And then the drinking, that really accelerated the descent to where now I'm just happy I have a quality of life. I actually feel good most of the time, but what happens to me now is by the time like between like noon, actually about right around 10:30 or 11 a.m., I'll start feeling tired. And then, even, by the way, whether I drive or not, the driving really doesn't even make me tired. So then by like noon, 1, 2, I'm pretty much like ready to shut it down and start chilling out. And then I'm in the rack by usually like 4, 4:35, and then I think I went to sleep. I probably went to sleep at 4:30 yesterday. I'm not even kidding. Oh yeah, this is all new. I forgot they've redone all this. This construction for so long, this stretch of road, that it looks totally different. And it's also funny, by the time they finish some of this construction, the road's already all fucked up. Because like while they're building part of the road, we're all driving on like another part of the road. So you can see like it doesn't even really look like it's been fixed properly. It's like part of the road it has been fixed and part hasn't. I think maybe this isn't even new road. I don't know. This is strange. And I haven't been out here in quite a while. And if anybody's been watching me on these live streams driving, I'm sure they've noticed I mainly have been going to Arizona and back. Well, before that, I was mainly going to Chicago and back. So some of the time, although I was on 57 a lot, so that's what it is. I wasn't on this stretch of road that much because I didn't come up through St. Louis. Well, I don't know. That's a good question, because if I went and saw my dad, I would go through St. Louis. Huh. Hell, I don't know. I just drive. And here we are. This is Effingham. Okay, I usually come in here from a different direction. I think is what it is. Yeah, I usually come up on 57. That's what it is. Through Arkansas. Through Little Rock. Okay, and up by Memphis. 57. That's what it is. I'm not usually rolling into here from 70. Okay. Now I get it. And in the information age, I drive by the GPS so much, like I don't know as many road names as I should. This is 70 though, I-70. This goes in, actually I'm going damn near to Indianapolis. Now I'm revealing my destination, but general vicinity of Indy. Shout out to EBT. Maybe we'll get that whiteboard out of him one of these days. If anybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm in for the whiteboard. Yeah. I don't know. You were kind of drama in that one day, but you're not a big drama person. I agree, D-Rex, but that you were on one. That, I don't mean drugs. I just mean you were on one that one day. But hell, I was yelling at people first thing this morning, so I can't say too much. I was on EBT stream yelling at them. Thanks, Slash Eye. Remember, this is YouTube. You get what you put out. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Paul got you pretty good. You were, but I don't know if you remember, D-Rex, but you were posting stuff about Drew before that. So I think maybe I don't know for sure, but you might have had something going on that day. But yeah, Paul got you guys real good. I ain't mad at you though. I ain't mad at you. I was just honestly, I was concerned for you, to be honest with you, D-Rex, because I know that you have some physical issues, and I know that when I become that angry, like, which I haven't in a long time, but there's been a couple of times since I've been sick where I've gotten really fucking mad and I've yelled and shit, and my God, it takes a toll on me, man. Like, it really takes, like, I can just feel like my organs and shit will hurt. My spleen was enlarged for a while, and it makes all that way worse, you know. So as much as I get all kind of froggy sometimes, and I'm real forceful with my speech, dude, I spend most of my time just trying to chill the fuck out, which I'm not even particularly good at necessarily. But dude, yeah, there you go. Yeah, 57 off to Chicago. I would kind of like to be going that way, but that's all right. Oh, okay. D-Rex says that. Okay, I hear you. See, that's the thing is, yeah, D-Rex says that was mellow for him. Well, and that's another thing, man. If you got a real strong anger and you got a real strong temper, because sometimes I get mad and I'm at like a 4 out of 10, and people are like, "Oh my God," like they really think I'm like really mad, and I'm like, "Shit, this is nothing." I'm like, "This is nothing." I said, if I get all the way mad, I gotta go fucking lie down for a while and shit. Like, this is nothing, man. Like, this is controlled here. So I feel you on that, buddy. Yeah, that shit was kind of funny, but what I kind of got annoyed is I sat there and just patiently waited, and I didn't want to kick anybody off the stream, but eventually I was like, this is going to go on forever, and I'm never going to get to talk to Paul, and I at least wanted to be able to say, hey, man, you know, what's up? I'm a fan and all this, and, you know, have a little bit of a chat, and I was like, fuck, I guess I'm just going to have to disconnect these guys, or I'm never going to get to talk to Paul. So that's the only reason y'all got kicked off the stream, by the way. I tried to wait. But believe me, I get there myself sometimes, so I can't fault you for that. It happens to the best of us. Oh, dude. I mean, that what you're saying, D-Rex, about real life. Yeah, I don't want no part of that. When somebody's face looks like that in real life, dude, I'm getting the fuck away from them. I guarantee you that. I'm not sticking around to find out what comes next. And that's the thing about the internet, is it's such a different realm, you know, like that stuff, it really doesn't translate in a lot of ways. And, you know, and I think that's where when me and Drew and EBT were kind of going back and forth months ago, I was getting super annoyed because Drew kept going, it's the internet. But eventually I had to accept his viewpoint in certain ways that, he's kind of right in a way. Like, things are much different in the physical realm. And, dude, when the shit goes sideways in real life, I just get the fuck out of Dodge. I mean, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I ain't sticking around. I'm not sticking around to see what potential violence is coming out of this situation. And especially being homeless, it's like I ain't got to be here. Grab my shit and take my happy ass on down the road, which I've done many times. Like, I'll see y'all later. Catch you on the flip side. And, I really would have liked to have, because the title of the stream being, breaking through the BS version sovcit, I really would have liked to have dealt with those issues a little bit more. But, sometimes, and that's not the way the conversation goes. And I do plan to study, but I do think that Mitchell's point was well taken. If Mitchell, I don't know that Mitchell will ever hear this, and I have a lot of respect for Mitchell just based on the way I've seen him conduct himself. And he does provide a counterpoint to a lot of the things I say, because I appreciate that. I don't necessarily want to be agreed with. But I do take his point that about, this is not really something that you can just study it and learn it all and put it behind you. And I totally agree. But the reality is that I do practice some of these concepts in my real life at various times for specific reasons. But mine is more with the being effective police, especially when I was homeless. I was inserting myself into a way of living where I was necessarily dealing with the cops a lot. So I would use my strategic mind to develop, certain strategies for dealing with the police over time. So when somebody says don't answer questions, my thing is, well, I will answer the question. I will answer it in a way that will achieve my purpose. So I've literally had the cop pull me over and say, now, when I'm a commercial driver, I literally have paperwork saying where I'm going. So that's kind of a non-issue. Like, when I get pulled over in the big rig, the cop, if he's DOT certified, can say, hey, let me see your bill of lading. And it says right there where I'm going. So, but I've been pulled over in my personal vehicle, and the cop's like, hey, where are you headed? And I literally, first I say, hey, man, no offense. Like, this is not against you as a person, but I point out the windshield, and I say, I'm going that way, which is it's an answer to the question. Hey, man, where are you headed? I'm headed that way, and I point out the front of the windshield. So I am answering his question, but I'm not getting into the details of my personal life, which, by the way, are none of my business. Because then I can just ask him, hey, man, what did you have for breakfast? Like, what position do you like to play? In what sexual position do you choose to pleasure your wife, right? Or your husband, if that's the thing. I can also ask personal questions. It's none of his business. But what I've done is I've learned to do this in a way without offending, because what I've noticed is the police have very poor control of their emotions. And they're very emotional, and at the same time, they're not good at controlling their impulses. So they're like super easy to trigger, but it's not really to my benefit to trigger them. So I've gotten really good at respecting their humanity, but also conveying to them, hey, man, like, I'm willing to submit to the authority of the badge or whatever, but I'm not trying to get into explaining myself to you, because it's like really my personal business what I'm doing, and it's really none of your business. And if I have to, because I'm a direct person by nature, I can eventually, if I have to, I'll just say, hey, man, no offense, but it's really not your business, like where I'm going, what I'm doing, where I've been, who I am. Like, you know, like I can tell you my whole fucking life story and how we've arrived at this point, but like, I'd really rather not do that. And then I've created a really good tactic that I can give you folks. If anybody wants to learn a little bit about this sovcit stuff. No, the badge does have authority. I disagree, Slash. I don't agree. The fact is that as society, we've all agreed, whether we want to face it or not, we've all consented as a mass of people that the police have the authority to arrest people. The police have the power to arrest people. We've all agreed to this. The fact is, I don't need the police to show up and protect me. The police have never showed up and protected me. I think the major function of the police is to dissuade predators from preying on the weak, such as my grandmother or a mentally retarded person. So that the fact that if a predator is addicted to drugs, they may not want to go to jail just now because they're in their drug addiction. So they might be less inclined to prey upon the weak or vulnerable person because the police might show up and haul them off to jail and the state might eventually put them in prison. And especially in Arkansas, the state of Arkansas has effectively unlimited funds to put people in prison. It's not California. There's no budget crisis in Arkansas where they've had to pass laws and let people out of prison because California was going broke and can no longer afford to engage in mass incarceration, right? In Arkansas, that's not a problem. If Arkansas wants to put somebody in prison, they will put them in prison. That's just how that shit goes. No, but I'm not applying this to you, Sly Shy. I'm verbalizing a perspective. You're free to disagree, and in fact, I would absolutely have you on here, and I probably have had you on here, and you can just go ahead and go through the whole thing of why what I'm saying is null and void in your life. But yeah, I'm ultimately only speaking for myself. So what I've found is that the cop, when it's coming from me, right? And here's another thing: this strategy might not be effective for another person. I found it effective that I'm letting the cop know, hey man, I don't really have no problem with you. I really don't have a problem with the job you're doing, but I'm not trying to get into all these questions about where have I been, what have I been doing, because that's called fishing, right? And sometimes I'll just tell them like, hey man, you're fishing, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to see what will I tell them that maybe they can then construct some sort of case against me, right? To literally throw me in a cage. I really don't respect that. I'm conveying to them that I do respect it, so I'm being duplicitous, I'm being two-faced, I'm being disingenuous, and I'm doing that to get what I want to get out of the interaction, right? That's what I'm doing. And I found no problem with that. And I've also found that I'm almost always able to drive away without tickets. Almost always, whether I was breaking the law or not. And then we can talk about, the laws only have to do with commerce. Well, I'm talking about, other laws I might have been breaking. I'm talking about actual state law I might have been breaking. Like actual motherfucking law. I'm not talking about codes and policies. So one of my strategies for getting them to leave me the fuck alone, wanting to ask me personal questions, is I say, hey man, and especially if I'm not driving, if I'm just walking down the street, I like to say, hey man, I'll answer all your questions. I'll tell you whatever you want to know about my personal life, but not until you tell me I'm free to go. I said, I give you my word as a man that as long as you let me know that I don't have to stay here, that you're not forcing me to remain here and talk to you, I'll happily choose to stand here and I will answer all your questions. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. But they know that I'm saying, okay, they know that as soon as they say you're free to go, I might just walk off. See, there's no trust there. But it also, I found it to be effective. They typically stop trying to ask me personal questions at that point. Then they realize, okay, I can't get anywhere with this guy because I'm never going to tell on myself. I'm never going to provide information, by the way, /I, that can and will be used against me in a court of law. And you say that's saying too much. But if I'm able to say these things and get my way, how is that saying too much? That's what I don't understand. I'm saying too much, except I'm always leaving the interaction, and I'm not getting hemmed up. So how am I saying too much? But they don't look for me every chance they get. See, that may happen in your life. That doesn't happen to me. I've never been singled out and picked on by the police. Now, I understand some people do. And what I would say to those people is, if those people are in a situation where now the police are going to single them out and pick on them, then that person will necessarily need to use a different strategy. I'm only speaking to the strategies that I've employed in my own life. Because a lot of what I'm talking about was when I was living as a homeless person and I was traveling the country, meaning I don't live there, meaning I'm technically a transient, meaning I've literally said this to the cops. Hey man, I don't live here. I will happily just walk right the fuck out of your town. I will happily grab my shit and just start walking the fuck out of here. I've told them that before, meaning, look, if you find that I'm a problem in your community, I don't live here anyway. I'm just visiting. I'm happy. I'm able and willing to take my happy ass on down the road, which, by the way, I'm going to do anyway. See, it's a specific strategy for a specific situation. Meanwhile, now all my driving is done in the course of commerce. I live in a big rig. I'm almost never pulled over as I'm driving. The only times I'm really ever stopped is when I have to pull into a weigh station. Occasionally they say, hey man, we're going to give you a level 3 inspection. Every once in a while it's a level 1, pull around into the pit, we're going to check your rig out. That's like once a year on average, right? So, you know, what are we even talking about here? Like, they're not coming to the truck stop and knocking on my truck and hassling me. You know, when I park at the rest area last night, the cops ain't. Now, sometimes they do come to the rest area and try to inspect people, apparently. But they don't come to the rest area and just randomly fucking hassle. So part of my lifestyle is intentionally constructed based on, can I pretty please with sugar on top be left the fuck alone? But I understand if I lived in a community and I lived in a building, like I'm assuming /I lives in a building, and if I live that way, then absolutely I would not necessarily be able to conduct myself in the way I conduct myself, because then my strategies would have to be tailored. And at that point, I might just be like, hey, man, I don't want to talk to you. Hey, man, I'm not going to answer your question. Hey, man, could you please leave me alone? Like, it might be a situation where I'm going to tell them almost nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like, so /I in her context is probably absolutely right. But when you take that, when you take and apply it to a different context, it could be a different strategy. And this is what I find so fascinating about these conversations, is that the people who come to my channel, and it's not even my channel, by the way, it's our channel, meaning the people who want to come here and interface with it. I truly believe that. And that's why I pretty much bring up whoever wants to come on. And that's why I almost never disconnect anybody. And that's why I almost never just say, hey, man, like, it was good talking to you, but like, we got to end this now. Like, I almost never do that, because in my mind, whatever this virtual space is, it belongs to y'all as much as it belongs to me. Like, I actually believe that. So I want to live in this virtual realm, in this metaverse. I want to conduct my affairs based on that because I value that. And I value that a woman from Philadelphia who's had a very different experience than me, who lives in a very different culture than I grew up in, is willing to come and share her viewpoint with me. And sometimes we absolutely don't see the same. We see things completely differently sometimes. And then sometimes we see things absolutely the same. And to me, like, it sounds frou-frou. That is like, that's a beautiful aspect of the human spirit to me. Like, I truly find a lot of beauty, and I think that's healing. I think when one human is able to connect with another human on that level, it absolutely creates a healing effect in the moment for both people. Like, I don't think that's debatable. Now, I do think that the healing effect is stronger in the physical realm when the energy spheres are physically overlapping. And I believe firmly that through all the nonverbal communication, and that when our energy spheres are close enough, that absolutely the energies, we exchange energies with one another. I am half a hippie. I do believe a lot of that stuff. And I believe it, by the way, based on my own personal experience. This is not some shit I read in a book and then just, like Talcott, chose to just speak it out of my mouth and try to act like I believe it, but never practice it. I practiced all this shit in my real life. And 27 miles to the fuel stop. So I got to make sure that I don't fuck up and miss the fuel stop. So bear with me while I keep my eyes on what I'm doing here. And, and I don't want to make it into a love fest necessarily, but, I do think it is important to convey those ideas, right? And I do think that the live streams will become more interesting. Assuming whatever this equipment is that I've ordered, if it actually functions in the way I believe that it's going to function, I think that's going to level us up. Because then I'll be able to play something and respond to it instead of just having to try to fill time, which is what I'm doing right now. But it does improve, and basically always realize that I'm working on my broadcasting skills. Like while I'm talking to you fine folks, I'm simultaneously developing my craft and engaging in my art, if that's a thing, performance art. But it's not really, how high level is it, Not that high level, I would say. But I love it, man. Like it really floats my boat. Like I really find a lot of value in it. And if there's nights when EBT says fuck it, we'll do it live, and he goes for 12 hours, and a lot of the folks end up over there, I think that's great. And in fact, if I had my equipment, I would probably be playing his stream and be pausing it and responding to it, and I'd be sniping his stream, and people could actually kind of go back and forth if they wanted to. Like, there's a lot to that, I think. And let me check in with the chat real quick, see if I'm making any kind of sense. Or am I just rambling nonsensically? Oh yeah, no slush. I'm absolutely using you for content. What are you talking about? Of course I am. You are the TV. What do you think YouTube means? You are the tube now. You are the television. I'm the television. Like now, like Drew says, now we're, we used to watch the box from outside. Now we're inside the box. And I think that's something to do with all these panels too. Now we're all, all these panels, and it's all a bunch of people in a box. And then sometimes it's Paul's panel all in a bunch of boxes, and they're watching another panel, and that panel's all in a bunch of boxes. And and it just occurred to me, you remember that Superman, I think it was Superman 2, Zod and all those, and they were in those, you remember they were encased in those boxes or whatever? And they were kind of hurtling through space at one point. They were like encased in like a mirror, but it was like a rectangular shaped mirror. Like that image just struck my mind. Like there's got to be something to that. And then I used to have a guy on here called White Trash. That was the name he went by. And he was probably an agent. If anybody remembers White Trash, shout out to White Trash. And I did some podcasts with him about, he was fascinated with breaking down the movie Hellraiser. And I'm not into these horror movies, but I finally watched the original Hellraiser from the 80s. And he was breaking down a lot of things having to do with this lament configuration. And we got pretty deep into some of those topics. So maybe when I get parked later, I'll probably just fire up the laptop and start breaking down some of EBT's stuff from last night. Because I love the breakdowns. Yes, Sly we know you're in your own box. You ain't going to put Sly in a box. Hey, nobody puts baby in a corner, Sly. And I am the Patrick Swayze of this shit in some way. Maybe not physically. But I am the Patrick Swayze of this in some form or fashion. Astrologically. And shout out to whoever, somebody sent me an email about astrology that I haven't been able to check out yet. But hell, I might go live and I might just go over my birth chart with y'all. You know, who knows? I think I got enough of a following, and I don't even believe in a following necessarily, but there's enough people, unless it's all bots, there's enough people who listen to me that I think I could pretty much cover whatever in the hell I want. At least five people or so will listen to me. Yeah, you're here for a reason, Sly Shy. That's right. You fit right in, don't you? You came over here and just fit right the fuck in, didn't you? Amazing how that works. Yep, you're a free traveler. That's right. And that's why somebody said earlier, they're like, your audience is over at EBT's stream. It's like, I don't really have, I understand there's people who regularly come here, but they don't belong to me. Like I belong, or more specifically, I belong to them as much as they belong to me. And hell, I'd be on EBT's channel right now, except they didn't want to deal with me. And Tinfoil was on there, so I'm going to be triggered. If Tinfoil's on there, I'm going to be triggered. And, that's just how that goes. So it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. Yep. Highway robbery, she says. No shit. It is. It's literal highway robbery out here. And since I used to read the newspaper, Sly Shy, I read the newspaper even when I was a kid. Listen to this, Sly Shy. Since I guess I'm fully out now, right? Since I'm fully out, my best friend growing up in Arkansas was gay, but it was such a repressive culture. We as long as he pretended to like girls, everybody was willing to accept that he liked the girls, right? Liked it. And I don't know what was going on with this kid's brain, but he had some form of genius. This kid, I shit you not, this kid started reading the motherfucking newspaper at the age of 2. I'm not making this up. I started riding a bicycle without training wheels at the age of 3. Like, what in the fuck is going on here? So I grew up with a best friend who read the newspaper. So I started reading the newspaper. I've been reading the motherfucking newspaper going back to the 80s. So the Arkansas Democrat Gazette, my state newspaper. Now, before that, we had 2 state papers, the Democrat and the Gazette. To be honest, initially, I started out, I mainly only read the sports section. And then I got to where I would read most of they got a state section, just called, Arkansas or whatever. It's state news. So I got to where I would read the state news. And then eventually I got to where I would read, some of the main section of the newspaper. And so then eventually I got to where I would also started reading the business section. So such as around the time I went to college, I literally read the whole motherfucking newspaper every day. I mean the whole fucking newspaper every fucking day. Like whip, yippee, skippy, yay for Benton. But I mean, I think we can accept this is slightly unusual for an 18-year-old to read the motherfucking state newspaper every day for years on end. Like, this is not necessarily a normal thing, right? So I don't know what that's about, but what Drew did to me, what Chalk Body Outline, shout out to Chalk Body Outline, what he did for me is he kind of showed me the error of my ways with respect to the 24-hour news cycle, and I really no longer even follow it. And all this January the 6th, I really didn't follow it other than the day it happened. Excuse me. And then like this Ukraine, I followed that almost not at all. And then, but however, I followed like this war in the war of South Ossetia over in Georgia. I followed that shit every day. And, Russia and Georgia and NATO and all this. And once we get to this balloon nonsense, I haven't even really paid any attention to this balloon nonsense. I barely even know what's going on. So you took somebody that initially that read the entire newspaper cover to cover. I mean, literally read the whole fucking thing. Now I'm a skimmer, so I don't read every word, but now I don't even know what the fuck's going on because the shit is so ridiculous. And when I was getting a little sideways with Mr. Miyagi, to his credit, he really didn't get offended because I'm like, look, a lot of y'all are a couple years behind. Well, I was a couple of years behind Drew because I was losing my mind about a lot of these news stories, and he's basically like, hey man, it's fake anyway, like auto hoax, what the fuck's wrong with you? And now it's 2 years later, and I'm like basically where Drew was 2 years ago, and I'm like, yeah, who cares? It's a fucking balloon. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, it's absurd on its face. Like, now are we really going to get emotional about balloons? But then I was emotional 2 years ago about the news cycle, and Drew very patiently was able to be like, all right, man, like, let's talk about it. But, really, is it really that serious, man? And by the way, I've got some of me and Drew's, if I ever get back to my storage, I've got a storage locker, slash I. If I ever get back to my storage locker, somewhere on the hard drive, on a broken broken Lenovo ThinkPad, is a download of me and Drew's Sunday show when we used to go live on D Live. And by the way, slash I, just so you know who you're listening to, when me and Drew went live on D Live, we started out holding about 175 in the live chat, but only for about an hour. We couldn't hold it for fucking 8 hours straight like Paulie does. But we held about 170. We peaked at about 175. I'd say we averaged around 120. We probably averaged around 120 for an hour and a half to 2 hours, right? And then EBT came on there. EBT used to drop knowledge on there, slash I. EBT used to come on there and drop knowledge. And I was the co-host, and he came on there and I was the third wheel. And then finally they'd be like, hey, Benton, what are you doing? I said, shit, I'm just listening. I said, when EBT comes on here, I don't want to say nothing. I want to listen to this motherfucker chop it up and break it down. I got love for EBT at the level of his knowledge and his understanding, right? Why do they always got to pull out when I'm coming? That car been sitting there all that time. See, this is what I call spiritual gang stalking. This happens to me time after time after time. I'm cruising down the road. Some bozo's just been sitting there. Here I come, and they pull out. Why? Why is that? Why do they do that? I'll never understand it. Now, I understand confirmation bias when I say that. Like, I understand that's a thing. They probably feel safe that I'm not going to just smash into them and end their life. They can probably detect, well, old Benton, he ain't going to just crash into us, and we're not going to necessarily die in a fireball right here, right now, see? Yeah. Why do they do that, D-Rex? Why is that? Just because if I'm sitting on the side of the road and I see a big rig coming and I want to pull out, I'll just wait for the big rig to go by. And now now they're just going to pace me from the front. They're going to go exactly my speed from right up there. So probably they can detect something about my spirit, and it's appealing to them. Because if you think about the distance between my energy sphere and their energy sphere, it really ain't that far away. They probably don't know it, but they can probably, interact with my spirit on some level. Funny how that works, right? So I'm open to it, but let me go ahead and make this phone call. and get this fuel card activated real quick because I'm exactly 10 minutes out. So bear with me, folks. I shall return.
Hey, Saul, it's Jason. I'm almost to my fuel stop in Marshall, Illinois. If you turn my card on, I would appreciate it. All right, thanks, Saul, man. I hope you have a good day. All right, brother. Talk to you later. All right, bye-bye.
I'm back. We back. We back. I need to check real quick to see if my packages are out for delivery yet with Amazon. Fucking Amazon, man. They've been fucking me over. I guess unfortunately there's no UPS stores convenient to my terminal, or I would just get a UPS store. But the nearest one is like pretty far away. Might just have to do it anyway. This Amazon locker's starting to not work out for me too good. Yeah, see, it ain't even out for delivery yet. We'll see. I might just park at this truck stop and be done for the day. Let's see. Since I can't deliver till tomorrow morning. All right, exit 147. Don't let me miss it, y'all. I've been known to get to talking and just cruise right on past my exit. It doesn't happen too often, but it has happened. Oh yeah, I love being it. Yeah, be on alert. Yeah, that's right. Well, and when I started my day Saturday morning, or Sunday morning rather, that's still Sunday night to all these drunks on the road. So I love being out here at 2 in the morning, but you got to dodge them drunks, man. That's the thing for sure. Oh yeah, that's right. The cops called. Call the cops. Oh, I can't see or read. That's funny. Yeah, you're on your own, Benton. Yeah, you're on your own, buddy. Well, I got to say, I'm glad I got this truck fixed because it's a whole new ball game. This thing rides way better. And that's kind of goes back to what I said to Mr. Miyagi about the human adapting to his environment. I just adapted over time to how bad this thing rode because it needed both the shocks were blown out in front, and the tires were not in a good condition, but they were safe. They weren't unsafe, but So now I got a pair of Michelins up there, so that's the good. That's one of the good brands for steer tires in a truck. So and I got 2 brand new Michelins up front, and I got brand new shocks. It's a whole new world for me. Yeah, folks be trying to get a case. Oh, some people are trying to get a case. You got that right. You got that right, Slasha. And another thing is there are people that like to catch these replay of these live streams too. So I'm not always just talking to whoever's here right now. Sometimes I am broadcasting. So and Mr. Miyagi, the one thing about him, I can tell he probably ain't really got a lot of people to talk to about these things, And same thing with Razvan. It's like, dude, I don't really give a flying fuck about Andrew Tate, but I'm happy to sit there and listen to him to Razvan, because it's like, I can tell he probably really ain't got nobody to talk to about this stuff. And hell, I'm driving a truck. I ain't going nowhere. And believe me, I've listened to enough audiobooks. I've listened to enough of other people's live streams. You know, like, I can do that any old time. And shout out to Verizon, by the way, because Verizon, I just got Verizon. That was my first month, was last month with Verizon prepaid. That shit is rock solid. Most of this live stream has been done through Verizon. Some of it's been done through T-Mobile, but dude, they didn't give a fuck about my data. I guarantee you I went way over 200 gig. There's no way I didn't go over 200 gig. They didn't slow me down. There was no like, oh, it's network congestion. Fuck Benton. That shit never happened. Now, there was a couple of times where there was network congestion, but that happens with any carrier. Like, you're going to run into that some of the time, no matter what, especially with me going area to area. But dude, and the thing about Verizon is they don't have a lot of 5G. I'm mainly on 4G, but dude, the shit is good, man. I'm happy with it. And AT&T was good, but it was effectively unusable in the Phoenix area. And I go to Phoenix so much that was just not going to work for me. So, like Paul said to Talcott, Talcott said, thank God, you know, I've still got internet. And Paul said, he said, forget about God. You better thank Verizon. And he's right on a level, man. You know, so shout out to Verizon, man. We don't have sponsors on this stream, but fuck, dude, I like me some Verizon. And in fact, if I manage to actually keep working, probably gonna get over my frugal nature, and I'm gonna plunk down between $300 and $350 for a Verizon hotspot. And I'm just gonna go ahead and I think for right around $90 a month, I can get 150 gig of hotspot. So then you won't be able to tell me nothing, y'all. You won't be able to tell me nothing with my 150 gig of hotspot. You think I stream a lot now? Yeah, peace out, D-Rex. Come back anytime. Thanks for hanging out. As always, please, I hope nobody ever feels obligated to hang out over here. Yeah, Paul does hit him hard with the truth/I, and I want to tell you, if I may, and I'm sure I've told you before, I was a big Crow 777 fan. I love his podcast, and I love podcasts, and I'm not as into podcasts as I used to be, but I was a huge podcast fan for years. And in fact, and JG always reminds me, he says, you are homeless. Yeah, JG, I am. You're right. So back when I was living in the streets directly, what I would do is I never had phone service, but I always had a phone. I usually had like $100 Walmart smartphone. What I would do is just go to the Wi-Fi. I'd go to Starbucks or whatever. I'd go on the Wi-Fi and I'd download a bunch of podcasts. And then so when I'm walking around all day, I'm listening to podcasts most of the time. And I really love podcasts. So I got into Crow 777, and I even paid for a couple of months. I was behind his paywall. So it just happened to be one of the new episodes came out. It was Paul Unslaved. I'd never heard of Paul Unslaved. I didn't know nothing about him. Never heard of him. So I get to listen to this dude, and they're like, yeah, you know, the theme of the podcast is that this guy Paul Unslaved, he had this super interesting interaction. I probably already missed my fucking exit. No, this is it. Good. I almost missed it. This is my exit. So the theme of the podcast, and I think he's been on there at least twice, but the theme of this particular podcast was, hey, there's this guy, Paul Enslaved. He filmed himself having this super interesting interaction with the Popo. And I'm only listening. Like, I'm not able to see the video, but they're playing the audio from the video, right? But I'm listening to this. And in fact, I was listening to that as a truck driver. And it's audio only for me, right? And I could tell, man, like, the more I'm listening to this, I'm like, I can tell that Paul is speaking truth. And I can tell that he understands the spiritual principles behind what he's talking about, because Crow, every once in a while, Crow would try to speak to Paul's experience, but Crow was framing it in a way that wasn't consistent with Paul's spiritual understanding. And then Paul would very respectfully say, well, actually, let me go ahead and shine some light on this matter, because, actually it's this other thing based on this very specific spiritual principle, right? And I was, arguably on some, and still am on some pretty deep spiritual shit, I think. I would like to think so, right? I mean, I guess it's debatable, but, I think people can probably recognize that on some level, and not necessarily across the board, but I am on some spiritual shit in some ways. And, that is a real thing. And so when I'm hearing Paul speak on these spiritual concepts, I'm like, okay, I can see that based on what Paul's speaking on, that these laws, even though the courts are very confusing and it's color of law and it's people are getting tricked out of their position, as Paul would say, like I can see that on a spiritual level, actually the court system itself and the so-called earthly authorities on a deep spiritual level, they have no choice but to conform to God's law. That it's actually not up to them, that they actually, now they can hem and haw and they can say a bunch of words out of their mouth and try to trick somebody into their position. But if it's somebody like Paul, who's going to stand firm based on his convictions and based on how he's living and based on his spiritual understanding, that ultimately the system really can't do nothing to him. Would you say that's true and accurate, Slasha? And I'm not trying to speak for you, but I suspect that you would agree with my understanding based on what I just spoke on. And so that's where I approach all this from. But I understand that I don't really, while the spiritual principles resonate with me, and I don't necessarily have the I don't intellectually understand it to a deep enough level yet to actually consistently practice it across the board. So that's why I go ahead and say, well, yeah, I am a corporate slave, meaning, I'm recognizing that I'm in a place where Paul probably admits that he used to be. Well, that's where I am. But then I've come to some understanding of these issues, but I'm not fully able to express the full maturing and flowering of the actual ideas. But I believe that over time, this is something that I will be able to accomplish. I truly believe that. Now, time will tell, obviously. So that's why I'm never going to be one of these people that shits on Paul. But I kind of was, because when Yurt was going after him, I did allow myself to temporarily get swept up in that. And I absolutely did. And I absolutely made assumptions about, the nature of YouTube panels. I made assumptions about truther cults. I made assumptions about narcissism. And those are things that exist. They just don't exist with respect to Paul. Like, he has some of those aspects exist within Paul and his personality, some of it. And some of this cult-like behavior exists in some of the people that go to Paul's channel. But it's not a dynamic that, I don't believe it's a dynamic that Paul's intentionally creating in order to use people for his own gratification. I don't believe that. And furthermore, I do believe that he has a lot of value as a person based on his ability to act on these things in the real world, while to simultaneously convey these ideas to people in a way that they can understand. And when I say to somebody like Mitchell, or even when I'm critical of Wizard, and you may have noticed, I don't think it's a coincidence that we didn't see much of Wizard around here after I was critical of him. Now, could be a coincidence, but I don't think it was a coincidence, personally, that they don't. And now Mitchell does seem to be able to. He does seem to be able. Let's forget about Mitchell. But I noticed there are some people like Wizard. They're not really able to convey the ideas necessarily but Paul is. But then Paul, if you may notice, Paul's able to do it without going into all this, well, the trust does this, and then the beneficiary does that. He gives specific examples where he talks about his firearms got seized and his car got seized, and then he talks about how he did whatever was required to get all his shit back without going to court, apparently. But he speaks on that in a way where he doesn't necessarily explain the process to me, but he makes it plain that these are things that I can also do if I find myself in the same position. Yeah. Well, and that's what Europe was doing. You're right. Shout out to Bad Barney, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Paul became the fucking test subject. I agree. Good to see you, Ginger Ridge. And if y'all don't mind pausing with me real quick, if y'all could give me a couple minutes, I need to take care of some business and get some fuel, but it won't take long. I'd carry you with me outside the rig, but the battery is running down. For some reason, it won't really charge. Yeah, what's happening, partner? Yeah, the battery doesn't really charge while I'm live streaming for whatever reason. So we're down to 18%. So we'll see how that goes. And I can't do two things at once effectively. That's as Mr. Miyagi was very quickly able to realize that I was no longer paying my full attention to what he was saying. He was getting about half of my attention because I had to run into Walmart and do some shopping. See how many miles we got on this bad boy. Hell, I think I might have been on the original steer tires. I'm not even kidding. 163,000 miles. Is that even possible? Maybe not. Might have been the second set. Hard to say. Yeah, always good to see Bad Barney around these parts. You know you're doing something right when you got that man showing up. So I appreciate you, brother. And you ain't the only one I feel that way about. But I'll be right back. 8, 9, 4, 8. Oh, yeah. Good times. Right. All fueled up. Well, I guess I better eat while I'm stopped here. So. I am kind of curious if EBT's still going. I might shut it down here in a minute, and I think I've only got about 80 miles to the. I don't know if I want to stay here or not. Well, here's the crazy part. Actually, I would probably base that on if I would want to park here or not, based on how fast the internet is. Give me a second. I'll be right back, guys. I'm not ending yet, but I'm going to pop out for a second. And there you go. I heard that. Be right back. All right, we're back. Dang it. Trying to press the right buttons here. We'll be doing better. Well, my only beef with StreamYard, they should make it a little easier to switch the camera orientation from the back to the front. Oh, me? No, I didn't eat last. I haven't eaten. No, it's been longer than that. Yeah, it's been a little longer than that. I stopped and went shopping, but I did not eat anything when I stopped last. Yeah, exactly. I got some chips and some hoo-hoos, some ho-hos. I'll probably shut it down here, and then I'm trying to decide if. Unfortunately, the internet is blazing fucking fast here, but part of this is I don't know what the time frame is on my next load, but let's see, how many miles is this? It's 69 miles. Yeah, I'm just going to shut down here. So I'm going to end it here, and then I'll probably be back. Although I said that yesterday, and it did not come back. But I don't know. Maybe I'll be back. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see y'all next time.